Well, sir, while I may not agree with what you say, I'll defend to the death your right to say it.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm going to say it. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. Hello, everybody. Welcome back again. It's Thursday, the 15th of Augustus. Welcome to TopstepTV, one of the biggest, maybe one of the biggest. It is the biggest and best internet program of trading, education, tradertainment, and just clean fun. So glad you're here with us today. This is Opening Call. He's Shake, and I'm Bake. And we bring you each and every day educational show of informative trading knowledge. So sit back, relax. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, good friend, neighbor, and your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, stay focused, go after your dreams, and keep moving forward. There you go. So let's say hello to everybody's friend and my good buddy. And I wanted to give him this.
You know, you're like a crazy brother to me. You really are.
Yeah, crazy brother. There you go. The man with the plan, our trading mentor, John, a.k.a. the Hoag. Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning. You know, there's one crazy brother in every family, and I think I am that one. I think I am that crazy brother. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Opening Call to Thursday, August 15th, halfway through the month already. Hard to believe. Kids are all back in school already by me. It's that was a really fast summer, and it had been a pretty decent summer for trading, we might add. As always, our focus is accurate context, good risk management, and patience here on the Opening Call. It's good to see everybody. Glad that you are all here. Top of the list that I see in the chat, John Jones, Day Trading, R Double, Yabbersmack, Marv Daly, Nick Nichols, Yo Dude, good to see you. Dan Trader, Frizoo, and Toby Kelly, and Pete. Good to see everybody.
Great to be here. All right. Well, let's, we had a number come out, and once again, it turned on the blender. Had a little fun here. Gold in the dunk tank. And we got the NASDAQ ES to the moon, Alice. Crude looking for those 78s a little while ago, but sort of failing from that right now. The U.S. economic data parade continued today as we can see it. Investors still seeking clues on the likely pace of the interest cuts by the Fed. Mild readings in U.S. inflation have largely cemented the market certainty that the Fed will lower borrowing costs in September for the first time in 4 years. But debate still rages over the size of the cut. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? We have no idea. We don't know what they want to do. Anywhere from 25 to maybe, let's be aggressive, 50. The estimate chances of 50 fell to 36%. It was down from 50 just yesterday after Wednesday's CPI was released. It had risen 71% at the start of the month. But like I said, I mean, gosh, let's just sit back and let it happen. Just let it happen. As of 7:30 this morning, Dow futures were up about 0.8%. We had the S&P also up 0.8%, and NASDAQ rose by 0.8%. NASDAQ rose by a full percent. Main Wall Street indices closed higher yesterday. That was after the July Consumer Price Index, good old CPI, showed that inflation rate of 2.9%. That was the lowest since 2021. Blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Average rose more than 240 points, 0.6%, while the broad-based S&P 500 gained 0.4. There you have it. All right. Wait, Johnny, I got something about that UK thing. Yeah, our friends across the pond. There's also a great deal of uncertainty over whether the Bank of England will reduce interest rates at its next meeting. It was after it kicked off a rate-cutting campaign earlier this month in a close call decision. So we'll see that the economy grew by 0.6%. That was in the second quarter, following the expansion of 0.7 in the first quarter. And Johnny, that's what I've got so far today.
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, wow, certainly have shaken things up in these markets. Today we had the retail sales numbers come out. Now, this was the biggest rise in retail sales in a year and a half. The year retail sales month over month was expected to rise 0.4%. It rose a full percent. That's a full percentage point above the previous month's retail sales. Core retail sales also rising. They were looking for 0.1%. It remained as the same as the previous month, which was positive 0.4%. So people are out there spending money. Obviously, the stocks are liking that idea. We also had the jobless claims this morning, lower than expected. So even more good news there. They were looking for 235,000 initial jobless claims last week. Came out 227,000. The continuing jobless claims also came out lower than expected. Philly Fed this morning, they were looking for 5.2. It came out -7. Not good news for commerce in the Philadelphia area. And the New York Fed actually came out better than expected. They were looking for looking for -6. That came out -4.7. 8:10, we've got one of the talking feds. I like to call him Mausoleum, is speaking at 8:10. 8:15, industrial production. 9 o'clock, the NAHB housing market index is due out. U.S. business inventories also due out at 9 o'clock. 9:30, the nat gas inventories. 10:30, a 4-week bill auction. 12:10, another talking fed. Parker is due to speak. It was almost like reading a book this morning with all this information due out throughout the session today. Walmart, their earnings came out beating expectations on earnings and revenues. Alibaba missed on revenues, and John Deere and Company beat expectations on both revenues and earnings per share. VIX is continuing to just get crushed as these equities continue to push to the upside. Last I looked this morning, it was 15.86. Same time yesterday, 17.8. The dollar index also took a nice jump to the upside after those early numbers this morning. It's last I checked, it was at 103. It was 102.5 at this time yesterday, and the yield on the 10-year took a nice little jump to the upside as well. Back up near that 4% level, just under that at 3.93%. It was 3.85% at this time yesterday. So that's what we have as far as known economic information due out today. So we've got some things moving here. It's going to be an interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable trading day.
Sure it will. Yes, it will. Be positive. PMA, positive mental attitude. It's free, you know. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. But anyway. Dude, where's my crude? Well, we did see the crude. Oh, it's back up there again. Presto changeo. We are pushing. We broke the 78s. Way to go, crude. So crude prices rose today, supported by the optimism that the potential U.S. interest rate cuts happen here. Crude. We did see that the WTI climbed 0.3%. We also did see that the Brent rose 0.43%. Now, risk sentiment has been on the rise of late as the inflation data reinforcing expectations that the Fed heads will cut interest rates next month, September, which is coming up pretty quick there, Johnny. Like you said, it's already half of the month is gone already. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm having a blast. Risk sentiment has been on the rise as late, and we'll keep an eye here on everything that goes on. Breaking news, anything that you see. For those in the chat, it comes over the wire. Let us know. All right, we work as a team here. Share what you can, and we're going to share with you right now our top step tip of the week. And what do we have for the? It's the same thing every day for the week. That's right. All right. Workspace. How many of you have a customizable workspace? Now, I, for one, really don't. I mean, I'm here in my prison cell. I can't really move too much with anything. So, but it's always good to have a customizable workspace. Every trader has different needs, right? Same with every trader is different. So your workspace should be adaptable to your preferences. You can arrange your monitors, tools, personal items, maximize your comfort, and that all sort of spins into efficiency. And this is going to help you. This is going to help you feel a little better in trading and not going to be confined. So try that. All right. Make sure that you have a customizable workspace. Johnny, what do you got?
I like that, Eddie. I know a lot of people like, standing desks. We don't really have that luxury to be able to do that, but hey, if you can do that, wonderful. I like to keep some water here at my workspace and some coffee handy at my workspace. I want to make sure I stay hydrated throughout the day. Make sure your workspace is comfortable. It's not too hot, not too cold. Maybe get a fan. I even like to sometimes put a little aromatherapy in my workspace. A little, I don't know, incense.
Incense?
Yeah, I've got this incense it's based off of
Weed?
heat in Ireland. My mom used to have it, and I told somebody about it, and they got it for me for Christmas. And once in a while, I'll just throw a little bit of that on there, and it's just kind of earthy, warm, homey smell, and it makes me comfortable. I like that. So make sure your workspace is comfortable, whether you're trading from the beach or if you're trading from home. Make sure you've got everything you need.
All right. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. All right. Without further ado, we got 12 after the hour here in Chicago. Johnny, what do you got in the charts for our contestants today?
All righty. Well, we've got lots of things that are kind of complicating the open for us today, with all those numbers coming out, with the equities screaming to the upside. The first thing on my notes here is it's all going to be about the CPI and jobless claims today. Volume has been relatively slow. I think we've seen a lot of folks just adjusting inventories, for whatever was going to happen Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We lost about 3,000 in open interest on another up day yesterday. We've put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight up days in a row in the S&P. Yes, the short time frame auction to the upside is real, and it looks like it's ready to continue today. With no bad news, this is what tends to happen. Now, on this daily chart, I've got the anchored VWAP from the all-time high. We closed above that yesterday. We got a lot of play with it yesterday. And this, could be an indication that buyers have now taken control in the longer time frame. We did see some pretty good open interest changes. And for the last couple of days, we've added about 30,000, except for the yesterday. We lost about 3,000, and that just a little bit of a pullback in open interest. But overall, we're seeing open interest increasing at higher levels. That's indicative of a potentially healthy auction. Take a look at the 30-minute chart yesterday. This was an interesting trading day, and I got to make sure and get that anchored VWAP. This anchored VWAP is anchored on the high 30-minute bar, and we talked about it a lot yesterday. 54.54. The market opened above. We closed the gap. We did not get to the afternoon pullback low from the day before yesterday. We started to rally, and really once we started to accept above that anchored VWAP, it was pretty much all buyers for the rest of the day. We did close pretty well. We've got overnight inventory. Obviously, we would have to say it would be to the long side now, but this is probably some longer time frame participants and speculators getting into this big up move here today. So we are opening with a gap. We are opening, outside of balance, outside of range, and a continuation of a short time frame auction to the upside that appears to be doing very well. So it's going to be tough today, I think, because we're kind of up in space here. I know we've got some good levels and some good levels from our team members, so we'll be looking at those for the house account today. So yeah, we're going to be opening with a gap, and it's going to be a sizable gap. It's that's probably a smaller probability of actually getting any sort of a gap close today. But hey, anything can happen, and of course, there's still lots of unknowns out there in the world. And of course, pray for peace, everybody. The profile yesterday, the normal variation, neutral day. overlapping range, overlapping to higher value. There was an afternoon pullback low that if we get near it, I think it might offer some opportunity. We didn't quite get to it yesterday. In the previous day's afternoon pullback low, we ran out of sellers down there pretty quickly, and then we started running to the upside. The afternoon pullback low from yesterday, though, is 54, 55, 75. Well, that's very, very close to that anchored VWAP. So if we do get a chance there, that might be a pretty decent opportunity for an execution. And that is if we get that opportunity. We've got a long way to come back. How much did we rally on this? We rallied 40 points in the S&Ps in, just a couple of minutes when that came out. So we'll watch and see what happens on the open here. NASDAQ. Where is the NASDAQ? Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up days. We added 1,600 in open interest yesterday. Volume was actually a little bit higher yesterday in the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ has a lot further to recover than the S&Ps. NASDAQ traded all the way to 15% off that all-time high. It's now back above that 10% level and playing now with the anchored VWAP off the all-time high. Look where we just traded right to. We just traded to it. We're above it in the S&Ps. Are we going to show some acceptance and possible buyer control above that level today? Who knows? No bad news. This is what the market does. It has a tendency to grind to the upside. Here's the 30. All righty. So obviously, overnight inventory is now to the long side. We are opening with a gap above yesterday's range and settlement. So with this big of a gap, the probability is probably a little smaller that we're actually going to come down and fill that gap. If we do, that gap close, the overnight high could be an interesting level for an execution. Settlement. Obviously, the market price was attracted to settlement before the number came out. That could also be something to look for. And then we've got another afternoon pullback low from yesterday, which is 19,017.75. That's NASDAQ. We traded through and rejected below the previous day's afternoon pullback low. I'm just going to go ahead and take that off of there. I just wanted to show the proximity of those afternoon pullback lows 2 days in a row. Interesting. The profile yesterday is a normal variation, neutral day. We had some pretty decent excess on the low, but again, overlapping to higher range, overlapping to higher value. Value is continuing to try and push higher. How good of a job is it doing? Look at crude oil now. Crude. All right. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're largely range bound, maybe, lower highs and lower lows here. So the longer time frame is kind of to the downside. Short time frame, the rally, we've got two days of pullback in a short time frame rally that have taken us right to that $77 level. 77 quarters, of course, weekly kickoff high. We had 77.09, which was last week's high. We broke out above it on Monday, back to it on Wednesday, back to it today. Is this going to remain supportive? If it breaks, that could bring us to lower pricing. The open interest. Oh, and by the way, TopstepX still has a September contract. I've been meaning to mention this to everybody. It still has the September contract. Now, this morning when I looked at the volume, the September and the October volume was almost dead even. Tomorrow, for sure, we're going to have to change to the October contract, which is $1.20 discounted to the September contract. So at the end of the day today, and when you get your October contract up, adjust all your levels by about $1.20. There's a little backwardization here in crude oil, and it just tends to be the way it is. So tomorrow, October, if you're on another platform and you want to change to October today, please feel free to. By the end of the day, October will be showing some considerably more volume than the September contract, but we've got to start the day. Tomorrow, we will be trading the October contract. So $77 floor for now. Last week's high and low right in that area. Last week's high, weekly kickoff high right in that area. We've got a 2-day pullback. The range that we're looking at now that we've put in this kind of base here around $77 is $80, the price that shall remain unspoken, and $77. We got about a $3 range here. You look at the 30-minute chart. Okay. 2-day pullback back to a potentially supportive level. The market has isn't really showing any overnight inventory. An overnight inventory. I mean, the market opened the 5 o'clock session right here about 77.52. Well, it's trading 46 right now, approximately. So there's no real overnight inventory. We're in range. We're in value. My focus is going to be if we get an opportunity near one of these longer time frame extremes down around $77 or $80. If we get those would be like my prime levels to be looking at. And I've put the anchored VWAP off the 30-minute high here, which was back on the 13th of August, and it's still holding above price. So we're kind of looking at seller control since about the 13th of August. Well, coming off of that high on the 30-minute chart. Be patient today in crude. The market is, coming off. We got a two-day little break here, but it is opening in range and in value. I would much prefer to look for opportunities as the day goes on and it begins to establish some sort of ranges. Here's gold. All right, gold. I don't know why this keeps doing that.
3 minutes here, Johnny.
Yep, you got it. So gold, I mean, overall, the December contract remains in balance, continues to test the upper extreme of balance, which is, somewhere up around weekly kickoff high 2507. We lost 3,400 in open interest yesterday. So maybe we had some preemptive longs looking into it. They just started to bail out of those longs. We got a little bit too long up near those highs and the market has been pulling off. Volume remains relatively low. One thing that I was going to show you, but maybe we'll do this later during fast markets, is on this move up, we had some considerable open interest increases against Delta. Those of you that saw that example of it from back in 22, that could be the beginning of a relatively substantial move to the upside. But markets never go one direction. So we're coming off. Let's take a quick look at the 30 and we'll get down to business. All right. So naked point of control down here at 2468.70, obviously visually targeted. The market opened, 7:30. The numbers came out. Dollar took a jump. Gold took a dive here. We went to a visual target, or relatively close to one, and is now recovering back into range. I think we've got a pretty decent range to look for opportunities on the extremes, particularly any extremes up here against the highs. If we're seeing longer time frame buyers, which I suspect we are overall, this could be a decent breakout day to the upside or not. Anything can happen. So yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside with a late spike. Okay. We're opening above the late. We opened above the late spike. We traded to the late spike, through the late spike. Now we're kind of coming right back at it. Basically, the base of the late spike is pretty close to settlement. It's 2478 half, 2479.70 is settlement. We look below it. If we opened above it, that's usually a sign of rejection of lower pricing. We'd like to see, this market could, feasibly recover and go back to those longer time frame highs to see if there's still any sellers up there. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath before you begin trading. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And as always, every day, pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get.
Yes, sir. Coming up next here, we got Fast Market with, of course, Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie made $1,100 in the trading combine a couple days ago, trying to bounce back from a losing day yesterday, and has just under a 50% winning trade percentage. And we're going to take a time out. Johnny, I will meet you at the vending machine, and we'll be right back. Don't go away. Big day today. Big day. All right, let's get them donkeys and jackasses in the gates.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to pass it back to Andre. Andre, which one are you picking? What game?
I think Jackass is the way to go this morning, Eddie. This is the way to go. Thank you, Eddie. Yep, giddy up. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We are joined by the man in the upper right, John Hoagland. Lower right, we got Jack. Lower left, you know you love her, Anne Marie in the house. Anne Marie, what were you just saying in the green room about the standard deviations away from, what was it, S&Ps? What were you saying there?
All of them are at least 4 standard deviations from the VWAP right now, from that move.
What does that tell you? Or what does that? I know your reversion to mean
that it's expanded dramatically. So if it runs, we've got, shorts running out of the building, and it should. What I'm looking for is a topping formation that confirms. And so then we maybe look at the anchored VWAP to see, hey, can we buy off of that edge?
Okay. All right, Hoag. These numbers came in pretty decent. We are we're higher today, but is it a bad news, it's good news type of thing here with the reason why we're up?
Well, I mean, retail sales is good for any stocks, right? I mean, if people are buying stuff, that's going to be good for stocks. Jobless claims was also lower than expected.
Clams.
So, if there's no bad news, this is what equities do, right? I've got the profiles up here to watch the open.
Yep.
And I've got some levels, from our team here. Oh, we'll see I pretty much just collect S&P levels because that's what I look at.
Sure.
Okay. I do have something in the NASDAQ that we can look at here very shortly that anchored VWAP off the all-time high in the NASDAQ has kind of put in the high of this move. And we'll take a look at that here. Okay, we're just opening up.
We're open. Good morning, Jack.
So obviously,
go ahead. Hoag,
obviously, we have some pretty big gaps here.
Okay.
And opening range. I mean, we're just at the very beginning of the opening range, which I view as the opening minute, the first minute. Other people look at opening ranges as 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is. I like the 1 minute because it helps limit risk. Not really thinking about taking an opening range trade for the house account here because that would require some voting and that kind of stuff. So just kind of watching to see where the market takes off from the first minute here. And we'll see if we can't find an opportunity, perhaps later in and around the opening range. 5.5 point opening range in the S&Ps, 23 point opening range in the NASDAQ so far, which are relatively small comparing to the size of the opening range we've been having lately, and especially with the spike in volatility we saw to the upside today. I'm kind of surprised to see S&P is taking out the high of the opening range. NASDAQ still in it. I'm trying to stay really patient, and I'm thinking. I think a lot along the lines as Anne Marie is looking for some kind of fade off this high and find some basing to look for longs as the day goes on. Here's what I'm looking at as far as that NASDAQ. Here's the daily chart. Okay, this is that anchored VWAP off the all-time high. It's been all seller control. Is it going to change to buyer control if we find some acceptance above that level? Here it is on the 30-minute chart. Yep. Got to smush it here so we can get that up there. And there it is. I mean, it is, a stark level where the market targeted. Does it accept above it and we start to go into buyer control above that? Or does it fade and then we may find an opportunity, off of that level? So, and I'm not an expert in anchored VWAP, but I put those on there and I've been watching for this to learn something about when price gets back to it. What happens? Are sellers still in control, or are buyers now taking control? Well, you can kind of see that in the S&Ps yesterday. Let me smush this so we get that VWAP there. This was that level you were talking about yesterday, Andre, that 54.54. That's that anchored VWAP off the high 30-minute bar, all-time high 30-minute bar. And we traded above it, closed above it the day before yesterday, looked below it, rejected, continued to move to the upside. And now we're seeing the market obviously continuing to push to the upside.
Yes.
And above that level. So does that mean buyers are in control?
Oh, it appears so, right?
Could mean sellers are running out of the building.
Or maybe it's that. That could also be the case.
Different.
Yep.
So straight up, Andre, everything was great this morning. Between the jobless claims.
Thank you for interpreting this. Yes.
Absolutely. That retail sales number was really the chef's kiss here on whatever the hell happened last week, right? I think that, as you look at this right now, we've seen the bonds selling off, yields going up a little bit, and that's because we've flipped in the Fed watch now 75% of a quarter point cut. The quarter point cut is being priced in. The 2s, 10s has further inverted a little bit, but this is all good news. You don't cut 50% when 50 basis points when things are going well. You do it when the S is headed towards the fan. I think we've switched from, and I'll go into this in the news, but for the last 2 years now, CPI had usurped non-farm employment as sort of the event, and I think that's sort of dissipating. Employment's going to be the big number, but with those numbers today, I am going to be very hesitant to short anything, even though it's going gangbusters, because I don't see why it doesn't make a reach for the previous highs in the coming weeks.
Interesting. They're going to do this. They're going to pull it off, aren't they? It's soft landing. They're going to do it.
All right. So one of the levels in the S&Ps here, it's a pivot level and a sell side imbalance is 55.35 in the S&Ps. That's right here. Now that's Coach Paul with the pivot and Coach Jay with the sell side imbalance.
All right. Well, Hoag was talking about the levels. I see they are pinned to the top of the chat. Pretty much say this every morning. Keep those levels open on your page somewhere. Take a look. Last trade, 55.34 in the S&Ps. 55.34 takes us into zone 6. We just broke through 55.30. That's resistance one. 55.35, Hoag, we got pivot. So we're breaking through that. 55.70 upside of zone 6. 55.70. Is that a target for us, Hoag, or what are we thinking of 55.70s? Because we got a gap between 35 and 70.
If we're not gonna pull back, 55.81 is a 4-hour supply. And that is from Coach Ray, one of Hoag's heroes.
Okay, good.
55.81, and that's basically off the TV TopstepTV levels here.
Yep, I see that. It's a 4-hour.
Yeah, we do have Coach Vince saying 55.70 is resistance.
I see that. And
John Jones saying 55.28 to 33 is a big horizontal resistance zone from July 25th to July 30th.
Yeah, there's a lot of volume. That's what those purple boxes are that are on my chart. Is just when we have nothing above it, I just have some boxes of where there was a lot of volume that previously traded. We're kind of in one of those areas right now if we stall out. So I see where those levels are coming from, definitely. Well, we'll see if we get some check marks. Being patient for now.
We will indeed see if we get those check marks. Patience is the name of the game. We have a pretty big. Go ahead, Anne Marie. I'm looking at this calendar right now. Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Go ahead, Andre.
No, I was just saying, I was going to throw it to my man, Eddie. I just want to see what we got on the calendar, the schedule for today. I know we already had the retail sales, initial job list, Philly Fed, New York Fed manufacturing as well. I want to throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar today?
Gosh, excuse me. We had a ton of stuff this morning. Coming up here in, let's see here, in about 22 minutes here. Business inventories. It's going to be the next sort of minor major. Natural gas in about an hour. Thomson Reuters at 10 o'clock. 10:30, 4-week bill auction and 8-week bill auction. 12:10, Harker will be speaking, and we'll go from there. Hey, John, didn't you say we had somebody else earlier that was going to be speaking? Who did you see?
Musalem, whatever. I call him Musalium.
Okay.
It's a new one.
8:10 he was supposed to talk, but he probably didn't say much.
Okay.
Not a voting number anyway.
Oh, I see there. Yeah, he didn't say much. Didn't say anything. And that's about it, Andre. That's what we got here for today. But eye on the prize. We're always watching this news. Anything hot out of the oven, we're going to share it with you.
Awesome. All right, Anne-Marie. Any levels of price levels of interest catching your eye here? Have you made trades? Any positions?
I did earlier before we came on together. I had put a short in at the top of this range expansion that was so high. So I'm looking for some sort of tight reflexive action to come back into, that anchored VWAP. It just isn't giving it to me. So I'm using the micros in here with a couple of MNQs at the 19,350 level is where I have a couple of those sitting. And so far it is going against me. And what I'm looking at is watching settlement and giving settlement a shot at being the area that we just ran away from versus getting a little closer to and bouncing back in. So here's what I know from playing volatility bands. When volatility is moving the way it is and it walks up the band, you get stopped out fairly easily. And so what I'm looking for is maybe hanging on for just a few more points to see if the traders exhaust. But my gut says that sellers are forcing this rally higher.
Why?
And
why does your gut tell you that?
The reason that I suspect that is that for the folks, this is I'm trying to put it into words here. My suspicion is that a lot of people see what's really happening under the undercurrent with the spread, the credit spread between junk and commercial credit, the macro meanings of having to pull back on the interest rates, uncertainty. I just think they're using the equities, the futures, to sort of hedge what they have going on with their accounts. And so if they're hedging with the futures and they're going short and every morning it's putting up, I think that there's probably a fair group of them that are shorting the highs and then having to get out, and it's continuing to feed the rally. Now,
absent sellers.
What might happen? I don't have any idea what might happen. It's pure supposition, but from the macro viewpoint, that's what I suspect is happening. So the way we could know that maybe is what's actually happening with open interest.
What is happening with open interest? Hoag, yeah, I'll throw it to Hoag. Hoag, what is happening with open interest as of late?
I was just going to say, the S&P is an estimated loss of 3,000 in open interest yesterday on a push to the upside indicates short covering, which is pretty much exactly what Anne-Marie is saying, right? I mean, if we're losing open interest at higher levels, that's short covering.
Losing interest in it feels like that was one of those series three questions we
that
had.
is the inverse of the series 3 question we asked the other day, right? Because if open interest is rising, as price is rising, it means longs are buying and shorts are still selling.
Look at that. All comes full circle, Jack. Comes full circle here on TopstepTV. Again, we got a bit of a pullback here. What's up, Hoag? Any trades? Well, okay, let's say if you took that opening range trade, would it have been a winner or just if we paper traded it?
Well, it traded both sides in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, so that was probably not a good idea. Which we didn't take. What we were looking at was that pivot and sell side imbalance at 55.35 that Paul and Jay they kind of lined up on that level. Well, we've got 55.39.75, so we went 5 points through it, and now it's looking like that might actually be a pretty good spot because right now we're 10 points into a profitable trade. Had we looked at it, had we voted on it, had we taken it, that that's looking pretty good. But I think it would be more of a see money, take money trade instead of an all day sucker because
very counter trend.
Quick question to be. Oh, go ahead, Hoag, if you're talking the trade.
Oh, no, it's all right. Go ahead.
I was just answering the question from the chat. Someone asked to clarify the relationship between open interest and people covering. Open interest is the number of open contracts, right? When you go short or you go long, open interest. When you cover, whether you're a long selling or a short covering, you are removing open interest. You are closing that position.
-1.
So, exactly. So open interest and price going up at the same time means more people are piling in the longs and more shorts are getting short.
There's also one other possible outcome of having an execution. Like if I'm long one and I sell it to Andre who's flat, that doesn't change open interest. That's just a transfer of risk.
Say that again? That's still +1?
Yes, do say that.
So no, if I'm long one and you're flat and I sell it to you, that doesn't create a new contract. That just transfers risk.
So this counts still +1. Got you.
It doesn't change open interest at all. It just transfers that one long from me who is long and transfers that risk to you who is flat. So that contract now belongs to you, but it doesn't change open interest. It's only when one buy and one sell initiate both sides of that trade where you increase open interest. If we both get out against each other, we lose one in open interest. So there's 3 different scenarios for any execution. You either increase open interest, lose open interest, or just transfer risk, which doesn't change open interest.
And we'll post a link in chat, but you can see the open interest numbers on the CME website. They don't come out until after the trading day is finished. Unfortunately, we cannot see open interest in real time.
And even the exchange, it takes time for them to really come up with the actual numbers. This is the bulletin that I get it from. If you'll go on my sheet here, you'll see it says on my screen. You'll see it says preliminary here. Everything on this sheet is right except open interest. This is an estimation. It takes the exchange till around 9:30 or 10 o'clock to actually come up with the number. And then if you refresh the page, that'll say final, and then you'll have the actual number. So that's how difficult I think it is to calculate open interest even for the exchange. So there is, as Jack said, there is no platform that can tell you open interest increases or decreases in real time throughout the day. Many have tried, but they're never right.
Takes the exchange that long, huh? Even in electronic trading, it takes time for them to figure out what the actual open interest is.
It's tricky.
It is. They're going to ask us that in a Series 3 question, Jack. You got to take the exchange.
That is perhaps the case.
Oh, lovely.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Jack.
6 of the 7 Mag 7 stocks are up, led by Tesla's up 4.7%. Amazon's up 2.8%. The only down guy is Alphabet, aka Google.
Yep.
As the government continues to try to split them apart again.
Is that what's going on? Is that what was happening with the Google news?
Yep. Monopoly busting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it didn't go so well for the government when they tried to do it with Microsoft. So we'll see what happens.
All right, taking a look at the levels here. Take a look at tilt. So we got 71% long in the crude, 77% short gold right now. Let's take a look at gold. Last trade, 24.78. 24.78 last trade. And we are selling off. We bounced off VWAP there at 24.89. Sold off about $11 there. So 77% of flows that are short. Hope they're able to capture that opportunity, to capture that profits that they are short with. 71% long in the crude. Let's take a look at crude. Last trade, $78.15. High of the day, $78.38. A bit of a muted open. All right, here comes some buyers in the NASDAQ. High of the day, 19,400. Last trade, 3993, 390. Man, that market moves a lot. Looking at some levels here. John Jones. Yeah, what's up, Hoag? You can look at your levels. I got some levels getting sent to me right now, too. Go ahead, John.
Well, one of my team members, Hobbs, who is currently trading on his phone from Banff, Canada.
Banff, yeah. Wow.
Enjoy the mountain.
Jealous.
Yeah, why are you trading, man? Don't be trading.
Right. So he's got a level here that looks actually, for day session, it looks actually pretty good. He likes the fact that we're opening on top of a level that he has at 526. And that is, 526.75 is our current regular trading hour session low. It could be a nice little pullback there.
Okay, I like it.
The question is, how do we manage the risk on that? I'd like to see that remain like the low of the IB low and get another test of that, perhaps a failed downside auction, but that's going to take time.
Right. 55.26. Got a check mark for a long from Hoag's Heroes there. 55.26 takes just beneath zone 6, not quite into zone 7, but at 55.26, we got a check mark for a long there.
So here's an interesting number.
Okay.
You guys know that I'm currently crushing on the settlement. It's the little, I have a pillow of it, picture of it under my pillow these days. Aww. So as I'm staring down settlement, I have taken the ATR and sort of drawn a Fibonacci around those numbers, and both the ES and the NQ are sitting at the 61% range of the ATR from settlement right now. And so they're both dancing around it, and easily it could move to the north because everything on my other charts are showing very steep price action. But I think it's interesting that they're sort of chopping around that level right now. Just the ATR for the E-minis is 88 today. And for the NQ, it's 443. Yesterday it was 451. So the numbers are coming in a little, but they continue to sell the top and then move right out. So maybe at the 30-minute mark, we get to see what's happening with that open interest in terms of overall motion. But I mean, for the ES, the only pullback we had to go long was this, 55.28 area, which was the close and and subsequent open of the last 30-minute candlestick.
28.
So,
yeah, 28's
definitely
nice.
grinding.
Oh, it's gonna be one of these again.
Gonna be we do have Hobbs. He's in chat. He's laughing. He says he's not trading.
Okay, good. Hobbs. Good.
Hobbs, man, thanks for the levels, and thanks for staying engaged with us even while you're on vacation. Maybe the family's still sleeping. You're looking for something to do, but we do appreciate that, Hobbs. Thank you very much.
Checking in
that
on
place
Discord
is on
here. We got a couple
list.
updates.
Yep.
We've got our guy Captain Price Action. He and Brooksyland were in. They were both looking to see some of those late longs coming into the market after the open, sort of get trapped and swept out, but that didn't really happen. Captain took a short, got stopped out. They're both looking for higher price action right now. Sellers do not seem to be really stepping in. So the direction is higher. We'll keep you updated on some levels. Just got another update from Papa Giorgio here.
Papa Giorgio.
He's looking at the same thing in the ES. He was looking for at least some back and forth of 55.15. Only got the 26s. And everyone's looking for higher prices now. Come back with some more levels in a little bit.
Thanks, JD. Yeah, okay. Everyone's bullish. Huh.
That makes me nervous.
Yeah, I know. Me too, Hoag. I was thinking the same thing. Why is everyone thinking the same thing right now? But we're creeping higher.
It's not over tilty.
It's not over tilty just yet.
Well, we're getting into some rare. I mean, this would be a 6th straight green day. I know MP's watching and he loves the streakaroos, but this would be a 6th straight green day. Getting into. Maybe someone on Edgeful can let me know, but 8 or 9 seems to be the high for that over the past, 20 years or something. Back in 1969, it looks like there was a 14-day win streak. So,
how'd you find that? Where'd you find that so easily, Jack?
Yeah, I remember
the internet,
that.
Andre.
1970. Yeah. What? The last time we had a win streak?
We went to the moon and moon fever.
Yes, we did. Summer of '69, Hoag. What a summer! What a summer!
I'm checking out Edgeful right now. I'll give you an update in just a second.
Awesome.
Thanks, JD.
Thank you.
Bought it at the 5 and dime.
All right. Oh, really quick. I forgot to mention the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Oh, my God. I almost forgot. Hashtag Fast Markets. You know what to do. You know the drill. Hit us up at Twitter, at X. Share your performance dashboard analytics. Share your cool swag. Share your past combines. Trader setup. Trader command station setup. Anything you think would be cool to share with the community. We'll turn that around to you guys in a couple of hours. Again, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. Hit us up. Michelle A says, Angelo Q, were you even alive in '69? No, I was not. There's even a twinkle in my parents' eye then.
So data going back 5 years here from Edgeful, the max number of green days we've had in the last 5 years is 10 consecutive. Max red days is 7. Average number of green days back-to-back is 2.17. So we are in the upper end of the green day range right now.
There we go.
Okay.
That 55.35 has just tested about 6 5-minute candlesticks and is now breaking to the north. So if it reaches that high, the next line in the sand is... What am I seeing up there?
A point, click, and pray.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
It's hard to buy this, but I know in my mind that it's going to go past that green line for the high of day.
Quick update, guys. I was looking at the SPY, not the S&P 500 future, when I gave that. Max number of green days going back 5 years for the S&P 500 future is 8 days, not 10. Correction, 8 days.
What are we on right now?
We're on 6 right now.
6, trying to go for 7. Okay. Well, we're just grinding higher here. Last trade 19,437 in the NQ. 437s takes us into.
Sorry, I was just gonna say shout out to all our levels providers. I mean, even though we haven't succeeded in getting into a trade, the levels have been really, really good today. Hobbs, Paul, Jay, everybody's done a nice job.
Hobbs like those 26s. Just kissed them. Still can't believe we got ticked out in Power Hour yesterday, Hoag, but I We'll keep moving on there.
It happens, right? It's trading.
Does it ever? It happens to everybody. It'll never stop. Not the first time. It definitely won't be the last time. You keep it grinding higher. Yes, not pushing as high. Dow's selling off a little bit.
Yeah, the Dow's been fading off of its morning first 30-minute formations literally since we opened. It's pulling back, but it dances to the beat of its own drum.
It does.
Very Linda Ronstadt of you. I wonder if anybody gets that reference.
Yeah, that one was going over my head. Jack, do you know what he's referring to?
I would. Oh, you're not going to love this, but I was just more laughing at the reference itself. Like, Hoag, you are the man that will do a Linda Ronstadt reference. I love it.
Linda Ronstadt was, she could sing the phone book. She had a song in the 60s. It was called You and I Travel to the Beat of a Different Drum. And that's what Anne Marie was just talking about with the Dow.
Yeah.
Love it. Boy, this one, I don't even know if the chat got that one. Usually the chat's, few people know. Oh, yep, never mind. There's someone in there that got it. We got Lost Trader. Oh, we got some headlines coming out from the speaker, I see. Or, yeah, what do we got here? Eddie, what's Musalam saying?
Go ahead.
What we got here right now is he did mention that recent data has bolstered his confidence in inflation.
Oh, there you go.
Also, the labor market no longer clear upside. Some of the newer stuff that he has put out here is that the election years can bring uncertainty, and that can affect some economic confidence. Also, mentioning that models suggest interest rates going forward likely to be higher than pre-pandemic. That's what we got here from Mausoleum.
New normal will become
Mausoleum.
Mausoleum.
That's what I call them.
Not going to work here anymore. Mazel tov. All right, 55.40 last trade here in the ES. Well, man, Dolby Time brought in some levels. Active Trader Society like shorts around 55.41 in the orders. 55.41 in the orders. Active Trading Society.
Very precise.
Yeah, Dolby Time. Who exactly comprises of the Active Trader Society? I'm curious to know who is in the Active Trader Society. I see there's some John Jones. We have some Charles Chapman in there. Who is part of this Active Trader Society? Like shorts, 55.41. Check mark for that. See if we got anything that.
Looking at the
55.70
Topstep levels, and there's a big gap. I mean,
there is
55.35, and then 55.70 is the next level.
Yep. And interestingly, that 55.70-ish area is the ATR distance from settlement. The average true range.
My guy, Coach Vince. ATR, 100%.
So we
got our housing market index out.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Yep.
Coming in at 43, they're expecting coming in at 39. So lower than expected here. Business inventories month over month. They were looking at 0.3%, coming in at 0.3%.
Okay.
Next up is our 1030 4-week, 8-week bill auction.
Yeah. Thank you, Eddie.
Does that normally move the markets?
Did it? Did it move it?
No. I mean the auction coming up. The auction.
No, not those two.
Comes in out of whack. Maybe it will. Yeah. Not likely.
So, all right. John Jones in the chat is talking about Adam Mancini, he's a tremendous chartist, and he's got a target resistance at 55.46, and that's an area where we're kind of lacking levels in that area because we go from 35 all the way up to 70s. So let's write down Adam and
Adam
John
is
Jones'
rock
number
star.
here.
Adam is a rock star. I've asked him 4 or 5 times to come on the show, and he just ghosts me.
Oh, so, Adam Mancini.
I can wait.
Calling you.
You know, it's me. You can't not talk to me. Come on. But obviously he doesn't care.
Where are you, Adam Mancini? We're going to use your levels here at 19,475 last trade in the NASDAQ. Anne Marie, do you still have that short on? Or?
No, I took it off. I was just going to say I'm down 393 for an update.
Thank you. We are.
Oh, somebody already did it. Thanks, James, or whoever's working the back.
41s.
Should have turned around, man.
Just buy and pray. 5 minutes ago when I said I know I should buy, we're definitely making new highs. It's probably still the case. It's tough. It's tough to buy it when you're coming in after the numbers sent it significantly higher in the zones. But as I said, then if you go out to the day time frame, right, all the news has been good since that sell-off. We should be going to test those highs in the absence of something changing.
Yeah, said it right off the bat.
And all the folks that hedged a lot of puts on that Sunday night, Monday morning are having a bad time. As far as option stuff as we get into tomorrow, because this will not go up every day forever, the ES is trading at about the ESU is trading at a 25-point premium to the SPX right now. So a nice round number like 5,500 would correspond to about 5,525. So a little lower than here in the ES. Something I'll be taking a look at tomorrow as we get closer to the end of the day. And I'm on Power Hour.
Yes. Solemn, here we go. Burton was St. Louis. Who knew? Not a voting member, but time may be nearing for a change in policy. Policy rate.
Really?
Yeah. Is it going to be 25 or is it going to be 50, Alberto? Time will tell. But like Jack said, 50 might be the wrong message to the markets, especially given how the data's coming in.
It's going to be 25 basis points.
25 too. 25, then see what happens. Hey, we got 82% long in the crude. 82.
Yeah. I was just going to say that. Like,
damn, Eddie,
tap my screen.
Yeah, is that right? 82% long crude. Last trade, $78.03. 41s. Yeah, Dolby 41s. We got the check mark there.
In the NQ, Captain's got a floor between 430 and 420 for some back and fill. We're right there right now. We're kissing 430s in the NASDAQ right now.
430, 420?
430 to 420.
We got a check mark there, Hoag.
As we speak.
Oh, this might be the pullback. We got a 5 lot here. Pullback. If we want 29s trade now in NQ.
I think it fades further than that. I think it goes to, I'd certainly see that fill area, but here's the thing. The speed of motion is always something that I watch. And the NQ has been moving too fast without, and I still think it's being fueled by people leaving the market, not people entering the market. And so I see the fade. I mean, it could easily come back to 400.
358.
Oh, easily.
And that's that anchored VWAP off the all-time high in the 30-minute.
Yeah. Now the back and fill, you can see it happening. What Captain is talking about, you can see it coming in on. Let me move this chart over. You can see it most definitely. I think the noisy patch doesn't quite give us the long strength that we might have, but that's just my opinion.
Well, right now,
that's certainly my opinion.
The level there right now. What was that level again?
54, 420.
Floor at
424.
Floor between 430 and 420. Looking for some back and fill that area.
Yeah, and there it is,
got down
right
there.
there.
Almost hit 400.
Yeah, we're at,
I think we should make 420s in honor of Eddie.
Oh, hey,
Sure
Oh,
thing.
please now, please.
Risk.
Oh, please.
Hey, we can keep the risk.
Right
I think
there.
pretty tight. We're pretty tight on that. There's a gap. It goes through like from the number. Not a lot of volume is traded in that range. This is the first time the buyers have been punched in the face today.
Buyers got punched in the face. Active Trader Society, nice call on the 55.41 shorts.
Holy shnikes.
S&Ps, keep them coming. It was a nice level there. 541.
So
here we have 420s right here, right now. 420 right here, right now in the NASDAQ.
Well, do we have enough check marks?
Well, Amber likes a deeper pullback. We got resistance at 19,400.
Yeah. See, I'm with her. Check this out.
All right,
you see this volume spike right here? 19,400 NASDAQ. That was a sell iceberg order. 1,163 traded there, almost 1,100 on the offer. So that was market orders running into sellers there. I'm looking for more iceberg orders at higher levels here. That kind of helped us put in the high for a period yesterday in the S&Ps. I don't usually see iceberg orders like this in the NASDAQ. That's why I'm kind of shocked.
What was it again, Hoag? What was the price they're selling at?
40. I'm sorry, 19,400. 19,400 in the NASDAQ.
Oh, we got two check marks.
I know this is really hard to see because at that price, 19,400, I can see the total volume at that price and the total delta at that price. And it's almost all of it was on the offer.
400. So
there's a low volume node there. Low volume node.
Could easily hold this zone.
This is a pullback. I know. So we have check marks for long at 19,400 then, correct? Is that how I'm reading this, John?
I mean, if I had my druthers, I'd love to see this market come back to that anchored VWAP around 360 NASDAQ.
Me too.
360s.
I don't know if it's going to give it to us, right?
But I tend to be really stingy with that.
Yeah.
Daddy Iceberg, saying in chat.
Daddy Iceberg. Are they calling it?
For the ES, here it comes into its anchored VWAP.
Where is that anchor at on yours?
I have it at the 830 number.
The 830.
So 730 for you.
730 on a 5-minute chart?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the actual VWAP from the open yesterday is all the way down to 55.17. So, see, I just had this sneaky feeling that the steam is going to run out here. And that's bias. Yes. It's just bias. Right now, all the moving averages say buy that dip. And the anchored VWAP, if it fails to hold that anchored VWAP, then 55.23, I think somebody said that number. And then, of course, the main VWAP is down there at 55.16. Okay, here comes that fade. Sorry, go ahead.
I think we can keep it pretty tight. I would just, like if we go, I just want to see if it tests. I'm looking at the ES. If it tests the lows since the open, there is that gap.
You have a check mark at 26 on the longs.
I got an update from one of Eddie's guys in Discord, Brooksy Ladd. He's looking for that flush down to 21.75 in the ES for a possible entry. Below that, 55.11.75. That's below VWAP. Looking to see what price action looks like down there, but 55.21 is definitely a target area for Brooksy Ladd. And A new floor from the captain at 405 to 390 in the NQ. 405 to 390 is the new floor in the NQ.
Look at them buying it right off of that 400
buy that
level.
dip. Just buy the dip. Just buy the dip.
Dang it.
We got to the 420s. Where do we get down to 412?
Interesting spot right here, right now. Take a look at tilt.
Hey, what is tilt doing? Oh,
yeah, 59% short. 59% short. 60, 50-50 in the NQ.
The longs are long from 398. The shorts are short from 402. So the shorts are underwater.
Shorts are.
Yeah, shorts are underwater by quite a bit.
Floor. Hey, JD, what was that floor again? You said 390 to 400? Or 390 to 400?
405 to 390.
Thank you.
NQ.
I see that.
And looking for a target of 2175 in the ES.
75, yep. Cool. Captain price action. Okay. We're kind of stalling out here. Mark, you can't figure out. I literally write Captain price action in my notebook. I'm literally figure out which way it wants to go. Yeah. Crude selling off here. Continues to sell off as we had. What do we have? 80% short there, Eddie? I think we had about 80% short.
Yeah, 82. Oh,
82.
You're talking about crude, right?
Crude, yeah.
They were 82% long.
They were long.
Yeah,
they're getting squeezed
for a while.
They were getting long, and now we're on the right now. We're on the sells right now. 77, 75 last year, and only 36% short. Look, riding that one down.
Look at that bounce off the anchored VWAP here in the ES.
By the dip.
Yep.
By the dip. By the dip.
The question is, how far does it run? You know what I mean? Because all we're doing is watching volume decline.
Yeah, I've got that on the 730 bar as well, right?
Yes, sir.
You see that at 55.29 quarter?
Yep. It was 55.25 just a little bit ago, but it continues to rise.
Continues to rise, yeah.
That's next trade. Next trade. Where does it go from here? We got targets, upside target. We like upside targets. Upside target in ES.
I think that 55.35. That 55.35. That which one, John? Was it one of your guys that said, "Hey, listen, that 55.35 area"? Didn't one of your guys have 55.35?
55.35. Don't have that. There's a big gap in the levels from 35 to 7. Okay, so that's the new upside target. 55.70, the upside target. Or 81s. Yeah. Which Ray likes 81s upside target.
Expansion.
Yep.
Hoag, it looks like you might be on mute.
Oh, you daddy iceberg, you bad man.
Daddy iceberg.
And we've got
Anne Marie got you.
Yeah, you guys call it even.
55.70's resistance, according to Coach Vince. He had a couple of good levels here this morning.
Holy smokes.
And that was just...
it's just that slow, painful grind.
Oh, my goodness.
Just that simple. Don't overthink it. All right,
well, it feels pretty comfortable in this area,
ahead,
Andre. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hit a few news stories real quick. As I mentioned before, with the CPI kind of maybe losing its top dog spot, the bond man himself, Mohammed El-Arian, said his favorite take was that the number was a bit of a yawner, which perhaps is a further sign that the era of everyone being on pins and needles over each inflation report is coming to an end. So, employment takes center stage as long as the barge keeps moving forward as far as lower inflation prints. Next up, just a little interesting thing here. I don't believe there's so many rules and ratios and stuff, but this is a little interesting. Apparently, there's a rule of 20 that says the market is fairly valued when the S&P 500 PE ratio plus CPI add up to 20, which we have been significantly above for a while. For the record, everyone can say to some extent we've been overvalued. That doesn't mean you would have lost a lot of money, I think, if you were doing this. Let me look at this a little bit closer. I guess you buy in 2009, but you would have missed this rally. But yeah, things are a little bit expensive, but doesn't stop the market from going up. Don't let your feelings or biases get in the way of what is happening on your screens. We talked about the Mag 7. How about a quick Zuckerberg update?
Absolutely.
Mark Zuckerberg unveiled an outlandish Roman statue of his wife, which we can see right here.
Anne-Marie, come
on. In the next image, I believe we do have the photo of this Romanesque statue.
Boy. Wow.
Yes. 7 feet. Ultimate wife guy. I love that phrase. If we can get a poll in chat, should we bring back the Roman idea of building a statue of your spouse?
There's only one answer. Yes.
Is that a good idea? Yes. Absolutely. Okay.
I love the fact that she went out there in her robe with a cup of coffee to take that picture.
Just a normal day.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
It's
that's great, Mark. Thanks.
Oh, these billions. Yeah, that's great, Mark.
All right, do I have to stand beside it?
Yeah. This thing probably costs millions of bucks.
Yeah, those billionaires have time on their hands. Incredible.
I'm gonna click. Yes.
Yeah,
we should bring back Roman statues.
Absolutely.
I will get a block of marble and do it myself. DIY. All right, and one last sad note. Famous Amos cookie founder Wally Amos dead at 88. Awesome entrepreneur. Love that product. What kid doesn't like a bag of those cookies? What a lifetime that was. So sorry to our condolences to his family. Pretty cool story if you want to read up on him. So
see, we need a statue of him. Yeah,
now you're talking. Now you're talking, James. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we're building a volume point of control right around here in the ES for the NQ. Hang on, chart.
And it's right at the TPO point of control as well.
Yeah, the volume point of control is way below in the NQ. It's down at the 400 line, and they just popped right in there above that number. For the YM, which continues to weaken, it had a beautiful fade right into its VWAP and now bouncing again, but its VPOC is 40,540. So it's well above, but it looks like it's running right into it. So YM providing a fair bit of motion, just popped right off that VWAP. You could see it here in the Topstep. I just have my other trading platforms up, so you can see it coming right back into that edge and just all the buyers bringing it up. That backfill that Captain was talking about, absolutely popping right up into that old resistance zone up there. The last high we made was, how long ago? 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. Yep, 20 minutes ago. So
don't overthink it. Yep, it's all good. What's Captain's levels? Dude says he'd like to backfill to. Well, you got to put a floor in a 390 to 405. Talking NASDAQ,
Right.
of course. Backfill 420 to 430. I was trading 460s right now. We're just gonna grind. Just gonna grind.
Yeah. 50%. For those of us that remember Rob Smith, who died last year, he would always talk about these big candlesticks just so long as they hold that 50% retrace. And Coach Jay, also
he does
looks at that, and it's just holding them really solidly, not giving it up. 50% fade, you just buy it with your eyes closed.
Yep. All right. Coach J, hit up, Eddie. Even those levels. Pass along us.
Just having a hard time trying to get in Discord. My main computer took a fritz today, so I'm trying to get back in there. JD's got me covered.
Good stuff.
Took a fritz.
Fritz, I like that. All
It's
right,
the sound Velcro makes.
Or Fritz. Or Fritz. You know, something's broken. It's on the Fritz.
It's on the Fritz.
It's the sound Velcro
I actually
makes.
know a Fritz. I know a Fritz, and I think about, wow, I feel bad that your name means something's broken.
Well, I guess it's better than being John.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. I wonder why that came up, too. I wonder.
I have no idea. No idea.
Yeah.
Never thought about that. Guess you got to be a John. Phil, NQ short. SSS short from 465. Short from 465.
That's a night. What's SSS, the risk event there, do you think?
Question. SSS, let's know the risk.
I guess the high, the day high.
Tricky.
I mean, if you're trying to catch a top, that's not a bad spot to go short. 30-minute candlestick formation. Just if you're above the close of the prior candlestick on a 30-minute chart, that's usually fairly bullish, right? Need to wait for a topping event. So we've got the initial balance that's going to be done in what, 6 minutes?
Right. Yes.
Maybe we see I don't know why I even said this. Maybe we see a failed upside auction.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, we're kind
look at me with the lingo.
Yeah.
Only takes me a couple years.
Speaking of lingo, John, I did some research back there. The reason it is called the John is because the forerunner of the first flushing toilet was known as the Ajax, was invented by one Sir John Harrington.
There you go.
Oh.
Surgeon, you got knighted, eh? You got knighthood.
Yeah, just like Elton.
And then big accomplishment.
Yeah, and then there was also Thomas Crapper, who founded the Thomas Crapper and Co. in London, but that was much later.
Can I tell you, when I was in London, they still have. I went to this super famous breakfast place that everybody on Canary Wharf goes to in the morning, and it's so very bougie, but. You go in there, you went to the bathroom, and they had the guy, Crapper, on the, and you still were pulling the string. I was like, wait, what? But yeah, they still make them, and they still have his name right across the top of them. Crazy.
Shout out to Crapper. All right, we got the low grind rally here. Low volume. New highs coming here at NASDAQ, 14,082.75. 80 high of the day last trade, 470s. All right, initial balance in 4 minutes, correct, Hoag? And I guess Anne Marie's the one that's called it out. Yep. 4 minutes initial balance will be set.
So, John, if we were looking at the YM and we were looking at its volume profile, did that signal a failed auction, or is just that an auction fade? If we're looking at the 30-minute candlesticks in the YM.
Oh, okay. All right. I was looking at the profile, but I do have that here. Hang on. There it is. Well, I mean, I mean, the high of the day in the Dow is technically still in the initial balance.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that it's not a finished upside auction. It's just you wouldn't call that a failed auction if you didn't have the initial balance first.
Okay. So it would have to have the initial balance first. So if we went now to the profiles and we were staring it down, what would give us an indication of a trade we might be able to sneak in there on? If we were looking at that.
All right. So 257 tick opening initial balance right now. We do have we have very little price bar overlay to the downside. We know we've got the big gap to the downside yesterday's session. So, I mean, the way the market has been, I think it's been choppy, according to the way I look at things. So I'm focusing on the extremes. If we break out at the low of the initial balance and it looks like it's got some momentum, that could be a short, but I don't want it to get in my pockets at all.
Gotcha.
Okay, that could be a drive to close the gap or an attempt to close the gap. So if we take that, it's not, I'm not going to be risking the high of the initial balance on that. This is something I want to happen now. And if it doesn't, I can just get out of it at a small loss or whatever it is. But if we do extend the range to the downside and we come back in the initial balance, then we may be getting a failed downside auction, which I think, the way the numbers went today, the way everything's going today, it seems like that there would be a pretty decent probability of that. Mm-hmm. Then we could look for a long, yesterday in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. I mean, by the time this proved to be a failed downside auction, we were all the way up here.
Yep.
And that's what you want. You want a failed downside auction to leave that area quickly. You don't want it hanging around. You want it to leave quickly. The problem was it happened right after 9:30 is when we put that low in, and then it came back in and we came all the way back up. So it never really gave us a chance to get cheap trade location closer to the time when the verification of the failed auction came in. This would have been a really early preempt of a failed downside auction, which would have worked wonderfully. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's not going to work if it's preemptive. Look at how small the initial balance is today. There's yesterday's initial balance, 46.70, so 23-point opening initial balance. 18.5 points is the initial balance. This is going to be extended at some point, maybe even right now.
Yeah. Sickles.
So now, what do we do with that information? It's not going to take a whole lot of energy to extend outside a small initial balance. We could, now that the initial balance is done, this could be a short up here.
Yeah, Hoag, I'm seeing that 74% long NQ right now. 74% long NQ. Mm-hmm. We are up at 19,470, 19,470, 470 sell side imbalance, 19,470 here.
Right.
Or 480s are trading now. 73% long. Short.
I mean,
it would be C profit. It's counter trend. It's counter trend, like Anne Marie would say.
It is, but
you could
it's
dip a toe.
you know,
Dip a toe.
a short up here. It can be pretty cheap if we get good trade location.
I think we got it. We're about 8 points off the high.
Well, you know what?
74% long. 74%
It
long.
might not be a bad idea. Where's the long? 434. It might not be a bad idea to watch for Dakota's 3-bar reversal. That might get us in a little faster. Right now,
74% long NQ. Dip a toe.
it's still pretty.
Yeah, we can certainly monitor for that on the 5-minute chart, right? I mean, you can go shorter time frame for those, but I think the 5-minute chart is a little more reliable when it comes to that.
There's nothing telling us it's a breakdown. Even if we look at a 1 minute, we're not seeing any breaks.
We're going counter trend on this one.
So, I mean, if we break out the high of the initial balance, we could time stop along.
What size would we choose?
I mean, for the house account, I would start with a 5.
We got an update from Coach Jay here. He likes that we're holding above 55.35 in the ES. He does want to see a little bit of a volume spike before he gets long, but he likes the way 55.35 is holding as a base right now. Looking for longs above here.
That's not the.
We can watch, and I mean, I can do this on a practice account if we want. Just to kind of watch what it's like to try and take a trade using a time stop. How many stops do you think are above the initial balance right now?
All of them.
Let's take a look at the
shorts are 35s. They're all, any of the shorts are their average price is 35. So they're all looking at 10 points of risk on this.
So,
shout out Coach Jay. Coach Jay likes above 55.35. 10-point risk. He likes risk. If we're doing ES, likes the risk around 5-10, more like 10 points risk for house account trades today. Hey, Jay, is that because of the pullbacks you're seeing? NQ tilt was up at 75%, 74%, now down to 68. Or what did I say? 66% long.
Yeah, that price brought it right back into this little moving average that I have here, and that's old resistance, new support. So they're still buying the shallow dips. Even this is a 1 minute chart I'm looking at, and they're still buying those shallow dips.
Yeah.
Same thing here in the ES. And so, if you did it, you could have yourself a scalp long and then close it at the all-time highs. I mean, at the highs of the day, but who wants to scalp trade?
All right, JD, I'm coming your way. Let's do those stats.
I do love the accountability here that I am in fact down $3 in my live account. I somehow ended up with an MES on that I scratched.
Love that too.
I'm up 2 though when you count Hoag's mute fine, so that's something.
There you go. There you go. Winner. All right, well, we'll see if we keep grinding here. If we can keep grinding higher. Some sellers trying to step in here. 19,482 last trade. I'm gonna throw it to a man, JD. JD's got some stats. A little bit behind.
Wait. I want to see if we get this breakout and see let's see what happens.
What are we gonna do with it? Break out to the upside?
Just for educational purposes. I mean, this is something that I think a lot of people have a problem with. If you're taking a breakout trade above the initial balance, there's a lot of risk to it. Don't take the risk. It either goes right away or you're out. You don't let it get in your pocket. We got a double top here.
All right. Well, are we gonna do a trade here, or
what's the breakaway?
No, this is a practice account. Okay, so we took one look. Okay, now we're long. I'm actually this is just a practice account. I forgot I had a position on. So we just bought it above the initial balance. The initial balance high is 55.44.75. 44.75. I don't even have a stop in. If it comes back down to that level, I'm gonna get out of this trade. we're seeing at least some participation in the dome, which is more likely going to continue this move to the upside. This is something that a lot of people don't want to do, but it's so cheap because it has to go your way right away, and if it comes back in, you're out.
Yeah, and the great way to look at that to say, am I moving with trend? Look at how on a 1 minute chart, look at how steep this moving average is. It's so steep. It's just saying, listen, the second it comes in there, you buy it. And so now we're up at 55.47, which was where, what was that? Adam's number? 55.40? No, his number's 42. So that's a pretty good extension. It's a 78.6 extension of the ATR in the ES today, too.
So I think I bought it at 545 quarter. If it goes back into the IB at all, I'll be out of this with a 2-tick loss. If it just continues to roll higher, then we'll see where it goes. And this, again, just an example. This is that was just a practice account. We just want to see if we get a substantial pullback, a substantial breakout, and a substantial breakout to me has to happen right away. Okay, so it just got stopped out. It doesn't mean it's not a decent long. Now I think what we look for is to see if we actually put up a failed upside auction. All right, go ahead, JD. Sorry about that.
Jay's gonna jump on here. I think he's swap out for Jack, I believe, or Jack, or is that what's going on, Jack? I'm looking at these levels here. I think Jay's gonna jump on. We'll do the stats then.
Yeah, JD, if you're back there, if you want to switch out, I can do it. We did touch the very top of my purple box there from earlier. I gotta trust the purple box. Anyway, great talking with you guys.
You say that to yourself all the time.
All the time.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, we're just grinding higher, zombie mode. Engage. Jay Cook, nice call on the.
And we've got Adam Mancini saying 55.46. Looks like that may have been the short. Looks like we've got a failed upside auction here. Do we look to take this?
I like to look for structure, but if it's going to collapse, by structure, I mean, I'd like to see a failure to move higher, a break of support, and then a bounce that gives me a lower high.
All right, 19,491 in the NASDAQ. Upside target, we still got a target of 55.7. Go ahead, Jack.
Right on cue. We have 347 lots. Let me check what it is in the ES right now. Oh, it moved. Never mind. That's a spread bros. Anyway, I have to jump off to go convene with the spread bros. JD's going to come into my spot and we'll do some stats and stuff like that. But good trading. Anne-Marie, always a pleasure. Daddy Iceberg, you're the man. I'll be back later for Power Hour.
All right,
so
Jack.
I'll see you guys then, all right?
Yeah.
So we're still holding above the initial balance in the NASDAQ.
And we're just below it in the ES?
We're right at it in the ES. And then we've got, we got a couple of our traders, quoting Adam Mancini with that 55.46 level.
55.46. Yep, 55.46. Mancini. All right, NQ trying to figure out what to do with 19,500, 503s now. I'm just going to plow right through it.
Got a 500 lot. We have almost 500 sitting at 55.49. The ones higher just fell off the cliff. Yeah, they're really jockeying around their prices down there in the dome.
Yeah, there's a bunch of algos that just kind of follow price on both sides.
55.50. Now 510 sitting up there.
Algo sandwich. Where's D? Algo sandwich, D.
Algo sandwich.
Yes. Eduardo, my man Eduardo from Germany. I think it's going to grossly slow those legs until end of day. You might be onto something, Eduardo. Why is he pulled back? Hey, speaking of buying, crude buyers right off of VWAP. Man, 77.68 was VWAP. Currently trading, we're seeing about a 50% bounce here. Last trade, $78.26. Those that got long.
All right, so if we have a cheap topping formation, we could sell at this 55.46. That's what I have an order in for. Just, oh my gosh, if it leaves me there, I'm going to be pretty upset. But this is what I'm seeing. The high, a break of support, and then a bounce to a lower high. This is what I mean by structure. It's still sitting on a 1 minute.
So you're liking short.
I am liking the short here.
Andre?
All right, I'm looking right now. 19,500. We got a level of resistance, 19,500. We got 2 check marks.
Talking to ES now. Talking to ES, right? 55.46.
Yeah.
Shoot, 55.40. That's our level. That's our Mancini level, correct? And we got, yeah. 50,
we got
55.46.
We have
we're in that vacuum.
Check from Anne Marie. Where's our risk?
Where is our risk? So that's the thing. Based on Topstep daily levels. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's good. What are they, you think? What are the numbers of import that you think?
Are we expecting the high to be in now if we're going to be taking this short?
NBC profit take profit.
Yeah, I do.
55.46. Where is risk? Risk would be
55.51 and a quarter.
I was going to say twos. Fine. 55.51. Yeah. And it's a cheap trade. Yeah. Upside, we got check mark from Mancini. Topstep daily levels. We got that gap. We got that vacuum hug from 35 to 70.
We're short 10.
Man, let's go. That's decisiveness. Short 10 from what price, Hoag?
44.5.
Hell yeah.
And our risk is where?
52s. 51 the orders.
Stop placed.
50 risk, 51.
I mean, that's
order. All right, Mancini. Where are you at, Mancini?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got tilt. Hey, we got 70% long in the NQ. Taking a look at the ES, 60% long in the ES.
Just executing.
Oh yeah. Robot mode.
Yeah, tilt. Crude traders back on the bids here. 82% long again. So big swing.
Right. All right, Anne-Marie. So what are we looking for to get some confirmation of this trade? Again, house account short 10 from 55.44. What are we looking for in terms of confirmation here?
We got to lose that 55.42 area.
Clear the 42s. Clear the 42s. You're at. We're not going to get blindsided by any numbers here. Nope. Okay, so we're good. We're clear there. Got clear runway. All right, just to recap that trade. Level here from one of the best charters, Mancini, right?
Yeah.
And we got Anne-Marie also calling in here. And also we're looking to see, we saw volume dissipating. So we have a couple of reasons why it's a cheap short, correct? Oh, this is a cheap short, meaning that we're going to keep our risk very, very tight. And this isn't necessarily a time stop, is it, Hoag? This isn't really a time stop trade, is it?
I mean, and we're holding above the initial balance high, which gives me caution about about this trade.
Go full screen. Nice. Thank you, Hoag. Look at this. We're good. We're getting good at this, James Harden. Look at he's going full screen, Hoag. Love it.
This is the 5-minute chart. I would be much more comfortable if we could get back inside the initial balance.
I know, me too. And it's just breaking out again.
475. So if either of you decide, what, this is not working, we don't have to take the full stop.
Got conviction in this one.
Yeah.
Come on. What do we got? Single chart only nice.
See the break.
Looking for shorts. I mean, the volume is just dying and dying and dying.
I know it.
Are we really only 50% long in the S&Ps as far as?
But as far as exits, if we do get, it's going to be a C profit, take profit, I think, because this is counter trend. Short from 44.5.
Well, if we actually manage to put in a failed downside auction, I see the other extreme of the initial balance all the way down at, let's just call it 27.
Hell yeah, I'm cool with that.
I mean, that's if it plays out.
We got 13 minutes still till 10 o'clock. 13 minutes till time. We're trying to preempt the failed upside auction. Got me and Mancini in the house. We got controlled risk. Okay. Feels like NQ's the leader. Feels like NQ's leading.
Yeah, it's definitely
kind of watching. I'm
watching a little NQ fading there. But
single chart only. Great job, Hoag. Yeah, and house count short from 44.5. 44.5. This candle. The candle just.
That was just still hanging around.
We can cut it. We can cut it if we want.
Yeah.
We know where this
fish or cut bait.
I mean, it looks like. I mean, the charts are saying it's the grind.
Yeah.
Try to short a zombie rally.
Yeah.
So cut bait.
Yeah. What would be our?
Well, full stop out's $3,600. Right now we're at negative 18. I mean, we shouldn't be focusing on that, but if you guys, we keep putting in higher highs.
Chat, what do you say? Chat, what do you say? Cut bait or let it ride? Cut it. We're saying cut.
Yeah.
Anne Marie, cut bait.
I agree.
Cut.
Yeah.
Cut.
I agree.
Cut.
Okay.
Cut.
$2,600 loss there.
Okay. Good. Cut. We got everyone in there. All good. Cut. Everyone's saying cut in the chat. Cut.
Cut.
All right.
So, I mean, I think now, as long as we stay above that initial balance high, we're looking for longs.
God, if that thing wicked us out.
Well,
like yesterday.
Hey, we're still in the game here. We're still in the game.
Yeah.
We end up with a failed upside auction here. We could really clean up on the way down.
All right, what price will we need to break through to get that? The entire chat said cut.
44.75 is the IB high in the S&Ps.
Fade the chat. They're saying fade the chat.
Fade the chat.
Look at this.
Oh my gosh. Top ticked.
Go back to. Is that what's going to happen here, Emery?
I don't know. I'm disgusted. I'm ready to chew on a nail.
Nah, look at that. They're going to come back in here and just grind it higher. It's how this one was yesterday.
Yep.
It was yesterday. All right, we'll reset. 69% long crude, 64% long ES and NQ.
John, could you look at the profile of that last candlestick and see if there's any excess sitting in the current 30-minute? Did we pop off and now have excess above us on that 30-minute candlestick?
No, we haven't.
Oh, here it is. If I can even see it here.
Oh,
what do you got?
rage. I'm feeling a bit of rage.
At least you're in tune.
Sorry.
It's like 10.
All right. So here's the range extension, right? So we have some decent volume right here where we spent a whole lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing really going up here. Nothing as far as volume is concerned. So as we pushed higher, volume started to cut off.
Okay, so
Hoop says NQ's leader.
could we say that's excess, or
We can, but we can't
until the end of
confirm
the
it yet.
candlestick?
Can't
Yes.
confirm it yet.
Yes. All right. Gotcha. Crod-sickles.
So, I mean,
All right.
if we open the next 30-minute bar above the initial balance, that gives us excess now below price. Very short time frame excess, but excess below price. So we open above the initial balance on this next 30-minute bar. The general rule is to the long side.
Okay.
We find acceptance back inside the IB, then that changes things.
Back in the IB would be what price, Hoag? Back in the initial balance?
44.75. 44.75.
44.75. That's where we got.
Yes.
Yeah, essentially where we got short. We still have time for that.
Nasdaq's dealing with it.
Anne-Marie's face. Anne-Marie's face. Yeah, I saw that. Anne-Marie. She thought it was her doorbell ringing. What's up, JD? What's going on?
What's up, guys? I'm fired up this morning. Let's make some money. I want to get on the right side of this market. The consensus from our coaching teams in Discord right now, our levels guys, is that pullbacks are for adding onto long positions until the market tells us otherwise. So let's stop trying to pick some tops. I got the risk team scaled up my contract size to 30 lots, Hoag. If we catch a good one,
woo,
we're going 60, 30 and 30. We're going 60 long.
Oh, boy. All right, then.
JD coming hot. I like it. I like it, JD. There's a pullback here.
Pullbacks are for buying right now. That is the consensus.
Yeah.
Our guy, Captain Price Action, has a floor 73-ish to 90 in the NQ 530 target still. But yeah, let's get on the right side of this move. It's grinding higher. I don't like picking tops right now.
Hell yeah, JD. Blowtorch to the face, JD. Let's do it. All right. 19,490. You got me fired up now. 19,490 on the pullback here in the NQ. We don't have the check marks right now, but this is a slight pullback. I mean, how deep are these pullbacks going to be? Coach J, hit me up. Hit us up.
489's IB high in the NASDAQ. 489
IB high. Can we dip a toe in? Can we dip a toe in right now? Because ES has not pulled back like the NQ has pulled back. JD, what do you like? What do you like? It's just my... We got no levels. No levels.
See,
dips are for buying right now, guys.
Dips are for buying.
We've got a potential 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ now.
So let's watch it reverse to support and then consider the opportunity, perhaps.
That's on the 5-minute chart.
We're off session low 32. Yes, I like 32s too, but we're at 47 right now. This is we got 87s. We got 6 minutes till the top of the hour. I'm going to tilt 70%.
If no downside failed auction, we use initial balance high as a support area. Is that correct?
Right.
All right.
Typically, that's going to be what you're looking for. The problem with that is establishing where the risk is.
Establish the risk. Where's the risk? That's true.
It's a time stop. If you're traded for a certain amount of time back inside initial balance, let's call it 15 minutes. We can put I would say first stop level would be in the ES, just below Coach J's initial support level, 55.35. He called that level a little while ago. He liked longs above 55.35 about an hour ago. He was looking for a volume spike. We still didn't see a significant volume spike, but we never broke below that level. If we do, then we could see some. Yeah, we could see a little stop run before underneath 35. So I think that might be our initial stop zone if we get long at initial balance high.
Maybe high. Okay, we're talking ES. We're all talking the same market, correct? S&Ps. JD, are we talking NASDAQ?
Talking S&P right now.
S&P. Thank you. Okay. Those 44s. Something can believe those 44.5. We're short 44.5. That trade is over. On to the next one. Okay, so we like 35s. We got check mark. SSS likes 32s. So pull back 35, 32. So we got check marks down there.
Yeah, 35, 33, the anchored view app off the 730 bar.
Captain says he'd wait. Captain says he'd wait for the floor to develop the next long position in the Nasdaq. Floor is at 73 to 90-ish in the Nasdaq.
Okay, so check mark for 19,473. Right now,
we're in there right now.
372's trade, 72's trade. He called that 420. The 420 floor they called about a half hour ago was pretty spot on.
That was an excellent call right off the open.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. We're at risk of a failed upside auction in the Nasdaq right now. We got to wait. We got to wait 2 minutes, but we're well inside the initial balance.
In the Nasdaq, not in the S&P.
Right.
S&P staying stronger right now.
Yeah. So in the practice account, because I had left it at 290 on the stop, this short is still active. It didn't hit the 52 area, and so I am looking for that bounce up off of 55.42 to 55.35 in order for us to have the next long in terms of that ES formation. What are you guys thinking in terms of the ES again? What do you
55.33 is that anchored VWAP off the 730 bar on the 5 minute chart, right?
Yep. That's
Brooksy on Brooksy on Eddie's team is still looking for that 2175 in the ES. If we do have this failed upside auction, that's a good target to the downside. 55.21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
21's to the downside. Still can't get beneath those. All right, we got what, minute 15 seconds here, minute 15 seconds till top of the hour. If we don't get that, I mean, we pulled the trigger on this Nasdaq, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you look for the IB high for your risk.
We're all looking at ES. All right, let's quit looking.
ES is not cooperating with a failed upside auction right now.
Sure isn't. So I think bulls are in control. We sold 44 halves.
They are.
Cut bait. We could get back in here. We got check marks. Check marks. JD, we got any check marks in ES? We're looking at downside 21s, 26s for. I know Brooksy keeps talking 26s down, 21s to the downside.
Brooksy likes 21, yeah. Captain's long 1 MNQ right now. We just got long at 470.
Nice. We got
small right now.
20. All right, Hoag, if we 15 seconds till top of the hour.
I know there is like a section for it on expenses that finance.
Mick's a busy boy today.
I love Mick.
You know it.
Just a booming voice. It's JD. It's okay, JD. You're doing a great.
I'm doing my best
10 o'clock.
between,
10 o'clock just said we did not get that failed downside auction. Is it worth jumping in right here, right now?
So we got it in the Nasdaq and not in the S&Ps. Of course, they're going to complicate things.
Divergence.
The Nasdaq has come off much more significantly. We do have a 3-bar reversal right off the high there.
But also now building. Oh no, not yet.
I thought it was coming too, Henry. I saw it too.
Yeah.
All right, 10 o'clock is hit. All right, we don't have a trade on right now. We do have some housekeeping catch up on.
Want to see some P&Ls before we jump into this trade?
We might as well. It kind of feels like we're forcing it right now. So let's take a break. Let's step back for a second. Kind of feels like we're just trying to force a trade for the time being. We don't have any.
Yeah,
I'm going for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
We got a couple of minor couple of minor 3-minute bull flags forming in both ES and NQ. We'll see how those play out. We get a little dip, and we're going to start scaling in some bids, I believe. But first, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Do it.
There they are. All right, first up is Nicole. Carved it up trading the NASDAQ and gold yesterday. $6,500 total. $2,500 trading the NASDAQ and about $4,000 trading gold. Dylan put up just over $4,000 trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. Tariq, close to $3,500. Am I reading that right? Yeah, $3,500 trading the Dow. Lucas was trading the NASDAQ for a nice $3,300 profit. And Karina put together a solid string of winners trading gold yesterday, almost $3,000. These guys are all trading in live markets, folks. Give me a minute. I got an update and overlay, and we'll do XFA P&Ls. Just a minute.
All right, you got it, man. All right, they're going to try to buy this dip again. This is, I think, JD.
We're respecting initial balance high in the S&P right now. Breaking through that minor 3-minute bull flag in the ES. Let me see what the NQ is doing. NQ is also, let me see what the guys in Discord are doing.
JD, dude, getting shot out of a cannon. I love it. My man, Dolby time. Got some more levels, just spitting levels. Next upside target on ES would be 55 to 55.60. Okay, well, at least I do feel better about it.
Yep, I see that from Dolby's guy.
Yeah.
Here we go. Knocking on the ceiling right now.
Knock on the ceiling. Do we get long? Do we got long?
Yeah, we've got single TPOs above.
Not much of a pullback, yeah.
Yeah, it was. It
we
was
had a minor.
JD, maybe that's all we're gonna get. That's all we're gonna get. I mean,
we had a minor shot at getting in at initial balance high. Knocking on the ceiling right now. Dips are still for buying. That is the consensus.
Yes. We had those. Mickey, keep them coming. Mickey, keep them coming. JD, instant check mark from Mickey or Captain Price Action, I should say.
Mickey's long 4-7.
Captain Price Action.
Sorry,
Captain Price.
Captain Price. I apologize.
It's gonna be
towards the head, but I keep saying his name. The captain is long at 470 in the NQ right now.
Yeah, that's a nice trade.
You get some kind of a pullback here, we can get in.
This might be all we get right here. This might be all we get. 490
of the initial balance.
Well, yeah. What was it? The ducks are quacking. Feed them. What was that? What was?
Yeah.
I think they're quacking. I think they're quacking right now, Captain. Ducks are quacking.
Feed them.
What's his target?
Feed them.
I don't know.
What is his target?
55, 60. Keep these.
I'll ask him. He was actually stacking bids. He had bids at 460 and 440. Just hit on the 470s, though.
Might be our champ.
We've been looking for longs and just not getting the pullbacks we were looking for.
We might not get those pullbacks. We might not get the perfect pullback. Like we got
to preempted a failed upside auction that proved not to be true.
NASDAQ's lagging right now. If we want to catch something, NASDAQ's lagging.
It is lagging. It's back above the initial balance, which we can probably use to limit risk.
Kim's got a 530 target in the NQ.
Okay.
Long 470 looking for fee.
530s?
Yep.
Thank you, Hope. JD, my man, dude. What was in your Cheerios this morning, dude? I like that. Hey, give me some of that, man. That's what's up, dude. I love it.
I've been intermittent fasting for the last couple of weeks, almost a month now.
Is that true?
I only eat my meals between 3 and 8 o'clock p.m. So I haven't eaten yet. So I'm just topped up on coffee right now.
Hey, whatever
Pure
it takes. I like
of
it.
mind and spirit.
Pure of mind and spirit. Thank you, Jack.
Dolby time, pullback levels in ES for longs.
So the long action off the rise above the initial balance in the NQ is what I just took just 2 seconds ago.
Okay.
At 487.
Do we have any check marks for that?
Oh no, that was just me. I just wanted to tell
I
you.
know. I'm just asking for house account.
What we got, JD? We got
George in the chat. I'm not grumpy. I'm fired up. This is not grumpy, JD.
That ain't grumpy, man. He just wants to make some money.
When I'm grumpy, you'll definitely know it.
Don't want to see that. All right. Well, maybe we're forced it. Maybe we're looking to force it right now. Feels like we're really just
wait for the pullbacks. Wait for the pullbacks.
Wait for a pullback. All right. Let's take a breather for a second. We can walk and chew gum. We'll jump in if the pullback does. JD, jump in here. We do have some things to catch up to. I want to throw it to my man Gabe. We got Topstep X announcement because volumes kind of taper off. We're trading a bit sideways. So I'm gonna throw it to my man Gabe. Gabe, let's do the Topstep X announcements. What do we got, Gabe?
What's going on, everybody? How we doing?
There's the captain, the pilot right there. What's up?
Man, not too much. Just hanging out, watching you guys, looking at this market just continue to rip higher. Not really rip, I guess that's probably a poor choice of words, but nonetheless, I digress. We're going to move into a quick announcement here. If you are new to the show, you're here for the first time today, or whether you haven't tuned in the past couple days, I've got a couple updates for you on Topstep X. So I've got my chart shared currently. I'm going to point out there's two updates that are kind of top of the list for us right now in the last 48 hours. The first one is going to be that the journaling feature now allows you to add screenshots to your journal entries. Nice. So I want to just go down to the calendar here. You can either also go into your individual trades and hit the little note on the far left. But no matter what, when you access the journal and add a new journal entry, there is a new button. It's the fourth to the last on the right here underneath day. There's a picture, and you can add a screenshot of whatever you need to plug in. So if it's a screenshot of your chart or a podcast, or a tidbit of information you found online or on TopstepTV maybe that you found helpful, that you want to relate that to a trade, just plug that in there for you. So that's the first one. So really helpful. Just once again, continuously updating and taking feedback from you guys and turning around it into real-time, very quick pushes to get you guys the best information. On that same conversation here, we've got another update on hotkeys. So if you have not used the hotkeys, check them out. They could be helpful. I would encourage you to do it in a practice account by all means, just to make sure that you do not fat finger the wrong key while you're getting used to building some new habits. But we have a couple different additional actionable items that you can now set hotkeys for. First one would be the contract size being increased, so +1, and you have contract size being decreased, -1. And in addition to that, you can now set a trade to break even, which is great as well. So those three additions were quickly added based on feedback. And the other last and most important, I believe, in the feedback that you guys shared with us on the hotkeys is that previously you had to click inside of the dome or the order entry panel to be able to use the hotkeys. No longer is that a thing. You can be in your active chart at the current moment and still use the hotkeys. So that is another update that I think is super helpful that we immediately heard from you guys and acted on it pretty much the same day, which is great. So speedy quick. We're getting quicker, and I'm excited to see what's up on the roadmap here coming up next for you guys, and myself included.
Yeah.
But that's it.
And Gabe,
back to you guys.
You know why the people love you, Gabe? Because every time you come on here, you get to deliver good news, Just new stuff that we're rolling out, man. You're the good news guy. It's awesome.
More good news used to be that way, man. You threw me in for some bad news one time.
I remember. What was that? What was we were pulling top quiz, right?
We were pulling top quiz. Yeah, we were pulling top quiz and putting it on pause for a moment. And I didn't receive
that one.
Yeah, man. You threw me into the fire, but hey, chat, super supportive. Love our chat. Yeah. So shout out to you guys watching. Shout out to Bell to Bellers. That's it. That's what I got for you guys. Moving back to the markets here.
Good job, Gabe. Gabe's delivering some more. News. Yes, that one time we're like, all right, Gabe, you're going to deliver the news that top quiz is on on pause for the time being. He'll be back. He'll be back. I can promise you. We'll be back one day. We got to clean up some things on the back end here before we bring that back. But yes, Gabe delivering more good news here at Topstep. We are rolling out new stuff weekly, all the time, man. It's what we do here. All right, back to these markets. I got a live trader update. Here we go. Rips at the DLL. It happens. Nick for Tick, DLL. Yep, one of those days. These zombie rallies, man. I know that's Nick for Tick's least favorite type of price action. That's what we're seeing today. So, see what happens. Alexis J, though. Hey, Tanya trades up $350. Alexis J up $4,700. Karina up $300. King L up $2,000. And Dylan up $2,500. Awesome to see. Karina W with her best day in a live account to date. Awesome to see. Keep getting that money. All right, 19,500 last trade in the NQ.
Nice entry, Anne-Marie. Nice entry.
Anne-Marie, what are you on from?
I'm flat. I'm flat now. From the I think it was 488.
IBI.
That's the topping formation of that 3-bar reversal that Dakota watches. So that's why I went flat. Plus, it was a big fat round number.
Round numbers. $55.70. We got $55.70, $55.55, $55.60. Team Dolby time team. We got to come up with a name for a team.
Look at the ES just
creeping higher,
busting out. I mean, man. Yep.
So no time for cheap shorts today. Well, at least right now.
We learned the hard way.
Just focusing on the ES. When we left these single ticks above the initial balance, it's all longs from there.
Yeah, it was a good chase. Just, hindsight.
Sometimes if you try and preempt a failed breakout, this is what happens.
Note to self.
Yep.
Note to self. Yeah, I haven't seen Nick for a tick in the chat yet, but I'm suspecting it's these team higher highs. Dolby time. Team higher highs. I like that name. Higher highs. Can't go higher than the highs, but yet we always do. All right, let's take a quick look around the horn here. YM last trade 40,577. 577. Last trade high of the day 40,665. Take a peek at oil here. Oil did bounce off VWAP. VWAP $77.72. Last trade $78.21. High of the day $78.38. Take a look at gold here. Still trying to figure out what to do that $2,500 level. Last trade $24.95. High of the day $25.08. So about about $20 off. Excuse me, $13 off the highs of the day. All right, we're just gonna grind. Volume's nothing to write home about. Go ahead, JD.
We're about to run to the captain's 530 level. He just updated a temporary floor from 478 to 482 area, right around where Anne-Marie got long there. Violation of that, holding anytime below 478 to 480. Let's just say below the 480 area in the NQ. Could see some lower price action, but we are still grinding higher right now. Tapping on the ceiling of the NASDAQ, about to make new highs. I think we're going to hit the captain's 530 target. Question in the chat, if we want to get long, why don't we just buy it and get long? Well,
I mean,
you got to figure out a way to mitigate risk, right? You got to know where you're getting out before you get in. So that is why we don't just arbitrarily buy into a grinding higher market.
Yeah. Every time I do that, I put in the high.
Put in the highs. Yep. We've all been there.
Bryce in the chat, another junior analyst on Hindsight Capital says, I told you. Thank you, Bryce.
Oh, we got an I told you so. We got an I told you so already? Oh, man.
We got an I told you.
That didn't take long. That didn't take long, man. All right, Bryce. What's the next trade then? Tell us now so you can I told you guys later. Tell us now what the next trade is, Bryce.
Ripping
here.
Making new highs.
New highs, NASDAQ, yes.
IB high was the buy.
Yep.
Yep.
It's all right. No
it often
FOMO.
is with those moving averages going straight up.
Well, we just remember that and use it next time.
Yep. You know, it's funny when we are traders who've seen the markets do all kinds of things in crazy kinds of ways, folks, that it's natural for somebody who hasn't to say, well, if we want to buy, why don't we just buy? And truly, it's the reason so many of us have trouble trading over the long haul. It's because we don't think about what happens if a bus is coming in the other direction and it's about to, clip us. And so I think that's super important when you're thinking about trading and you're thinking to yourself, hey, why don't I just buy? You have to think about, well, where's it going to be wrong, and then not find yourself in out, and just destroying your account and paying your broker. And so that's just
brokers,
just something that we learn along the way, right? So we don't overtrade.
Upside target, team higher highs. Dolby time.
Got a nice 5-minute range in crude oil happening right now. We're tapping on the ceiling, possibly. Well, I was going to say around the highs, but we're still trading inside the initial balance in crude oil at the moment. Might be a nice range trade in that market.
JD, look at what I've been, trying to learn how to use anchored VWAP, right? So we've got the high 30-minute bar for the week this right here. And it's the kind of pink line going here. And look where we just traded to. I mean, it's been holding resistance the whole way down. We just got back to it, and now it's starting to come off that level. I'm really starting to learn about these anchored VWAPs and learning how to trust them. If we would have trusted them yesterday, we probably would have gotten, we may have gotten long where we got that first short yesterday in the S&Ps. Because we were trying to hold below that. Once it broke above it, it was a long. And there it is right there in crude oil today, kind of putting in the high of the session. We still have the initial, the opening. Go ahead, JD.
Do you like a short it? Do you like a short at new highs in crude oil?
Well, I mean, it just tried to make a new high, right? So it's still in the initial balance. The opening range is the low of the session, which kind of tells me I'm looking for longs up to that point. But if we get a failed upside auction above this anchored VWAP and back into the initial balance, then I like a short here in crude oil. I want to see it fail above that anchored VWAP and come back in, and then look for the short, because that might give us a cheap opportunity as well.
I got a question for you guys. When we talk about cheap trades, and who was I talking with this about yesterday? Is a cheap trade just another way of saying you're calling the bottoms or picking the tops? Is that essentially what you're doing?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously we tried a short because there was some sort of structure. It was the IB high, right? So we tried a short there. It didn't play out, but it wasn't just because it was the high of the session. It was because it was the IB high, and we were looking for a failed upside auction. It didn't work. But if the market is directional and, let's say the market is just rallying and every time it puts in a new high, you say, all right, that's the high. I'm going to get short here and put my stop above it. Well, that got stopped out and it's a new high. So now I'm going to pick the high here and take a short and put my stop above it. And you just keep getting run over. And that's what the equities have been doing for the 40 some years that I've been watching them. They get the short time frame short and they just run over their stops. Timing a directional change is extremely difficult.
And when you are trying to pick tops and bottoms, you want to see those trades work out immediately. These aren't trades that you're looking to hold for hours and hours. If I'm playing a failed top or a failed bottom, I want to see price blast through that liquidity, come right back in and start back to the downside or the upside. If I'm looking at a failed top, I want to see it blow through that liquidity and come back immediately. I want to be in the profit within seconds. You can almost use a time stop on that, count to 20 or something like that. If you're not in the money within a certain amount of time, you just exit the trade because it's just going to keep grinding higher. But it's more of a speed play than anything.
Okay, well, this market is not speedy. This market is not speedy by any means, right? We can agree on that.
It's grinding, which is probably even stronger because it's not emotional.
Yes.
So
it's not emotional.
That's huge. Yeah.
And your stop is super tight. You're not taking a whole lot of risk. You want like a 5-to-1 reward to risk on a cheap trade playing a fail top.
For me, a cheap trade is a trade that's against a previous area of structure, that if it breaks that structure, I'm out. Whether it's day time frame, previous days, anything like that.
All right, well, we gotta look for a pullback. Here's the thing: we're not going to get the check marks for a pull. We're not going to get in these trending days. It's when it comes to house accounts, it can be very tricky to get. Hey, Hoag, what was that iceberg in the Nasdaq? Can we replay that trade again? What was the iceberg in the Nasdaq that we saw this morning?
Here it was.
Was that on the offer?
Yes. There was 1,100 that traded at this price.
What price is that?
Almost all of them were on the offer. So this was a large offer or an iceberg order that shorter time frame traders just used market orders to buy it, and it actually paid out for them today because that was a really sweet level.
Was it at 400? What was that number?
Yes, 19,400 NASDAQ, 19,400.
400s, yep.
So, I mean, you could have technically said a short up against the C period high at 514 NASDAQ could have been considered a cheap short below that. If it doesn't take out that C period high and you short it, then you've got a lot of space down below. But of course, D period took it out. Now we could look at D period high up here around 525 and say, well, that looks like a cheap short. And we can take that because it's below the previous high. But if, the next period or this period comes and takes it out, we're going to get stopped out again and again and again. When the market is directional, you don't want to fight it. Jim Dalton, I think, says it best. You do not want to fight a directional market. You need some sort of daytime frame structure, something to lean on, some sort of reversal pattern, anything like that before you start looking for shorts in a directional market. In a directional market, you're always looking to try and get in the direction of the market. And in the S&Ps, when we closed above that anchored VWAP from the all-time high, I'm thinking, okay, now we can see some buyer control come into this market. We should be looking for longs, and unfortunately, we've missed some opportunities. And hey, them's the breaks. And then even the 5-minute anchored VWAP off the 730 bar. I mean, there have been a couple of opportunities right up against that level, like 840. We looked down to it. We looked back at it, in the 910 bar, and learning to trust it is one thing. We can look back at it in hindsight capital and say, yeah, we should have bought it there. Learning to trust it in real time is another thing, and it's a new tool for me. I'm just trying to learn how to trust it now.
Look at that, man. Even Hoag, always learning. We're always learning.
Yeah,
Hoag's work. We're learning the VWAP. We're always learning. All right, it is 5 minutes till Euro close. 5 minutes to Euro close. So
yes,
we'll see what happens. So, okay, here's my man, Eddie. Eddie, it's almost like you knew I was about to throw it to you for some announcements. It's almost like we were talking behind the scenes here.
Yeah.
Hey, Eddie, you said Eddie tells me he's ready. I go, Eddie, I'm going to throw it to you. And sure enough, Eddie is ready for me to throw it to him. So, Eddie, what do we got for announcements today?
I'm going deep. Hit me on the J hook. All right. Yes, inside of 5 minutes in London, we'll be closing here. 6 days a week. I know there's 7 days in a week, but here at Topstep, we're working to fill that 7th day up. We've added Sunday night programming if you haven't heard about it yet. 4:45 market kickoff with Nick for a Tick. This is a 4:45 p.m. Central Time. Remember, we're here in Chicago. We go by the Board of Trade CME time here in Chicago. And right now in Chicago, it's 10:26. So if you want to adjust your sundials, go ahead. You can do that. 7:30 p.m. also on a Sunday. Slow markets with Coach Dakota. Plus, we've also added each and every day, Monday through Friday. You know the guy. I know the guy. Coach Jay. At the buzzer with Coach Jay, Monday through Friday, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And please do not forget about the Monday, Thursday London Open. Oh, bullet. With Deeyana at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. So we got lots going on here. How'd you like Jared Tendler yesterday? Did you take a lot of notes? You get a lot of information? We're not over yet. Not over yet. Brett Steenbarger is going to be with us here. One of the biggest names in the trading psychology world is going to be joining us. And there he is, Brett. And I think he likes us. I think this is, the third time on Topstep TV. And we had him on Squawk Radio years ago. So that's good. I'm glad to see that he is back here. It's going to be Tuesday, August 20th. Brett Steenbarger, the author of Daily Trading Coach, will make his triumphant return to Topstep TV. And he's going to be doing that special thing, the AMA. What's an AMA? Ask Me Anything session with Hoag. So make sure you do not miss it. Also, I want to add that ad. Speaking of ad, what should we add? What should we add next here at Topstep TV? What will help you become a better trader? I'm going to post a link here in the chat, and I've been posting this link here. I'm going to post it one more time. Any ideas you got, suggestions, anything that comes to mind? What's going to make me a better trader? What would I like to see at Topstep that would help me out? So I'm going to post that. But otherwise, Andre is back in the saddle again. And I'm going to pass that back to him, my good friend. My brother from another mother. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah. Puff, pass, Eddie. Puff. Pass
it back to flat. We just went flat. No volatility, no volume. Volume died. Nothing's moving. We got a 6-tick
summer trade.
Yes. Yep.
Euro close.
Everything
Euro close.
Just went flat. Hovering around the highs right now. No volume, no volatility. We got crude oil. Crude oil making new highs. Let's switch.
No runs, no hits, no errors. So, can I just take a couple of minutes and talk about the situation in gold right now?
100%. Let's do it.
Okay. So overall, gold has been largely range bound. I'm going to bring up just the December chart here on TradingView. So, you could say the high of the area of balance has been up at, let's call it 2520, 2,520. You could see that the market has been putting in pretty much regular highs and higher lows. So the area of balance is getting smaller with higher lows. Now, there was a situation, and this goes back 2 years, and I think a lot of folks probably already saw this. And we're starting to see something similar now. I'm going to bring this up. So this is how open interest and delta can give you some really kind of important information. On the 4th of February, 2022, we closed at 1807.80. From that point, open interest started increasing almost every day. Volume was waffling, so volume isn't really necessarily a huge part of this move. although on certain days there was a lot of volume, especially, up volume. What's important here is, on the 7th, we close at 8. Let's just start with the 4th. We started 1807.80. We have open interest increasing and negative delta every day. What does that tell us? That tells us that there is an accumulation of bigger, probably institutional buyers, bigger speculators that have been buying and accumulating longs. How do we know? Price just about every day for about 2 weeks goes higher on higher open interest with negative delta. Now, these are regular trading hour session delta only. By the time this plays out, we've got 1807.80 where we started. The high close in this move was 2043. 2043. So we've got about a $230 move inside of a month. Inside of a month. Look at what's happening now in gold. Here's gold. I restarted this because you get halfway through the year and you do a lot of scrolling. So this is just since this is crude oil. I'm sorry, hang on. So now look at what we're doing. Let's start at 24.32. We've been rising every day. We've been adding open interest every day, and we have negative delta every day. Is this an accumulation for a continuation move to the upside if and when we can break out of the current area of balance we've been in? We've already moved $80 in that direction. Now, we had a pullback yesterday. We lost open interest on that yesterday. Well, let me double check here. We lost open interest yesterday, and just going to make sure that we have the final now. So, yeah, we lost 4,200 in delta yesterday. We dropped $27. So maybe a little bit of long liquidation, but we're still pushing and trying to work our way through the area of balance. So if this rings true the way it did in 2022, and we saw, these are the new longs coming into the market. New longs, negative delta, new longs, negative delta, new longs, negative delta. If we're getting the short time frame traders too short up here, and we still see accumulation on up days, then we could see a pretty substantial upside move once we break out of these relatively even highs here. Now, am I suggesting getting long and just holding on to it forever? Absolutely not. I'm not making a suggestion for a specific trade here. All I'm doing is looking at the bigger picture and seeing something that has happened in a particular way in the past. It does not mean that it is going to happen that exact same way into the future. Just something I wanted to point out to everybody is you see an accumulation of new longs, higher pricing, negative delta. By the time the shorter time frame traders figured out that they are in trouble, we're already up $80. And by the time they unravel all those positions, it's a $230 move. I can show you that on a chart if you want to see it.
$230 move.
Let me interrupt super fast.
Yes.
That 3-bar, I know all the pullbacks are buy zones. I'm just looking for a little space to collect some cash on the fade. And so the 3-bar reversal that we had in the ES on the 5-minute, what I look for is the failed bounce above. And so I am short at 55, 53.75. Just full disclosure there.
Thank you. 55.
Yep,
50.
we got an update in the NQ too. We have an update in the NQ from the captain. If We have a temporary floor of 47.80, 470 to 480. If that holds, upside target is 580. If we breach
there's a risk
at 470 to 480 floor, then we look for further downside action. But
to what price, JD?
470 to 480 in the NQ. That is the floor. If that holds, 580 target to the upside.
580 to the upside. Did he have a downside target? Did the captain have a downside target if we do break 470s?
I can ask, but he.
Okay, cool. Thank
does
you.
not have-
580 upside target.
But
580.
if we scale in some bids between 470 480, we know that our risk is not a whole lot. That is a good spot to start scaling into a long.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some limit orders out there myself.
That's where he liked that buy there earlier.
Yeah, that's where he went long in the first place.
Yep.
I think.
Yep, that's true.
Hey, while we were updating levels, 4-week bill auction came out, 8-week bill auction came out. Not much of a change. Previous for the 4-week, 5.285%, coming in at 5.26%. 8-week prior, 5.19%, and coming in at 5.175%. Next, we're going to, a little after noon, we got Harker speaking, so eyes on the prize.
Harker. Yep. 10 minutes.
Is that she a voting member?
I'm on it, Anne Marie. Go ahead, JD.
Yep. So captain's listening to us. Failure below 470 to 480. Failure below that zone, we target initial balance low.
What's that price?
Which is
I got it at around 930.
It's the opening range low, right?
Yeah.
336.
Low.
Okay. 336. Okay. Yeah. Boy, that'd be okay. We're just grinding, man. This just by the damn pullback.
I know.
We got to making new highs again. Pullbacks are for buying right now.
Yeah, we need to have a predetermined pullback amount. We're not, because with the way the levels are in trending markets, we need a predetermined pullback amount to get the check mark, because the way the levels are, we're trying to call it. We're calling pivots and bounces.
Here's what that looks like on the gold chart. What we were just talking about in 2022. Here's the fourth, and here's where it ended. It was about a month. Boom. At the very least, if you have that information, it can save you from getting smushed. Even if you don't catch it, you don't want to fight it. And it's possible, again, here in the coming days, perhaps weeks. And again, no guarantees. Just noticing a similarity to a situation that happened a couple of years ago.
Well, while we're grinding higher, we need to squeeze something in real quick.
Where do you come up with this, Jack? Where do you come? Oh,
I sit around in the shadows when I'm not on air. JD, great job bringing the energy so far.
Oh my gosh!
Convinced us all, kicked us in the pants to take those longs. All right, this will be a quick one today. Here we go. Initial margin to carry a futures position is A, set by the CFTC and is the same for both long and short contracts. B, set by the CFTC and varies for long and short contracts. C, set by the exchange and is the same for both long and short contracts. Or D, set by the exchange and varies for long and short contracts.
Oh, initial margin.
It's got to be the exchange, right?
That's for both. Obviously,
it's definitely the exchange, but
yes. Exchange.
Does it vary for long and short contracts, Emery?
No. I think it's.
I don't think so.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm going C.
All right. Let's see the answer. Let's see the answer.
We got a hot streak going, gang. We got a hot streak going. All right.
It is set by the board of directors of the exchange And you'll see it change depending on market structure. CFTC isn't getting involved with that, but it is the same for long and short. Michael Patak says C 7 times.
C.
Which is incorrect. It was C
He got
once.
it.
All right, great job.
Thank you, Jack. That was and the poll. There we go. Poll 53% saying C. Good on you.
Yeah.
Mash says, MP, we miss you, bro. Jay, I got 3 in a row right. I think it's time for signing up for the test. I think so too, Jay.
I'm signed up. I'm scheduled.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
Awesome.
As am I.
When?
We're keeping that hush-hush to protect their dignity.
Gotcha.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to answer that question.
Don't want any paparazzi.
Yeah, you just went silent. You just went silent on her.
Paparazzi outside the building.
The paparazzi.
I can tell you it's sometime in September.
We were supposed to be all secret squirrel about announcing our dates internally, so I wasn't sure if we were supposed to announce it externally.
Here, I'll give some incentive. If you don't have to say the first time, but if you fail once, the second time we have to know when, and we're gonna do a little.
Oh, that's why. Okay,
Nobody's gonna fail.
There we go. New highs and equities coming.
Yes, sir. All right, 42.
That.
What else we got left? We got some, JD, I think we got some stuff with you. We got some leaderboard stuff. How are we looking on that end? We're just going to grind higher. We got to recalibrate the strategy for house account.
Might be an interesting power hour.
Recalibrate.
Look, just shredding the shorts, shredding them.
See, that's the kind of, if you're picking tops, that liquidity surge we just saw in the NQ is what I'd be looking for if I was picking tops. You blow through that liquidity and you come and you just immediately come right back through.
Wow.
Dylan.
So officially, we have moved 1 ATR in both the ES and the NQ from settlement. So what was it? Day before yesterday, we moved almost 1.5 ATR. So, and yesterday we were also outside of that move, I think.
That was JD. Yep. Looking for that liquidity sweep to the upside. Basically stops going off.
Captain shared a chart this morning with his
upside target 580. 470s hold, 480s hold, 580, and we're just gonna grind to 580. It's not gonna be a rocket ship. Push.
Oh yeah, we could want to pull out some stats real quick. I think I can do
let's do it.
Streak.
Let's do it. We got 13 minutes left here on fast markets. And then after I'll do the schedules after we'll go to the schedule for the rest of the day after JD.
Sure. What do I got here? I got some hot streaks. All right.
Is our guy still doing it with the $2? Yeah, there he Dilesh.
Delesh is still on there. Let me pull up one dashboard real quick. How much did Delesh make yesterday? I usually write this down.
Couple.
$24 yesterday for Delesh. Extended the streak to 27 days. Alexander was on a bit of a hiatus. Took 2 weeks off. I looked him up earlier. He hasn't traded since the first of the month, but came back in like gangbusters. $600 trading the bonds yesterday. He's trading the curve. ZB and ZN. That's the 30-year and the 10-year. 30-year bond and the 10-year note. $573 trading bonds, $17 trading notes. That is one single tick in the 10-year note, $17. All right. Next up is we've got Abel. Abel's still sticking around. Another $295 for Abel, extending that streak to 23 days. Mohammed also on 23 days. He made a total of $67 yesterday. And Carlos, our legacy champion, now on a 22-day hot streak, made $212 yesterday for a 22-day hot streak worth $4,500. Everyone, with the exception of Delesh on this list, is eligible for a payout at Topstep. I know I've been repeating myself on this quite a bit, but Delesh is the legacy member left on the list. We're going to let him finish out their streak. We'll see how far they get, but after that, only traders eligible for payouts will be featured on the funded hot streaks list going forward. Who wants to see some payouts?
Oh, you know I do, JD. My favorite number. Favorite number.
What's the over-under? What's the over-under?
This one, you got me second guessing myself because yesterday was the under. So today I'm just going to go even $600,000. $600,000 paid out yesterday on Wednesday, August 14th.
Sure, take another guess. I'll let you make one more guess. Let's set that over-under again.
Okay. Why? Why?
Because it's over.
Anne-Marie, here's the thing. I want it to be over every time. I want to set it up so it's over every time.
You're making it too easy. You're making it too easy.
I know. I did that one first. I'll say 680.
812.
812.
Ooh.
Yes.
Anne-Marie shooting for it. Anybody else? Anybody else?
750. 750.
930.
Ooh, Jack going for it. Well, might have been a little too eager, but decent number. 733.
Nice.
341 payment. Look at the average day payout. The average payout, though, that's the number to look at.
That's a nice number.
It keeps going higher and higher.
Nice.
Yesterday we were
That's
at.
a really nice
Hang on, I
number.
can pull this up real quick. Average payout yesterday was 1937. Monday was 2048. So we've had 2 days this week with average payouts over $2,000. They are increasing. Only 1 day last week with average payouts over. It's been a while before that. I can't look back the entire year, but we haven't had average daily payouts of over $2,000 in at least the last 3 months. I could go back and check some of those stats later, but it's been a while. All right.
Big Mike. Great.
Want to see yesterday's biggest payouts?
Oh, man.
Here they are. We've got Nicholas A. pulled over 55 grand out of 5 XFAs. Marco, who spent some time on our leaderboard, pulled almost $56,000 out of a live account and 5 XFAs. He took withdrawals from 6 funded level accounts yesterday. Nice job, Marco. Way to pay yourself. David T, almost 40 grand out of 5 XFAs. Andy with 31,000 out of 2 XFAs. And Nicholas C, almost 21,000 out of 5 XFAs.
It's just incredible.
Nice.
Real traders paying themselves real money.
Real money.
Absolutely fantastic.
Great stuff. Man, that average payout number, you have JD? $2,100.
2,100, yep.
On the chat, another Mancini number. 5560.
Oh, I've got a
major resistance.
Major
5560.
I subscribe to Adam Mancini too. I'm going to pull up his newsletter right now.
Yeah.
I really like him. He's good.
He really is good.
Yeah.
So
right,
solid.
Here we go. 560 check mark.
His newsletter is like $23 a month.
It's super cheap, and it's so
It is super cheap and so good. I think he's probably got 10,000 members in there. It's just so good. The guy's a rock star.
Check marks 5560. Yeah, Hoag, it's interesting on our Topstep daily levels. We have that vacuum from 55, 35 all the way up to 70.
35 to 70, right.
Yeah. Kind of so we're just kind of drift higher. But we got a check mark here at 60. Got some stuff here on what's house account?
It was
house account's only down. What do we do? House account's only down $2,000.
Only one trade, right?
One trade. Manage the risk well. Sold 44s. We cut bait.
That's right.
It was the right trade.
How far
Good decision making. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even if we did get in at an initial balance high in the ES, well, it's been a grinder. It's only 14 points. Feels like it should be more based on the time.
I know it.
But which also means that the
Slow and
snapback
steady.
is going to be violent and real fast.
Yep.
Why does that
That's
mean that,
what
JD? Why does
wanna
it mean
catch.
that? Why is the snapback going to be violent and fast?
It's the old rubber band analogy, you know? You stretch, slowly, and then boom, it just pops right back.
Contrary moves can really be vicious.
especially on low volume. It's almost like they're trying to tiptoe.
Once you
tiptoe higher.
Yep. Once you trap enough weak shorts into this market, which I'm sure is happening, I'm sure a lot of people have blown out accounts picking tops in this market right now. But as soon as you've got enough shorts trapped, you're just going to blow out that volatility, snap it right back, and then grind back up again.
Because even the longs up here know that they're kind of they're tiptoeing. They're getting along while no one's looking, so they know they're buying up here at the higher end of the range. It just takes one size order to just get all the longs to puke. But yeah, a lot of the weak shorts are fueling this higher. We were one of them. Hell, we were one of them about an hour ago. Rupert Pumpkin. Why not feature more consistent shares? Joe's had a live account for 2 years. Total draw of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like the suggestion. That's good feedback. Rupert, I'm writing it down right now.
We have a guy who showed that's made like $5 a day for 30 days.
Yes, we did. There we go. How about that? Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack.
$5 is $5, right?
$5. All right. For $5 right here, right now, we're going to get hashtag Fast Markets content. So, James Harden, we got $5 for you. Do you have any hashtag Fast Market stuff for us?
$5 for some Fast Market content coming your way. First up, from Purdue, I'm happy with my process today, building my confidence back up, playing small but solid day for me across XFAs. Good work, Purdue. We like seeing success here.
Man, they're sending us good stuff.
Got a morning trade from Jorge.
Doing in their cube. I like it. Look at that. Look at that. I like the screen setup. And there we are. Look, they got TopstepTV on back there. Love it.
Yeah.
Good. On the big screen so everyone can watch. Thank you.
From SK, shout out to Jack for this one. One and done, just like in 69.
Yep. Just like, hey, look at him.
The summer
emoji. The emoji. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Nice.
That's funny.
And then this is our last one for this morning, but from Ronald H. Done for the day on the ES. 1,500 daily 50% profit rule complete. Nicely done. Good trading.
Love it. Yes, well done.
Very nice.
There's those longs.
And thank you for your Fast Market content. And Andre, you didn't ask, but for the song title, if you're lost, you can look and you'll find me. Trade after trade.
I love it.
Oh, Cyndi Lauper, man.
Yes.
Is that Cyndi Lauper? I was just...
Yeah, time after time.
That is Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah. Trade after trade. I get more and more obsessed with trying to figure out what song James is referring to with the title of the YouTube. I love it. I love it. It's pretty cool. Play along with us, guys. And if you guys see it in chat, beat us to it. Preempted. Get in there and hit up James in the chat and say, is it this one? Is it this? Is it this? But yeah, I'm really loving it.
The shorts unwind.
Yes.
That's what's happening now.
All right, we got 3 minutes left here. Okay. Some of our favorite thing to do. MP started this about a week and a half ago. Appreciations. What are we appreciative for here on Fast Markets? And I'm going to start. I don't know if I've done one with you yet, Anne-Marie. So, Anne-Marie, what are you appreciative for?
You know what? I like making mistakes in a public venue because it makes me think sharper for whatever reason that is. So today I'm happy for my mistakes because they're showing me some things about myself and how I can trade better. So I was like,
love it.
I was like having that spotlight there. When things are great, I don't mind being in the backdrop. But when I make a mistake, I think it hits me harder mentally, and I value that. So yeah, that's what I'm grateful for.
I love it. Thank you so much. All right, JD, this got to be your first one. I cannot wait to hear what my man JD is appreciative for. JD, what are you appreciative for?
Well, this is my second appreciation. Thanks, Andre. But I'm going to give a big shout out to our Levels crew in Discord. All those guys. Yeah. Doesn't matter what team you're on. These guys were nailing it today. They had some great call outs. They try to keep us they did their best to keep us on the right side of the market. They kept us out of some bad trades that we might have been discussing and didn't get into. So those guys kept us honest. They kept us on the right side of the market. We only had that one trade on the short side. Just didn't get those opportunities to get in on the right side of the trend. But if it weren't for those guys, we'd probably be down some dough right now. So
absolutely,
big shout out to the levels teams.
100%.
All right, Hoag, what are you appreciative for?
I appreciate JD taking my appreciation.
That was my appreciation. That was mine too. That was my appreciation.
Hey, great minds think alike.
I'm going to appreciate a little bit of rain that we're getting right now. I think we really need it, and it gives a freshness and a rebirth to the earth. So I'm going to be thankful for a little bit of rain today.
I'm appreciative for JD's energy. He came storming here around about an hour and a half ago. We're a bit of a lull. Marcus was a bit of a lull. He came in here like a blowtorch to the face, man. We got this party started.
Good job, buddy.
JD, you the man today. Keep that up. The chat noticed it too. That was great, great stuff. So coming up next, we got Coach Paul coming up on power players. And if you don't know who Coach Paul is, JD was talking about, he provides levels for house account as a member of JD's team, has profited each of his last 2 trading days. Coach Paul on the other side of this, power players coming up next. Let's get it.
Yes.
All right. All right. Let's do this. It is Power Players time. The man in the middle.
Looking
that
forward
is
to
Coach
this.
Paul to the right. The right is Dolby time. That was weird. Oh, there you are. We good, Coach Paul?
Coach Paul.
I'm good. Let's rock.
All right. Let's rock, man. There he is, Coach Paul. All right, let's get right into it. Dolby time's got
I'm
the
getting
house
kind
account
of
open.
static here.
Yep.
Okay, Coach Paul, what have you been seeing in the market so far? I know I see you in the chat all the time, hollering out levels, talking about price action. What are we seeing in the markets right now? Talk to us.
Right now, I'm seeing a massive, what I'll call allocation by institutions. Yesterday, we settled above the 20-day moving average. I'll show you on my chart in both the NASDAQ. Can you see my chart?
We're getting there. You say what was with the 20-day moving average?
Can you see it?
Broke above it.
Is it
getting there?
This blue line is the 20-day moving average. We settled in the S&P above it, and then we had this big move today. I call this capital allocation. The 20-day.
All right, let's work. There we are. We're
Got it?
behind. Yeah. I'm not sure. This is the new one. Haven't seen this one before.
We settled above it. Okay. This is the daily chart. Okay. Here's yesterday's settlement right here.
We're still on my screen here.
Settled above it. And it's a key level for I know I was for institutions, hedge funds, and why it was so powerful in my opinion was that we tested the 200 week major, we held it. Now allocation begins again when we
his connection is no good. Let's average. Hey, let's pull him. Let's pull him for the time being. Let's work on his connection. We can go just to Dolby myself. Well, let's work on him. Work on his connection here in the background. If that's cool. There we are. What's up, Dolby time?
My man, what is going on?
What's happening? Nothing. We're just grinding higher. We're just kind of tracing. I'm starting to see a bit of a 5-minute range. A 5-minute range here in NQ. If I'm looking at this right, like you look at it, kinda, maybe, sorta.
Good eyes. I thought we should at least have a kind of like interesting discussion here. I know we were talking about this earlier, but like, how does the house account exactly take advantage of trending markets? You know, I think that's a really interesting topic. Because most of the time, it seems like we get to these levels and we're trying to look for the opposite side. So how do we get long if the markets are bullish? How do we take the levels that are so genius from chat and from our funded traders and get?
Let's have that conversation. You want to talk about it right now? I'm down to. Yeah, let's have this conversation. I saw you asking the chat. Only thing coming to me right now. Yeah, actually, I'd love to hear from the chat.
Chat, how do we get aligned? How do we take your levels and make sure we get aligned with the trend? Yeah. What are your thoughts, Dre?
I think we have to have a predefined pullback amount. That's the best I can because okay, so let's talk about what these levels are telling us, right? Supports and resistance, more or less supports and resistances. Well, that means the market's going to turn. And fine, ranges, fine. Range on markets, perhaps. Like, oh yeah, you could have just sold that range in the NQ right there. But in these trending markets, it gets tricky because we're trying to call tops and bottoms with these levels, essentially, right? We're trying to stop a moving trade.
Yeah.
I think my initial guess, you saw what I put in Slack. We have a predetermined amount of what the pullback should be before we enter the market. If pullback is blank amount, one check mark or something along those lines. We have to figure out how do we determine what the pullback amount's got to be. Something to that effect. I don't know. What do you think? These trading markets, the ranges, like we sold the range. We got short 40, 55, 44, 50. Oh, you're one guy.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Active Trader Society with that full 41s?
Active Trader Society? Yeah, he nailed it. The level was legit the first time. They just didn't hold the second time.
Exactly.
Some people in chat are saying ATR. I think that's actually pretty interesting. So we could use like an ATR for a pullback, and that varies.
I like that. Okay. I'm actually writing this down. Oh. Okay, go ahead.
If we start the day at, let's like 8:30, 8:40 or something, pull chat bullish or bearish, and then we just roll with them and then use those levels, but we'll use like a bullish or bearish tint based on what chat is saying. Because Dre, we know that chat is actually very, very good at picking momentum. Typically,
actually, they are. I'm all kidding aside, they are pretty good at it. When we do pull them, we get the consensus. Simple. All right. So, for instance, all right, let's. Can we actually do that? Do you want to do it right now? Should we ask them if is it too late? Should we rather do this at the beginning of the day? It'd be more valuable at the opening.
I think for any session, right? Just take whoever's in, because like every session switches it up, right? So for like bullish all day during fast market, sometimes power hour just ends up reversing entirely.
It's true.
So if we just pull them at the beginning of the session, sorry, we're talking about you, chat.
We're talking about you, chat. You're just,
if we pull them.
Let's do. Okay, so let's do this. Can we put the poll? Can we do a poll? And you say, chat, are you bullish or bearish at? You want to do NQ? 19,000.
Either NQ or ES.
Last trade, say 19,535 in the NQ. 19,535. Are we bullish or bearish at this level? Right? Is that what you're thinking? Dolby, help me phrase this.
I would just say in general. I would say, are you bullish or bearish? And then if like yes, we're bullish, then it's like great. Let's get some levels for pullbacks, and then we can use those levels to try to get long.
I like this. This is a nice exercise. All right, yeah, throw in the chat. Chat, are you bullish or bearish ES? Bullish or bearish ES? Let's do that, because ES moves a little bit slower. Kind of work this.
Coming up.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, bullish, ES, bullish or bearish? Very simple, very straightforward. All right, so Dolby time. Once we get the results of this, we'll do 3 minutes, right? Do the poll for 3 minutes. We'll pull the results. Well, even the chat, they'll just tell us in the chat. All right, so we get the results after 3 minutes of the chat, the poll being up. We then do what with it? We know which way their bias is, which way they're leaning, right?
Yep. I think then we just go for levels. So like, hey, we're bullish, then like let's get levels. And we should ideally get levels below the current price. So like, hey, we're bullish, it's like great, okay, let's get some pullback levels. Maybe it's like 55.54, 55.52, 55.50. And then if those get hit, we can kind of like put in orders like that. Because we can't, theoretically, I guess they could be like, oh, yeah, we're bullish. Let's do like stop buys at like 55.62. Nothing wrong with that. But gotta find some pullback levels. Oh, who's coming back? Hey,
Mr. Paul.
Coach Paul.
Oh, that's gonna be $5, Coach Paul. That's gonna be $5, Coach Paul. It's gonna be
You're on mute.
Oh man.
You are on mute. It is going to.
Yes, of course. It's $5. Guilty as charged.
There you go. All right.
I wasn't using polite words when I got cut off.
Oh, yeah, I've been there. All right. So, Coach Paul, we can use your help with this as well. We're doing an experiment. We're doing a bit of an exercise here for the house account. Dolby asked a question in the chat. How do we utilize the levels we're getting? Here we go. We're pushing higher here. New highs, ES and NQ.
That's what I'm saying. Like
one of these. This is it. Okay, so this is like the perfect.
Buy a mini. Buy a micro. Risk to average true ranges on a half an hour.
All right, so let's keep running the poll. Bullish or bearish? Looks like bullish is going to win. Okay, fine, fair enough. We are trending upwards. All right, so Dolby time and Coach Paul. So we get the bias from the chat. It looks like bulls are going to win. So now what do? We look for levels for pullbacks, then we refer to the Topstep daily levels, or do we pull the chat for zones to get long from? What do we do with this? What do we do with this poll?
Yeah. With the poll is bullish.
Yes.
I would go
bullish or bearish.
Bullish or bearish. I'll go to the 1 minute chart and look at the average true range. It's about 1.5 and risk no more than 3 to make 3. 1-to-1, because it's kind of a random entry. So I buy one and risk, I'd say 3 points. And if you get 3 points, take it.
All right, Dolby, that's the second time we heard candle average true range. That's the second time. Use average. Yeah, there we go. Evelyn Keller, average true range. All right, we're getting somewhere. This is really good. All right, so average true range. Use average shoe range for stop loss. Okay, cool.
Yep.
And
okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere here.
So now, if we're doing in this short term, I call it a random entry. It's 1-to-1. So if I risk 3, the race is to get to 3. Moving in the direction of the flow. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. But okay, what about in terms of entry? In terms of entry, stop loss, got it. Where do we base our entry pricing? Because basically, Coach Paul, we're going to need if we're going to execute this on the house account, because this is a strategy we haven't really implemented. We kind of been flying by the seat of pants, as Michael likes to say. We're building this plane in midair. So how do we look for the entry? Okay, we're in a bullish. We're trending upwards. Pole says they're bullish. Adobe confirms that. We got the stop loss based on the candle average shoe range. Now, how do we look for an entry?
For an entry, well, VWAP, and then we're far away from VWAP, are we not?
Yes, we are.
We
gotta be so far
I
away.
don't like. To me, this is I call random entry. I like to get as close to volume or VWAP on my entries as possible. So we're far away from that now. So an entry here is what I'll call a random entry.
It is.
Now, can we play the upside? That's what I'm saying. If we do it right here, do a random entry, risk 1.5 points. And let's just try it on a micro. It's not going to kill us. All right. If it's going to continue, I should be able to make 2 ATRs. I'll call 1-to-1. Risk 2 ATRs, not 1, to make 2 ATRs. 1-to-1 risk reward. If it's going to continue, I should be moving with the direction. If I'm wrong, I have limited risk. This is almost like a market.
Let's do this. Can we do this?
Okay, yeah, I'm doing it right now. So
okay, cool. All right, so
I put a bid in
ES
55, 60, 50. Yeah, just one lot, one E-mini, 55, 60, 50.
Okay, cool.
So if we get a pullback, we should get filled, and then we're risking 1.5 points to make 3 points because of the 1 minute ATR.
I would say risk 2 ATRs or 3 points because one is too tight.
Double.
Okay, do you like the entry?
Random entry. I'm an old bird. I go to the market.
Okay. Random entry.
Yeah, I'm in the market. Now, if it continues, see, it just continues. That's a grind trade, is it not? We're in a grind situation. So my perspective is this is massive institutional buying. This is not. This isn't mom pop. So it's going to continue.
I mean, that's all it's doing. Higher highs, higher lows.
Right. So one of the things I did, I came from the floor background. I was a floor broker for a long time also. And my job as a floor broker was to execute trades, not to have an opinion. So it kind of helps in this situation. It's like I once had a large order in the soybeans, and the guy put it was a size order in the middle of the day around lunch. And I'm like, and I'm going, well, I got to wait. I'm trying to get some offers here so I can get this size off. And he goes, I didn't ask you for that. Just buy them.
Really? No matter what, just buy.
It was really hard for me. And so I just went, and it created chaos. I mean, chaos. He didn't care about the price. He wanted to see what the fill was like. He ended up buying a bunch more on the close. He got terrible fills. He was trying to buy it. Why I bring that up? This is why I'm saying this has that DNA of allocation on big orders. It's big money coming in. My signal was yesterday closing above the 20-day moving average. And looking at VWAP from last night's open, on this open, we're staying above that volume, and it keeps grinding. They're not. It reminds me of that order. It's like price doesn't matter.
It's position. Position matters. Price does not matter. Execution matters. Yeah.
And you could, here's another one. It could be stuck money. So
what does that mean?
The wrong. Stuck money is, there's an old saying that losers move the market.
Oh, yeah. Shorts puking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they have to get out. They can't wait for a dip, right?
Yep.
If you've been in that situation, it's like you can't, especially if it's size, you can't. On the way down, we had the same kind of movement, but it was downwards, where volume came in, big volume, looking for bids, and they couldn't find them. Right? They had to just keep grinding. Those days, it seems like a long time ago. It was only a couple weeks ago, or a week ago.
A couple weeks. Yeah, it was.
Right? But this is kind of the flip-flop. So in that, we've determined we're in a trend, right? On a short-term trend. It's a trend day, which are good for me. I do better on trend days. Dolby does better on
range. All right, so Dolby, here we go. We got a bit of a pullback. Here in the ES. Maybe we can test this out.
I mean, if we got some levels from chat, let's dial them up.
Well,
we still have a resting order at 55, 60, 50, so we might even get filled on that. It's just a wonder, but we can start building a position.
We'll take that. We'll take that filled.
55, 60, 50. Yeah, we'll see if we can get the pullback. We're not that far away.
So close out the poll. We're 570 votes, 64% bullish.
Cool. Then we will lean long.
All right. So that's our order. Is that what you're saying? Our order is to buy it.
For now, yeah, we're testing. We're testing on the fly here. Live TV on Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe if you want to see us test the strategy out in real time in front of thousands and thousands of people. Who else does this?
That takes guts. I love it.
Yeah, man, it does. We look like idiots on this one, Paul. I don't think we will.
No way. If we're trying to get with the trend, we can't look that dumb.
Absolutely.
It's not possible.
Because the real idiots, we kept trying to call tops, man. We called tops. Those 41s. That's the foolishness. But
go with the flow. I'm a flow trader. I only take one side of a market.
For that day,
on any given day. On any given day, I'm only looking to buy a Japanese yen. I was looking to sell it. Crude oil, looking to buy it. That's the way I work. But here, we're taking a side. Now, one thing I would say is get in at the market. If we're trading a 1 minute, get in at the market and risk it from there. Take it. You might take 2 or 3 losses before you get to an extended winner.
So you would take a market order in the ES right now?
Let's right now. When we started, I would just get in at the market, and that's my benchmark. I got to hold it from here and trade from here. Right here, let's look for. We have. What do you have? 1 candle down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, we're trying
to
get
buy the next. Let's buy the next candle, breakout of the previous candle. Understood? So we have a red candle, red candle.
Look at the 5 minute. What are you looking at, Dolby? I'm looking at the 5 minute. What should I be looking
1 minute.
At? 1 minute. Okay, I'll go to 1. I'll go to 1.
Is that the 1 minute?
So we're trying to. My chart, yeah. So are we trying to buy 64s if we can get above it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So every candle, look for the high of the previous candle, and buy it above that.
Okay.
It's interesting.
We'll work a buy stop at 64 evens.
All right. And then move that down to the next minute.
We still working on 60 halves, Dolby?
Yeah, we'll still work 60 halves.
Okay, cool. This is actually. I did not expect power players to be like this, but this is going to be a very valuable power players. This is a good one, guys.
Oh, good. This is fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
One thing that when I left the floor is I missed the camaraderie and learning, and I Topstep did it. I'm glad to be a part of it. It's just this is how we learn. I have fun
100%.
learning.
Here we go.
A lot of wisdom here. So here we go. Did we just break the high of the previous candle?
High of the previous candle, 63
Oh,
quarter.
we're about to. I got a limit order in. Okay, we're in.
All right.
So we're in
55,
one ES. Yep. Hold up. 55.63.5, one E mini.
Okay, thank you. All
Mini.
right.
Now, a stop.
What's our risk?
For 3 point. Stop at 3 points.
Why 3 points,
Okay,
Coach?
That's it.
Coach Paul, why?
Because
Why 3?
The average
Two X
true
ATR.
range is 1.5, and I want to risk 2. 2
2x
average true
ATR.
ranges.
That's why. Yep. So our stop
Nice,
is
so
at 60.50 in the ES.
Where'd you get in?
And then 63.50. So that's the 3-point stop for you.
So let's try and sell it at 66.50.
Okay.
We're scalping.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what we can get here. This is 1-to-1 trade.
Nice.
If this works, we're every time this works, Paul, I'm doubling the size.
Oh wow. Playing with house money.
No pressure. No pressure, Paul.
Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, so we're working 66. We're working 66 halves to the upside. Downside risk of 60 half. All right, 1-to-1.
No, we're working 60. We're working 63.50s is what we're in. Our stop is 60.5.
And our upside target is 66 half.
Is 66.50. Yeah.
66.50. Okay, cool. Cool. This is awesome. This is good shit, guys.
Yeah.
So, Coach Paul, would you add more? If we get to 62 evens
personally,
or 61 somethings.
Let's test this one first. But I like where your head's at, Dolby.
I like what you're saying, but we're testing it. Then we'll find a way to add. And I love adding. But
yeah, so do I.
But that's why you start with micros. If you're going to do add micros or a small, it's all relative to the size of your account.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Well, house account's pretty big. Truth be told, house account's pretty big.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. I got you.
Your dad gave us the keys to the car.
He ain't here. He's out of town.
Here,
so we got the key. He's out of town with mom. Mom and dad are out of town.
I never
here we go. New candle in 1 minute.
myself. All right.
So would you keep on buying on new breaks of 1 minute candles? So you just go.
Yeah, if we get out, I'd look for another break to buy it.
Okay.
But it's one trade at a time, what I'll call one risk unit at a time.
Got it.
Cool. And we're just, by the way, this is a seat of the pants. This is fun. It's really slowed down, hasn't it?
It really has slowed down, unfortunately. A little bit of a pullback here. So we're only risking 150 to make 150, so not too bad. You wouldn't want to add it 62s?
No, because here's why. At this point, it's late in the game. We're far away from volume. I want to keep it tight here versus earlier if I was right near VWAP. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because we're about to get well, I don't.
We're close.
On the buyers.
We might see a bounce at 60s, though. We'll see how this plays out.
Nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, what's it look like on a larger time frame?
Yeah, it's
Did we hit? I think I heard something, and did we hit one of my? I hate to screw this up. We might have hit one of the levels. I heard something get filled in the background.
Okay.
On a longer time frame.
Yeah, it's a big level. I forgot. I don't want to screw with my screen right now.
Oh shoot, that's right. That's a Mancini. There's a Mancini level up here, 55.60. We trade 65s.
All right.
Mancini had a level.
We're not stopped out yet, are we?
No.
Nope. We're good.
Okay. Well,
we're still good.
We'll let the market do the work for us.
Yeah, that's why I was curious to see if you're interested in adding closer to closer to the stop, just because it reduces risk on the second and third contract if you can get the bounce.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, for the push up.
Yeah,
not everybody trades like that, but
no, I like that idea.
Me too.
The only reason I'm hesitant right now is because we're so far up on the day. I like that earlier in the day when you can get because the allocation's already happened. We're a little late in the game, although I think we're going to go
finished.
I would say
near
that
the
we are
highs of
definitely a
the
little
day.
late to the game here.
So
This is
that's
also
why
the first time
you know.
we've really, good.
Plus, we're limiting risk. We're using a 1 minute chart and risking 1-to-1. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, if it was earlier in the day where we can catch the drift of volume, I love that. I love that idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so far that it's behaving itself, which is good.
It
We
is.
almost got stopped
It really
out,
is.
which is
We almost did.
You know, it happens, but whatever.
No, but we didn't.
Let the system work.
What's
We
the
didn't.
other
Yeah,
one?
no.
I used to know a guy put in. He could just do his trade, put in a stop, and say, "Stop me out." I won't give the words because I don't want to put another $5 into the jar. But basically, if they can't stop me out, it's got to be good.
Yep.
That's right.
It's risk management.
That's exactly right.
We have just a heads up for in about 40 minutes. We got Harker speaking, Fed speaker Harker speaking at 12:10 Central Time. That's about 45 minutes away. Keep an eye out for that. We are in the lunchtime. We're testing out house account strategy for a trending market with. Here we go, Coach Jay. You'd be adding minimal risk if you keep your stop in the same place.
Yep. That's if you're averaging down.
Right.
Coach Jay in the house.
Yep. Man, it's really slowed up.
Yeah.
So even like the 5 minutes starting to range pretty good. 5 minute range is like 60 to 64, let's say.
Okay.
So I'm
we're still
looking
in.
to see if we can support. Yeah, we're still good. We're still good. Yeah, this is still a live trade.
Yes, it
Looking
is.
for a breakout here.
Live
yeah.
trade.
If you want to add more, let me know. I'll push the button.
You love adding,
fancy.
Yeah,
I really do love adding.
Nobody loves.
I really do.
I'd love to work with you on that because I would love to do it, like I said, but in this right here,
Yep.
add to a winner. It's not a winner yet, is it?
I don't care. I don't care. I care about cheap trades. That's what I care about.
Okay.
66. What do we get at 63.50? 63.
Yeah, 63.50. So we've been in the red in this trade for a long time, which is
That's
it's
good,
fine,
and we haven't got stopped. We
I
haven't
got
got
it.
stopped out. It's usually a good sign.
It is a
Now,
good
how many
sign.
times you put a trade on and it's an instant winner?
Well, that's kind of what we're doing. No, it's kind of what we're doing with the way we're treating this with the Topstep daily levels. With the way we're putting these trades on, we're kind of hoping the market does turn in our favor instantly, or damn near instantly. And like Dolby S in trending markets, how do we adapt? And that's kind of what I like it.
Oh, okay.
Average true range of the previous candle, or last. I said last. Okay, Coach Paul. So I saw average true range of the previous 14 candles. How many candles back do you have to go for a trending
14.
market? 14 is the number.
14. 14 is the number. Wells Wilder. If anybody out there remembers Wells Wilder, is like a godfather of technical analysis. He created it, used many different time frames, and came down to 14. For day trading and for short-term trading, 14 is good. It's present. If it's longer than that, it doesn't reflect where we are at the moment, especially when we're short-term trading. I've used different ones and I've come back to 14, especially on a day basis, because it's always calculating.
Yes, it is.
Yep. So looks like
It's
we're gonna get
just
stopped
dynamic.
here. Oh, unless we get,
Hey,
no,
they
there
got
it is.
us.
All right,
Oh,
so
there it is. All
That was
right.
brutal.
minus
Miami.
165, not a huge deal. Pull that order. Do we like 60s, 60 evens?
Do you have a what? Let me look at my
What do we got,
charts.
chat? Yes or NQ?
So that's the chart.
Did you whisper to the chart? Paul, what's the secret to getting the answer?
It's wild.
I'm looking at my levels. From mine are a little different. What's the high of the day?
65 quarter.
Yeah, we were like playing with fire a little bit.
Let's try it again.
Like 60s. Yeah. So, Coach Jay, you're saying, or sorry, Paul. After this one prints, let's see if we bust highs and try a new one, a new long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's another. Well, let's try that. Put a. Can you put a trend line from the highs of the recent highs? Buy it above that trend line.
You mean trying to
on that one? Is that the 1 minute chart?
This is a 15-minute. This is a
right,
5.
Let's look at the 1 minute chart.
Okay. There's a 1 minute.
Let's see.
We got these higher lows, which are kind of interesting on the 1 minute. We're kind of getting down there. That put us at like 58 evens.
Let's try that.
Okay.
We'll try with 2 this time. We'll use a 3-point stop.
3-point stop, 3-point reward.
Yep. But we're going to
We
try
working.
with 2 contracts.
You said 59s, Dolby.
58 evens.
58 even. Thank
58
you.
58 evens.
Yeah.
And how about
lines?
How about a trend line from those 1 minute highs? It'll be a sharp trend line. Like I'm pointing to it, like you can see it. No, from the highs down to the lows, a downtrend line.
Oh, from like this
from
side?
that high. Yeah. There we go. Let's see what that.
Looks like a Dorito to me. Pretty close to getting filled here.
Should have got it there.
No, not yet.
Nope. Quarter
it's
straight.
good. We won't get filled.
Nope. I know that's the problem.
True.
Right?
There it is.
That's the problem.
If it's good,
A little bit of wiggle. A little bit of wiggle in the ES here.
Look at the 1 minute, man. This is wild. I've never really looked at a 1 minute before. There we go.
It's a wild one.
Nope, not yet.
Yeah,
there we go.
Really?
Okay.
What was
that?
that?
Oh, well, we're going to get stopped immediately.
It's plowed right through it.
The wiggle happened. Okay,
All
minus 471. Yeah. Good.
Right,
Weird little wiggle there.
Yeah, we did.
We got a 3-bar reversal. I would stop trying to buy it.
Yeah, I would agree. Something has changed. Now volume. Volume's still. What time is it? Okay, 41.
It's that curse. It's that curse of coming
A
in
little too
after
heavy.
fast markets. Market starts reversing, doing different stuff.
Right. No, we knew that going in. We limited our risk. We gave it a try. What did we learn from it?
Good question. What did we learn? I'm not sure. What should we have learned?
That we might have gotten bottom ticked. That's what I'm learning right now. We actually might have gotten bottom ticked.
I would say, we tried. First of all, we were far away from VWAP, and we talked about that when we entered. So we can't have. We're in late.
Well, yes.
So what we learned from that is we can try and buy it. We did the right thing. We limited our risk. We're back. Did we get one bottom tick? Is this the 1 minute?
Better not.
No, it's 4 hour. I'm running through
4
the
hour.
copies real quick. Just try to get some perspective.
Let's take a look and pull the 1 minute again. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Back on the 1 minute.
What do we get puked? What do we puke?
Serious.
What price do we puke, Dolby?
Oh shit. 55 evens, I believe. I need to change this up. There we go. Ooh, level 2.
Oh, you were quick.
Thank
So
you,
let's look at
JD.
that half an hour.
You want to go to the 30 minute?
Yeah, we haven't broke a 30-minute low since the opening, right?
Yeah.
And we were close to that, and we could wick down there.
Oh, yeah, we were. 55, 53.
Yeah, what
in
is
that?
55 evens. Oh man,
You gotta be. You gotta be.
Yeah. Where did we get stopped? We got stopped out at 55 evens.
55
money.
Yeah.
I mean, it does help going to larger time frames to see if we can like get levels that might have some reaction to him.
Well, it's interesting on that 30 minutes, the first time we've had any kind of selling.
Was there value behind that selling? Was there value behind the selling, Paul? Was it? Are you looking at 30?
Volume on there, or you want me to? Yeah, a 30-minute.
Okay, yeah, there was some volume.
There's some volume, but it's held at the previous half-hour low. Now, if that holds.
That's 54s. I got about 54 is the bottom of the previous half-hour candle.
All right.
So that could be an interesting level.
Is that at 54s? So this is
approximately, yeah.
This is the first half an hour we've had selling all day, right? Since
Go
the
figure.
opening.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah, well, that was when we entered this. We're playing, we're learning. That's why
we are.
Let's learn from that. All right. Well, I is to scale down. All right. And not do a 5 lot, do a 1 lot.
Oh yeah, we're back to ones. We're back to ones.
We're back to ones. All right. So let's just. What time is it now?
45.
45. So got 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We got 15 minutes. Let's do 5 micros against that low of the
Fair enough.
54.
I don't think I can do micros. I think micros are disabled on here, Coach Paul.
Minis only.
Can only do
Your size only. All right, let's do a 1 lot.
There we go.
All right, now we go.
Do we like 50? We still trying to long, or are we switching sides?
Oof. Well, we got to do we have to repoll the chat then? Because remember, we made our bias off the chat. Okay, well we got.
All right. Are we taking the? We're taking
it's
a
not
poll?
our trade. We can take the poll if you'd like. So this isn't our trade. Remember, we're backing our people. All right, Eddie, if you don't mind, we can run one more poll. We got about 9 minutes. We had about 9 minutes left here in Power Players. This is really good. I kind of want to stick a pin in this and come back.
Yeah.
Do this if
is
possible.
Awesome. What is the question?
Yes, the question is ES, bearish or bullish? Yeah, just that. Bearish or bullish now. 55, bearish or Bilby, how do we word this? Just ES, bearish or bullish?
That's what I would say.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Bearish or bullish? Yes.
Yes.
It's in or out.
In or out.
It's definitely changed. It's definitely
It
changed.
is.
Market feels a little different now.
Nice and quick. All right, let's get those votes in quick, guys. We don't have that much time.
Sell one.
No, hold on. Eddie says yes or no. Eddie says yes or no. We got to change the possible answers to bearish or bullish.
I'm sorry. We'll close it.
Bearish or bullish, left or right?
We have the facts and we're voting yes.
Yes, we do. All right, so when that poll came out, we were at 555, 55. Pull that poll and we'll
What we might be seeing here is either a temporary or maybe even a stronger rejection off a long-term daily lower high series. So this goes back to July 23rd, August 1st, and then today, August 15th. You can actually draw a pretty consistent downtrend line on the daily. So where we got long, I think kind of bumped up against that. So for like a 3-point stop, we're probably well within pullback range, even if this still remains bullish.
Okay.
So some long time frame players might have stepped in there.
Or, the buying stopped. Because we got away from VWAP and the buying now, the hourly. I'm seeing we're about, what's that hourly low?
Let's see what chat
There we go.
says
Got the
here.
poll up. All right, let's get that poll up. Eddie, let's run it for 2 minutes. We'll run it for 2 minutes.
Coming up. Okay. 10-2, we will close it out. Get your votes in.
Yeah, you the man. Thanks for helping out, Eddie. This is a house account strategy session. Power hour, power players has turned into a house account strategy session. This has been actually really, really cool. All right, so we'll run that poll for 2 minutes.
Ooh, Active Trader Society short from 64s. That's a hell of a short. Your levels have been on the money.
Traders. Yeah. ATS.
Should have told us that about 10 minutes ago.
Where were you when we got long? Where were you when we got long?
Let's see. So we got 30 seconds till this poll is done. 52 evens looked interesting.
Eddie, please give us those poll results when we close that. Keep our eye on the prize here.
So far, 250 votes.
Are they leaning? Also, bearish. Wow. Okay.
Bearish. Yeah.
So if we're looking bearish, what levels do we like for shorts, chat?
All right, we're closing it up. 58% bearish, 42% bullish.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So we switched. Where do we like shorts, chat?
Shorts. Okay, so we got that. All right, now Paul. Same thing with risking 3 to make 3.
Yes.
All right, risking 3 to make 3.
At 54s, short one.
Do it.
54s. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Done.
We're in. Send it. I like that graphics. Short 1. 55, 54. Risk of 3 to make 3.
Yep. Do you want to change it to 4 points though, Coach Paul? Because the ATR has moved up to 2.
Okay.
So
yeah.
we double. We would change it, right? So
Yeah.
it'd be 58.
Yeah.
Nice catch, Dolby time. Look at this.
And then
teamwork.
I love it, man. This is good stuff.
Together, everyone achieves more, right?
That's right. You must be a coach. You must be a coach.
I am
You
a
knew
coach.
it.
A long-time basketball coach.
So we need a 55 and a quarter to reject. I think that would look pretty nice if we're going to stair step down lower. Man, already in the heat again.
Yeah, well, these are random entries, right?
Yes, they are.
It's not easy.
Just a one lot. That's how you test, man.
Just a one.
Test. Yep. I like this.
You want to add more?
No, let's get the strategy first. Totally
Cheaper.
I know
what party with. I want to party with you.
56 looks good. 57's like. But Pirna99 in chat, can you explain how to use ATR?
True range. Just tells you what the Coach. Well, how do you explain it? I'm terrible. It tells you what the range is from the previous candle, like what to expect in terms of the future candle coming up.
The average true range was developed for risk units. It gives you the average range for a certain amount of time. In the 1 minute, it's going to reflect the 1 minute ranges going back. I've got the number right off the top, but it gives you an idea of what the volatility is. What I mean by that is July 11th, the average true range in the daily chart in the NASDAQ was like 250. All right, average true range. A week ago, it was 600. So what does that mean? That means the range is moving. The volatility is moved. So when you use it, I look at it as a unit of risk. What am I willing to risk? It's a chip. If you walk into a poker table and you don't know what table you're at, and you have $100 and you're sitting at $100 chip table, you can't survive, can you?
No,
you can't.
No.
So it measures your risk. So in this arena here, I'm at 2. I know where the the volatility is at that time. What I can have expected risk. That's how I use it. So I use 2 average true ranges as my risk, and late in the game, it's 1-to-1 risk reward. So that's how I use it. We go deeper into it. Coach Jay and I at the buzzer, and then we'll do some other things on Discord. So I'll talk to Coach Jay. Maybe we'll spend some time on using average true range.
Yes, excellent stuff, guys. All right, we can kill that poll.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Darn
bearish. All right, bearish. We're short from 54. What are you laughing about, Coach Paul? What's so funny over there, Coach Paul?
That darn poll. But you know, it's funny. You know, it's actually, this is a great, I always try to learn.
Yeah, same.
We're taking this and live and going, okay, take some risk. I personally have a process where I only take risks if certain setups come in. Well, I said I try to be as non-random in my actions as I can possibly be. In this scenario, we're taking a random entry, aren't we? Okay, we're bullish or bearish.
Yes,
and then
essentially for testing. Yeah, we're testing.
And then the good part of this is, how do we manage our risk? That's where the average true range comes in. We can't just go unfettered. There's nothing worse than unfettered risk. Believe me, I've done that. You know, sometimes you get rewarded for it.
Yeah.
But the idea is to stay alive, to survive. And if you don't measure your risk, you're going to be very vulnerable. And that's how we blow out. If anybody here has ever blown out of account, I'm one of them. Maybe 2 or 3 times in my life. It's not a great feeling.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Looking okay. We just need 54 evens to not turn into support, which it might be doing. Hopefully it doesn't.
Well, I noticed on my 1 minute chart, the 20-day or 20 bar moving average, it's staying below it. We've crossed the 50.
All right. Hey, real quick, Coach Paul, we got 1 minute left here in Empowered Players. This has been a super cool strategy session here with the house account. Coach Paul, let's take a pin this. We're going to come back, but really quick, pin to the top of the chat here, group coaching questions with Hoag. So many questions. Get those questions for Hoag and JD coming up here in about a half hour. Again, group coaching question form, pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for them. About the platform, it's going to be about these markets, it's going to be about the house account. Throw them anything, they'll get it to you. Ask JD about these cheap trades and how he likes those liquidity sweeps and, how to play those and the time stops and stuff like that. We've got really good info, really good insight. That's coming at you guys in about a half hour. But before that, we got everyone's favorite segment, shoulder tap, coming up on the other end of this. Coach Paul, I want to thank you so very much. Dolby time, that was really cool. We need to continue this. We need to see. This is definitely not the end.
Sign me up.
So, Coach Paul, you're definitely going to be part of this. You were huge. Dolby time, yes. With that being said, it was. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Jack and Ben. I hope you guys appreciated that strategy session. If you guys have any feedback or thoughts or anything you guys want to send our way, please do. Send them to Dolby Time, send them myself, Coach Paul. Anyways, guys, that was really, really good stuff. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Okay, leave us. Keep us posted, Dolby. Keep us posted.
I will.
All right, bye, guys.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, team, let's go. It's Shoulder Tap. I'm joined by Ben today from the great state of Texas. Ben, what's happening?
God bless Texas, Jack. It's a good day. It's a good day. I'm looking forward to this segment. I've got a really fantastic trading card I've been looking forward to talking with you about. So we'll definitely spend some time there. But overall, it's been a good Thursday, and live traders are looking good. So we can jump right in. I heard actually before we do, I was listening to some of Fast Markets earlier, and the cat out of the bag that we've got a bunch of people on TV taking the Series 3. No one was bold enough to disclose their test date earlier. I'll be the one to share. I'm taking mine on August 27th. So August 27th, we'll have the test results back, and I'm working hard to not fail. I'm a little nervous about the test, but I've been grinding it out outside of work to make sure I'm ready for it.
Let it be known, Ben has thrown down the gauntlet. If he is not here on August 28th, he's at the bottom of a bottle in some Texas roadhouse talking about what a racket it is. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Ben's going to pass. How are our funded traders doing on this day that until the last half hour or so was up, and away?
Yeah, pretty strong trend day, and that's going to be a theme that we're talking about. Any given day, we've always got traders that are red and are green. It's overall a pretty green day for the live traders, which is good to see. A couple people to shout out in particular. We've got Tanya trades up $2,200. Really nice to see her take a big profitable day. Alexis J is up $4,700. Her very first day in the live account, up $4,700. So really great way to start. I know the session's still open, so make sure you're walking away with those profits, Alexis. Karina also, she's someone we're going to talk about in the trading cards. Best day in her live account thus far today. So another really excellent performance. She's up 5,400. Kang L is up 7,500. Live account. Dillian is up 2,500, and Pin Sin, pretty quiet morning, but all of a sudden up $6,000 in Pin Sin's live account. So lots of good numbers. Definitely saw some red, and that's something I've seen that feedback a lot, and something that I am try to be conscious of. We celebrate big trades, big traders, big P&Ls, big payouts. Day in and day out. If you're someone that is struggling trading, don't get FOMO, don't get discouraged by some of the statistics and big numbers that you're seeing on TV. The only person you're competing with is yourself. Who you were yesterday, and as long as you're being better than that person, you're going to get better and become a better trader. So just a quick word of encouragement. If seeing $10,000, $15,000 payouts, winning days, and so on got you down on yourself a little bit, don't worry about it. Everyone's at a different spot in their journey. So just a quick piece there while we're talking about big numbers.
There's someone out there that made $10 million today. There's someone out here that probably lost $10 million today. Doesn't affect you. Manage your risk, do better. All right. Well, with that, we have 2 cards today. You want to start?
Do. I actually, those? Yeah. Just before we do, Mick had talked about a trader that we have, John G, yesterday. I believe it was his second trading card. You're welcome. Anyone's welcome to go back and watch that shoulder tab segment from yesterday. But a quick piece about John G. I was looking at his trading card. He's very selective about days that he's willing to trade as well. He goes sometimes several days in a row without trading. That's something that I've expressed a lot of admiration for on this program. Just want to reiterate that. It's really important. I think today's a great highlight as well. If you're not a great trend trader, if you struggle with, buying new highs or new lows, riding out a trend, it's okay to sit out that session, that market, or find a different market. You got to be okay with that. You got to know who you are as a trader and be okay with that. John G does an excellent job of that. He goes several days without trading. And I'm sure that that's a large contributor to his success. He doesn't just show up to the desk every day and put on trades. So shout out to John. And one quick thing, I was listening to a really great podcast by someone that I've got a lot of admiration for as a great trend trader as well. Ripster on Twitter, if you're familiar with Ripster, he said, your system shouldn't just help you make money, it should help you preserve money. So I want everybody to keep that in mind, that quote in mind, as we talk about Karina, who's our first trading card today. This is the one that I'm excited for, Jack. So Karina has...
let's take a look. Before we start, I just want to announce to everyone, saw it in chat come up, but in 2 minutes, Harker's speaking. So a little Fed speak coming your way, so just be careful. And now let's get to the main event. We got Karina from Suffolk in the United Kingdom.
Gotta watch those Fed speakers. They pop up like prairie dogs out of nowhere. Karina's our live trader, first trading card of the day. Trading in a 50K live account with us from United Kingdom. And lots of really, really awesome pieces to take out of this trading card and out of the trade reports for Karina. Trading gold exclusively. So gold and the E-mini gold and micro gold contract. Love that she's focused on a particular product, and she could be described very easily as a trend trader. I went so far as to go back into the best winning days that she had from the trade reports and overlaid those P&Ls basically with the chart for the intraday chart for gold over that period of time. She does best when gold has a nice, strong trend intraday. So she's able to get on the right side of the market, get on the ride of that trend, and sit in it for as long as possible and make as much as possible. She's also relatively good at adding to strong positions, adding as it's going in her favor, and that's reflected in the average duration per trade. So she's got an average hold time of an hour and 2 minutes for the winners, and only 12 minutes for the losers. So There was one day in particular I looked at the fills that she had gotten. She was actually short a couple of times in gold. Ended up flipping to long. That started to work. Began adding to that and took 5 contracts, 10 points worth of profit in gold. So wiping away those small losses that she had taken and really putting up some proper profit on the winning trades. So only 44% winning days, 43% winning trades. But again, having a nice, healthy, 1.3 to 1 reward over risk. Could be a little bit higher. There's always room for improvement in trading. That's the beauty of this, art form, is that you can continue to improve. And there's room for improvement in some of the trend trading. But overall, only taking 4 trades a day, averaging 2 contracts per trade. Like I said, stacking into those winning trades when they're really going in her favor. Looks great. So I think, as great as that is, back to that, that quote from Ripster, she's managing the downside very well. She's not letting getting on the wrong side of a trend or taking the wrong side of a trade a couple of times even destroy her account, let her go to, the DLL before she has an opportunity to actually capitalize on the trend for the day. So that's something you and I have talked about ad nauseum, Jack, is not hitting that DLL right away early on so that you still give yourself a shot to capitalize on a market move, a market setup that might be just within your wheelhouse. That can be demoralizing, and obviously you lost the money associated with taking the DLL for the day as well. So she does a great, great job of minimizing the downside, put up her best winning day in the live account thus far today. We sent her, tried to give her a call, weren't able to get through, and sent her a message, saying, hey, let's lock in profits. Hitting a new record winning day in the live account is always great. Want to see you take that home. So trading with us from the UK. Hopeful that she's done for the day, checked out, maybe even asleep by this point. But Karina's doing fantastically. She's qualified for a payout with today's winning trading day. Just keep managing the downside well and let the trend take care of it for you. Super pleased with this trading performance in the live account starting out.
So, this is great. I got to, make another announcement about my face in general. If you see on my side, I'm looking at a spreadsheet right now. And so, no, I'm not bored. I am interested. Maybe I'll just try and smile like an idiot while I'm looking at spreadsheet rows for the rest of this segment, man. Okay, Karina, very, very good. I like the ratio of her winning days versus losing days. She does use all of that loss limit in the 50K account, but when she's winning, it's 2.5 to 3.0, aka 3 times that on the days, and it seems to be doing that pretty consistently. You're right with the trend. Holding the trade's a good long time. I think these are sort of stats that are sustainable. So I am smiling, not in jest here. This is good trading. And I don't know if I see any payouts yet. Maybe soon it is time.
Today, as long as she keeps profits on the day greater than $200, today is the winning day that she needs to then qualify for a payout. So she just got there, only traded in the account for a total of 9 days, 10 if you include today. So, and again, room for improvement. She's taken the daily loss limit a few days that were her losing days. So, it's not as though she is a perfect trader. No such thing exists. But what we want to see is, maximizing your profit potential when you're right, and most importantly, minimizing that downside when you are wrong, so that you continue to not just trade for the day, but stay in the account for weeks and months and truly take multiple payouts and really profit from this incredible opportunity that trading prop gives you. So, I was definitely smiling at the spreadsheet. You're describing my job, Jack. All I do is all day long is smile and frown at spreadsheets. That's the risk manager's job. So
so is life.
Yeah, indeed. So one last shout out. Great work, Karina. Looking forward. We'll keep tabs on her and continue to update on the live account performance. But gold trader, and a good one at that. So we can move on to the next card if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, let's do it. I see we have Soren.
Yep, we've got Soren K up. And for those who, watch TopstepTV religiously have probably seen Soren's name before. Done a lot of trading cards on Soren. Certainly have featured him consistently on total payouts, P&Ls in the XFAs. So Soren has proven to us, several times over that he's capable of profiting in markets. It's now kind of a predicament where I think something's wrong, most likely. Not difficult to put the finger on exactly what that is. But an average daily P&L of minus $1,200. That's the average per day across 19 trading days for someone that has shown us, repeatedly that they can profit, in live markets. That something is off, and I'm not sure exactly what that is. We definitely want to do some outreach and communicate with Soren about that. But kind of some parallels in the inverse here from the card that we saw just previously. Longer hold times on the losers than on the winners. The winning day and winning trade percentage are pretty symmetrical, but only making 1/3 the risk every time you have a winning trade. So average winning trade is $104. Average losing trade is a loss of $287. You got to have really, really high win rates to make up for that drag, so to speak. And this is very much a card where we see, 2 steps forward and 3 or 4 steps back. He's capable of putting up big winning days. The largest profitable day in this account was $5,700. But at the same time, and this is kind of the key to tip me off as to what might be the issue here. The worst losing day that we saw from Soren was down 3,700. So if you're new to Topstep, or just looking over our program or happen to come across us on YouTube in real time, the 150K account size at Topstep has a $3,000 daily loss limit. So if your worst day, or even your average day in some cases we've seen, if your worst day is a greater loss than what the daily loss limit is, that means you've likely got some significant slippage. For $700 beyond that daily loss limit means you probably had some size on and were trading either at a moment in time that was very volatile, or trading an instrument that is inherently volatile, which Soren definitely is in trading the NASDAQ. We have seen really, really radical volatility in all markets, in equities, and particularly the NASDAQ is sort of the king of volatility when you're trading futures. You're going to see really big whipsaws. And if you're putting on decent size with those whipsaws, you're not really back to that point of not giving yourself a chance. You're really subjecting yourself to potentially hitting the loss limit on a single trade, in a matter of seconds even. And you'll see that, Jack, when you're looking at the trade reports. A couple days we've got, losses within a matter of seconds, taking those losing trades. So that's really difficult. I know that market conditions have changed. That kick up in volatility is definitely a newer phenomenon compared to what we saw for months on end, with the VIX down around 10 to 15, kind of floating around that 10 point mark. But when you see it pick up, you've got to adjust. You've got to be willing to be flexible, trade smaller size, trade a different instrument altogether. You got to make some adjustments. I think that change has really been impacting Soren's trading. That's just my speculation, kind of what I picked up from the trading cards. Jack, what do you see when you're looking over this one?
I'm seeing more recently a lot of DLL hits that aren't supported by big enough winning days to do that. I honestly, I see a few days that are kind of like, I wouldn't even call them, and this is not like to be a negative, but just being honest about a couple of these days, are like not just gambling, but like poor gambling, right? I've said it before. It seems like there's a few of them where it's like, looks like just hammering max size. If these columns are correct and the total trades, I see like the total trades of 1 and the contracts be like 20 or 30 or something like that. So it's like, oh, you hammered 15 lots. Let me see if this is, maybe he's trading the micros and that's what's screwing up. Nope. Oh, you're hammering 15 lots at once in the NQ. Let's do some math.
Yeah.
3,000 watts limit divided by 15 divided by 20 a tick. Okay, that's 10 points in the NASDAQ. The reason I say that that's bad gambling is even if you're going to try and YOLO something, you're not giving yourself a chance. With a 3K limit, you cannot put on 15 NQ contracts and hope that it goes in your direction. Could it? Yeah, I guess. But like the vast majority of the time, no matter which way you go, it's going to swipe you out. Like you're not even flipping a coin.
Yeah, that's right, Jack. And it's there's tools and there's ways to be dynamic in your evaluation of markets and in your position sizing and those sorts of things. We talk about ATR a lot on the program. That's something I've heard Coach Dakota, Coach Jay talk about. They're even looking at what a 1 minute candle ATR is. And if the high volatility, you can see a 1 minute candle ATR like 30, 40, 50 points. That's not unreasonable to see in the NASDAQ. And so you're saying that, you're putting on a 15 lot, you could in a matter of, truly in seconds, and that's what we're seeing from the trade report, get stopped out of that trade, even if you're right on the direction, over a 5 minute period of time or 10 or 15. So, sizing down that's what you see at the bottom of the card. Just sizing down, taking fewer trades, also just being more selective, I think is a way that we could get ourselves out. But a mental reset, I think, is also necessary because a lot of these winning days are high volume and they're scratch days. Taking 50 or 60 or 70 trades and then having $50 winning day. You barely outpace the commissions that you spent. That's a whole lot of mental capital that you've spent, and especially if you're coming off of a day that you just had a $3,200 loser, that's it's a little defeating. It can be difficult. Trading is definitely a mental game, but you have to have edge first and foremost. Like you were talking about with gambling or even bad gambling, Jack. If that's a litmus test that I use when I look at a trader, like would this trader be better off at the roulette table? Odds wise, based on what we're seeing. And if that's the case, one of two things is happening. Either we don't have a system that has legitimate edge and positive expectancy, which is oftentimes the case, or, not having the discipline to stick to that system over time, right? Letting the emotions take over, letting fear and greed take over. So one of those two things is taking place. I think it is most likely that, kind of the fear and greed are taking over a little bit with Soren. It may just be a minor tweak of looking at, the ATR expanding, having some measure of volatility that you're using to gauge markets and then adjusting that position size accordingly. I think that could fix a lot of the problems with the current trading for Soren. And we wish him the best. Soren, you're welcome to reach out to the risk team, of course, anytime if you want to downsize your daily loss limit, if you want to reduce your contract limit, kind of take it out of your own hands, so to speak, as far as the risk parameters go. That's one of the benefits of being in a live account. You can work with the risk team and we can help you scale back when you're trading at your worst and scale up when you're trading at your best. So one of the many benefits of being in a live account and something I'd recommend at this stage for Soren. So definitely a true shoulder tap, and we're cheering for Soren. We want to see him get back on the right track and trading profitably again.
Yeah, focus on a couple like smaller winning days and take a payout, man.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jack. He's right on the precipice of qualifying for a payout. So we'd love to see that. That's a huge way to do a mental reset. It's a great way to do a mental reset. Clear that threshold for a payout. Make that your sole focus. Pay yourself, right? Be kind to yourself. Forgive yourself. And now we can go back into, okay, where are we trading our best? How are we trading our best? And be selective, and then get back on the horse, so to speak.
I think he might have gotten in trouble too. I noticed that this account began July. So he's trading the NQ. It began July 15th. Okay. So that's pretty much around about a day or two after the high print in the NQ recently. And it may be too that the adjustment of being bullish and having it pay so long might have been an issue. But either way, you've got to control the risk. So that'd be my advice. Yeah, go ahead.
One other quick piece about that. Really easy test for yourself, and from my estimation, one of the best selling points for looking at ATR, if you can go to, let's say, a daily chart of the equities and plot your P&L over time against the daily ATR of an equity index, NASDAQ or the ES, and as the volatility goes up, as the ATR goes up, your P&L is going down. That means we're not really adjusting to the market conditions changing in the way that we probably need to. And it's a good idea to size back, maybe reevaluate some of the strategies you have, tweak things. Trading in the markets profitably, day trading in the markets profitably in particular, over time is a very, very hard prospect. We always want to give folks grace and understanding, but at the same time, we have high expectations as a prop firm. We want to see you, rolling with the punches, so to speak, and getting better and adapting in real time. So that's my pitch for ATR usage.
One, I will give kudos where kudos is due. I do notice that Monday, a day that'll live in infamy, Monday, August 5th, where the VIX spiked to 65. Soren did not trade that day. And then the next day traded just one contract. Lost $1,000 on it, which is a bit steep, but credit where credit's due. You size down when the VIX was exploding.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's important. And hey, I was watching the accounts, looking at live boards, that day, lots of people took it on the chin. So kudos for, again, back to managing the downside. Soren didn't do that day. So kudos, Soren. We have full faith in you. We wouldn't have put you in the live account if we hadn't. We've seen tons of profitable trading. Just need to make some minor adjustments and get back in the winning mode.
Yeah. And real quick, before I forget, Ben, is there a cap limit on 50K XFAs? People have been asking, or is it all discretionary about the live stuff?
You mean as far as how much you can those accounts up to live?
Yeah,
a 50K profit cap. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
or
is what is the cap? I was just account balance cap.
Yeah, so it's not a hard and fast line in the sand. We do evaluate every account automatically at if you have 50K profit, if you made it in a single day, you're going to automatically be evaluated by the risk team. In some rare circumstances, we don't call those accounts up to live. We work with the trader maybe to remain in the XFA for some period of time or whatever. It's a case by case basis. It is discretionary, but yes, that is the built-in cap threshold by which we, go in and have a conversation with the trader at a minimum.
All right. Well, there we go on that. Ben, thank you very much. We just got a minute or two here. Coming up next is JD and Hoag with the group coaching. One second. I'm trying to read these questions as they go. We can ask it. We'll answer that some other time. But yeah, you can make I think 50K in a day. You can make as much as you want in the live account. I don't know. We'll dive into it tomorrow because I don't know if I have individual time now. All right, Ben, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be back right after this with JD and Hoag. See you then.
Sounds good.
There he is. What's up, Hoag? Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching, everybody's favorite time of day. This is the segment where we take your questions and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. We've still got that question form pinned to the chat right now, so if you have a question, throw it in there. Maybe we'll get to it. Maybe we won't. If we don't, we do apologize. But Hoag, what's happening today? Any other trades besides that Fast Markets house account trade going on? Anything happening?
I mean, nope. I haven't. I haven't been on screen, so I don't get the opportunity to get check marks and votes for those trades. So nothing yet. But we will be looking on Power Hour for another opportunity. So we'll see what we can agree on, and we'll see if we can't get a decent trade on there. So,
for sure,
no trades.
That is
just been busy but it's always fun. The outcome is good. Outcome is always nice, but we can't expect that all the time, can we?
Yep, this is true. And for anybody that didn't know, we for those of us on air, we can only trade our live accounts while we are live on air. We can diddle with our combines and XFAs and whatnot, but no live trading behind the scenes. Anyway, we've got your questions. What do you say?
Especially
we
with the house account, right?
Especially with the house account. No running off with that house account, Brad.
No.
All right. First question we got is from Freddie. Freddie wants to know, how would you analyze the NASDAQ market profile today? Well, you've come to the right place, Freddie. Hoag loves the market profile. Let's take a look at today's price action.
All right. There were a couple of things that that stuck out to me early this morning. Full disclosure, I've always been terrible at getting into trends that are already underway. If I'm in a trend that's already underway, I'm pretty good at that. But so looking at the profile for the NASDAQ today, we knew we opened with a gap. One of the rules for gaps is, that there's yesterday's high in the NASDAQ 19,203. We opening range was relatively small, feeble attempt to close the gap. And when we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which should have had us looking for longs early in the session. So then we were looking at a breakout above the initial balance high. The market played with us there for about an hour and a half, which would have been very difficult for me to try and get into a continuation move to the upside. So, I mean, the idea was to buy dips all day long. We did take a short in the S&Ps just up against that IB high. That did not work. We got out of it. I thought we managed it very well. We didn't even reach our stop, which is, of course, well below us now. So I think we did a good job. The thing that we were talking about earlier today in the NASDAQ was it is seemingly to be a slow grind, which means that it's not a very emotional upside move. It's just buyers getting in or short sellers just trying to get out. When we look at the profile so far today, we've got a P-shaped profile. Anne Marie was saying during the session that she felt as though the buying that was coming in was more maybe some stuck shorts trying to get out of those shorts than any new longs coming in. We won't know that until tomorrow, but typically when we see a P-shaped profile, in other words, there's a long buying tail, and then we pretty much remain in the upper third of the profile for the rest of the day. That is indicative of potential short covering. We don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the day. We don't know if this is going to continue, if we're going to bring in new buyers or still take out old shorts. We're not seeing really anything important as far as Delta is concerned. Now, aside from the profile, and this is something that's new to me, I've never been, all about anchored VWAP, right? So, but when we look at the anchored VWAP, this is a 30-minute chart. All right, so we're looking at anchored VWAP. This goes to the high 30-minute bar, and it holds VWAP all the way through all of this selling. It's held, price is held below it. Sellers remain in control. Sellers remain in control. Sellers remain in control. Sellers remain in control. Today, we I want to get this here so we can see how close price was when we opened to that level. So I'm going to put the fixed range volume profile right at 830 here. Okay, where's our low for the session? Just below that anchored VWAP. 19,360 in the NASDAQ is where that anchored VWAP came in, and that's from the all-time high 30-minute bar. The minute price kind of went up against up above that level is where buyers really started to come in, and that short covering buyers. There's a good probability of it, especially when we see how P-shaped that profile is. So we should, by all rights, be looking for opportunities to try and buy pullbacks in that regard. There were two nuances. There was the gap to yesterday's session, and then there was the potential acceptance above that anchored VWAP. Like I said, anchored VWAP is something that is relatively new to me, and I'm learning how to try and trust it. And we had the same thing happen yesterday in the S&Ps. Once we let me get this so that it's in the right spot. So yesterday, once the market kind of accepted above that anchored VWAP, and that again is the anchored VWAP on the very top all-time high 30-minute bar. You can even see, like, let's just take a quick look. Okay, look how price largely stayed below it. I mean, there was one push above it that failed, and it had been holding above price, indicating buyer seller control. Once those sellers gave up yesterday, the market moved higher and settled above it. Today, again, we have the big move. We have the gap. We're above that anchored VWAP. Buyers may be in control. So the idea is we should be looking for opportunities to buy pullbacks. And, that's one thing that we could have thought about and did think about. This was interesting as well. Anne Marie had an anchored VWAP on the 30-minute, on the 5-minute bar, on the 730 number. And it even on the 30-minute bar, you can see it put in the low here. It looked below it. Buyers came in. So we're looking at a market that is still in buyer control here. So that is, just a brief analyzation of what we're seeing in the profiles today. And again, this was a very organized move. I don't think, especially in the S&Ps, that it was very emotional. I think this was more calculated. And if we do end up with a P-shaped profile, again, this could be short covering. We'll be able to see that maybe tomorrow in the open interest numbers. Good question.
Excellent. Thanks, Hoag. And if you want to know more about the market profiles, I'm going to throw a link to Hoag's market profile class in the chat right now. 1 second. There it is. Go ahead and bookmark that page. Quite a few hours. Hoag spent a lot of time putting that together. Quite a few hours of market profile knowledge in there. Go ahead and give that a watch at your leisure. Thanks for the question. All right, next up, we've got Chad. This is actually a question from Tuesday that we didn't get to, and Chad submitted the same question again today. So we are going to hit this question. It goes directly to Hoag. Chad says, I follow your key levels weekly and have found them to be very useful. I've also recently heard you discuss your basis for those levels and appreciate your time doing these weekly. So this question comes in two parts. First part, question 1. So you also post market direction along with your weekly kickoff levels. Chad's curious about your basis for this. Is it where the market has been going? Where you think it's going? Or, for example, if lower, do you think it's going to go lower than the key levels or just in general lower? We'll love to hear you explain your reasons for determining this direction, similar to how you explained you are determining 4 key levels. So if you're familiar with the weekly kickoff email, in that email is a link to a webpage on the Topstep.com website where we display Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, and it comes with a directional bias. Higher, lower, sideways. Pretty simple stuff. But Hoag, what is your basis for choosing a direction when you put those levels together?
The basis is based off of mostly longer time frame charts, daily charts, weekly charts, unless there's a relatively substantial trend, possibly changing. So, like for the gold chart, right? These are the weekly kickoff levels on a different platform, but this is the December contract. So, and I put in there sideways because, by all rights, since April, this market has been just kind of rotating in a larger range. If there's a breakout to the upside, maybe maybe the next Sunday it'll read, higher, or if it's a breakout to the downside, maybe it'll read lower. Take a look here at the S&Ps. I just want to make sure I've got the right charts up here. So S&Ps daily chart. So when I'm doing these, it's on Sunday night, right? So here's the well, okay, so we've only got this information, so I'm going to take this off. All right. So I'm looking at this as largely an area of balance that hasn't necessarily been broken. We've got, pretty much 53.60 as the upper part of it. We've got the probably the previous week's low, which was 51.20, which was last Monday when everybody thought the world was falling apart. Oh, there it is. So, here's the 9th. And then we've got the last week's high at the high of last Friday's session. But to me, this looks like possible return back to range and rotation. And if we were to get into the upper distribution of balance here, it might be enough to have me say, all right, now the market looks like it's going higher because we've left one area of balance for a higher area of balance. And now it looks like really we're starting to see this market, continue to push to the upside. If we get above this area up here, let's just call it 55.90, 55.80, 55.90. Then I'm going to certainly be saying that the direction is likely higher. They're not meant to say, you should trade from this direction or you should trade in a range. These are just kind of visual pictures of what I'm seeing in the market. So when we saw, if we look even further back, where did we have balance? Well, we had balance here. Well, we're still in that previous area of balance, which would be the reason I would say this market was moving sideways. We broke out of that, on what was that, Tuesday? We broke out. We traded right to that anchored VWAP on the all-time high. We broke out above it and closed above it yesterday. Now we're seeing continuation. Whether we're squeezing shorts or not, it's been some pretty decent upside price action. So now that may change things, of course, for a potential change in that market direction from sideways to higher, or maybe we stay in this range for a little while. I don't know until I go and do it on Sunday, but that's a really good question, and I'm glad you asked it, because I always worry about people looking at that saying, well, Hoag says, it's going sideways, so I'm gonna trade it that until something changes. And Wednesday, something changed. We took out the previous week's high. We took out the weekly kickoff high. We traded right to that anchored VWAP. That indicates potential change from, of course, sideways to potentially moving higher. But it is a longer time frame picture or thought on it. Okay. New highs, NASDAQ.
Yep, just busted through the top, kind of hovering around 19,575 right now. What is the S&P doing? Still underneath the highs, 55.63. Looks little break in crude oil, not much happening in gold. So just the NASDAQ inching higher right now. All right, part 2 of Chad's question, also about the weekly kickoff levels. I often prepare my charts on Sundays, and since I follow your Sunday key levels closely, I would like to know if the key levels are published all at once or ongoing while you update them. For example, if I pull them up and see crude levels are updated, can I also assume NASDAQ and YM updates are also completed as well? Or is it sometimes a work in progress while you publish each one? Well, I could probably speak to this a little more than Hoag can, since I'm the one that puts that web page together. So Hoag sends me all of his information all at once, and then I go in and I update the website with it. So you can assume that if one level is updated, then they all are. So I don't do them one at a time. I'll put them all in at once and update the web page from there. So I hope that clears up your question on that.
One thing, GD, is if you're looking at the daily levels on the website, daily levels are updated daily. Weekly levels are updated weekly, and weekly kickoff levels are weekly level. When we do break out, I could see possibly adjusting those to a new weekly kickoff level. Let me think about that. Good question, though.
Yeah. So the levels on your platform, TopstepX platform, those will get updated Sunday evening, but throughout the week they're updated likely before 7 a.m. Central Time. So not every day they will be updated in the evening, only on Sundays. Hope that makes sense to you. All right, next up, we've got a question from G4. G4 says, when you see a move like today to the upside on lower volume, do you usually expect a deep pullback? So on these low volume, low volatility grinds higher. When the market eventually does snap back, typically I expect a pretty violent move. And I wouldn't say you wipe out a whole day's worth of rallies in a couple seconds, but sometimes that does happen, You personally, Hoag, on a day like today, when that snapback comes, how deep are you looking to see the market go? You want to see it wipe out all those, everybody that got long, you want to see all their stops wiped out, or
well, I mean, in a general way, a move that's contrary to the bigger picture, they tend to be vicious. They tend to be fast, and they tend to go deep. The fact that it's grinding to the upside today in the equities makes it a little less likely to me to see a deep pullback at some point in the session today, because it seems there's less emotion involved in the move to the upside, so there'll probably be less emotion on the move to the downside. So I think the question is maybe less specific for today, but in general, when you see a directional market for a number of days or a number of weeks, when the pullback comes, it's usually going to be vicious and deeper than you think. I don't know what's going to happen today. We don't, and to be able to time those vicious pullbacks is a gift that I don't have. But I could see a pullback basically down to session, overnight session VWAP today, if that's going to happen. Overnight session VWAP. So that would be a pretty significant pullback. But here we are, making new highs. We've got
this is true. Tapping on the ceiling still. NASDAQ's just S&P's just a couple ticks away from making new highs. NASDAQ is on its highs currently, still ticking higher. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you if you're on the wrong side of this one.
I'm getting some unstable internet here. Can you still hear me, JD?
Yeah, you're still good. Can you hear us?
Right.
Can you hear me, I should say?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take. I think we got time for one more. We'll go to Jimbo next. Jimbo says, as a reversal trader, how do I shift my mindset to benefit from trading a strong trend move or strong trending move? I have difficulty feeling confident in entering pullbacks or what does DCB stand for? You see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, I do. I'm not sure what that means.
So, getting on the right side of a trend can be very difficult for contrarian traders when you're always trying to look for that pivot or that reversal. I get it, really do. I spend a lot of time doing that myself, and it still comes back. Everybody wants to high tick the move.
For sure.
Tick that reversal makes you feel good every once in a while when you hit it. But Hoag, what's your take on getting on the right side of a trending market, waiting for those pullbacks instead of buying new highs?
Well, Jimbo, talking from a person who is very similar to you, it's always been very difficult for me to get into a trend that is already underway. And I think what DCB means, and thank you, Coach Jay, for pointing that out, he probably means DCA, dollar cost averaging.
Yes, makes perfect sense.
So the first thing you want to do as a reversal trader when you see a directional market like today is stop being a reversal trader. Don't try and pick a top. If you do it, make sure that you see money and take money if you're contrary to the bigger picture or the contrary to the trend. So Jimbo, there are a couple of things that I have had some success with in volume profile when looking to get into a continuation move. So this is the profile for the S&Ps. And this is 100% in hindsight, right? So, well, where would be the levels that we would want to get in? And relatively consistently, I see low volume nodes become support levels in directional days. So here we have C, we leave C, we leave the initial balance, and there is a low volume node right at the initial balance high. That level in the S&P is 55, 44, 75. Well, D period opens and comes back and stops short of this low volume node. Interesting. Well, what about this low volume node here? Well, we had two 30-minute bars come down to, get into, but never completely go through this kind of low volume node here. Well, what about up higher? Well, if we're looking for opportunities, you've got a high volume node to a low volume node here. Maybe we get an opportunity. Well, I mean, I would call this whole area kind of a low volume node, which kind of expands your risk. The market came back to the same spot twice. That's kind of a poor low there. That's not a very convincing low for a pullback here at 55, 50, 75. But what about if I'm stuck up here and I'm trying to buy it? Well, we've got a high volume node to a low volume node. If we get the opportunity to kind of look for an opportunity in that low volume node to look for a continuation to the upside, it just might work. The nice thing is if it gets too deep through the low volume node, it's failed and you got to get out. So it helps limit risk and gives you at least something to look at, something to base a trade off of that also helps you limit risk. So you want to leave, when you're directional, you want to leave the low volume nodes as low volume nodes as price continues to move up. We start falling into and taking out some of these low volume nodes, something has changed, and you're going to have to sit back and change your strategy a little bit. And again, there is nothing finite. There's nothing that works every time. There's nothing that never works. There's nothing that always works. And once you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. So try that, Jimbo. Even if you just watch it, you're in a trending day that you can just watch it and see, okay, this is a low volume node. Hoag said to watch this area. And if it ends up being supportive, you can account for how often that happens, how often those low volume nodes remain supportive in directional days. We don't know when a directional day is going to change into a reversal or a range type day, but if you're confident that the market is in a strong uptrend or a strong downtrend, look for opportunities near those low volume nodes on the volume profile, because that's really the only way I've been able to establish a way to limit risk. And I've had some relative success in getting into a trend that's already underway by using those low volume nodes. Try that.
And there you have it. Thank you for the answer, Hoag, and thank you for all your questions out there. Unfortunately, we are out of time for group coaching today. That is it. We got to make some time for the next segment coming up. We've got a couple of all-stars joining us in just a few minutes. We've got Market Stalking with Dee coming up. Deeyana, star of our London Open show.
Awesome.
Which airs Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Yesterday, took a little hit in her account, locked it up during fast markets to try and preserve some capital for today. So we're trying to snap a bit of a losing streak, which I think we're going to get done during Market Stalking. But we're also going to be joined by Coach Jay, star of our new segment At the Buzzer, which airs 3:15 to 4:15 Central Time each day, Monday through Friday. We're going to get them in here right now. We're going to take a short break. Hoag, hit us with that dad wisdom.
Yeah, just like as a little kid and just getting into the industry, I noticed there were a lot of really funny, a lot of characters in the industry. And I asked my dad one day, I said, "Why are there so many characters in trading?" And he looked at me straight faced and said, "Hard times breed character. This is not easy. Be easy on yourself. If you can't laugh, it makes it a lot harder. So be a character. Trade well, everybody. Have a great session." And I'll be back for Power Hour. So we'll see you then.
Welcome to Market Stalking, Top Step style. And look who we've got here today. Coach Jay and his new, recently bought auditorium. It looks lovely over there. We got JD, who's been kicking it today. JD, you've been doing a great job here. Love all the information you're sharing with us. And, of course, the star of the show, star of the London Open, Monday through Thursday at 3:30 Central Time. Locked her account out during fast markets yesterday in order to minimize her losses using the kidney. Time to snap that losing streak in live markets. We got Deeyana. Deeyana, how are you?
I'm great, Eddie. Didn't trade today. The crude oil and RBOB are in rollover. So I'm kind of just chilling out today, just looking at what's going on. Obviously, keeping an eye on the markets, but not actively trading. But if we get something during this segment, I might pop a trade in. Apart from that, let's maybe talk about drawdowns, because I'm in a drawdown right now. Yeah,
we all are affected by drawdowns.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a bit of a chaos going on in the background right now, because some of the dogs have gone out for a walk, and then others are not happy because I'm taking them out.
I'd bitch too. I'd be one of those. I'd be actually pounding on the door behind you, making it.
Yeah, well, Astrid is screaming her face off right now downstairs. So, yeah. She'll
who that is, then? Huh?
Yes. Oh yeah,
you can tell by the
I know all of their voices. Yeah, and she's got a bit of a potty mouth on her, so yeah, she's like.
You are a true dog mother. Knowing your dog's bark.
Dog parent. Yeah.
I got two dogs.
So
one barks. I'm like,
drawdowns.
hey, who the hell was that?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh really?
So we're going to be talking about
quite similar,
drawdowns.
then?
Yes.
Do they sound quite similar, yours?
Yes, pretty much. But the one that's getting old doesn't bark anymore. She whines. So, past maybe 3 months, she stopped barking. I know the other one just barks for anything. But anyway. Here in the chat, My Trading Journal, Drawdowns, A Trader's Reality. Yes, it's a movie going to be out this October.
That's right, we're working on it right now.
We're going to give you a trial run on it. But drawdowns, what are drawdowns? What are drawdowns?
What are drawdowns? When you come to the market, none of your levels are really working, and then that keeps happening. So, or sometimes it might be psychological. You might be over trading. You might be trying to chase moves that you're not supposed to be chasing. Whatever it is, at some point you will have to deal with drawdowns. And really, for me, drawdowns are the times when you really see what the trader is doing and how well they can preserve capital during those times, right? Because you have two types of traders. So you have the rarity type, where you kind of pipe down, you size down, lower the frequency of your trades, and then you have the others who kind of do the whole effort moments. They are like drawdown, or data loss limit, and then they just go, F it, I'm just going to put a 10 lot in and hope for the best. Now, that's not obviously the best practice, right? So you want to, I know that we can reset, and I know that you can always start the journey all over again, but like Hoag always says, trying to get yourself out of that drawdown will make you into a better trader, because you will find ways around it, and you will find something that does work. So once you're out of that drawdown, you develop a whole new set of skills. So, for example, one of the issues that we had over the last couple of weeks is that equities have gone into this mad volatility expansion, seemingly out of nowhere, right? We didn't really have what I would call a proper catalyst for it. There were some signs that there might be trouble, but at the end of the day, I don't think that it was a real reason for having the lack of liquidity and the crazy moves that we've had and gaps in the dome on NQ. And now we're seeing the recovery. which is, again, not unusual because we didn't really have a true catalyst. But as a result, I bet there's a ton of people out there who are kind of just caught out of nowhere, like, now what? Like, nothing is working. What's going on? And those are the times when we need to apply some critical thinking and to see how you can weather the drawdown in a more efficient way without blowing the account in like 3.5 seconds, right? So one of the things that I've always done whenever I get in this situation is to, first and foremost, limit my screen time. Sitting there for like 12 hours a day and hoping that something is gonna pop up, and then you do more trades, because the longer you stare at the chart, the more you're gonna think that you're finding some setups. So for me, I would limit my screen time to about 90 minutes per day maximum. Like, that's it. So whatever I do in those 90 minutes, that is it. I also like to limit the number of trades that I do. And during those times, I size down massively and I expand my stops and my targets as well. But the point is to give yourself time to make better decisions rather than having to think on your feet and try and get caught up in the moment and then make a whole bunch of mistakes. So just giving yourself the room to see what is going on and how you can take advantage of the information that's coming in. Like, for example, if you were trying to short NASDAQ today, you probably kept getting smacked in the face, right? Not very pleasant. But if you widen the stop and just see how long it takes for the price to push against you, that's information, right? So if you try short, it pushes against you pretty much immediately. That's information. That means you're probably on the wrong side of things. And you can then see whether maybe you can go into a long trade, wait for the, maybe the bottom of the previous candle or somewhere near there, or find some other orientation point where you can maybe take the other side of the trade. And today, this is not such a crazy upside. Like, this is all, kind of grinding higher, but we don't really have some explosive movement that is impossible to catch. I would say that, you could have identified, actually, I was watching Dolby and Coach Paul earlier, and they tried to go long, but it was lunchtime, and during lunchtime, you can have these moves called the lunchtime. I like to call them lunchtime hour drift, because it drifts back the other way because the drop in volume and everything. So maybe you could have waited until the low of the previous candle was smashed, and then you wait for a pullback. That would be the entry, for example. Just like, pinging ideas and to take in the information that we have, rather than going, I'm just going to try and short this, or I'm just going to pop in a long and whatever, the hell with it. So those are some of my ways that I would try and limit both the screen time, widen the stops, lower the size, and limit the number of trades that you do. So if I don't really manage to catch anything in about 3 trades, I will lock it up. It will be done for me. That's exactly what I did yesterday. So I tried 3 trades yesterday during fast markets. Didn't really work. I was down $336, so nothing too horrendous. But that was it. That was the sign for me to go into the combines and to still be involved in the market, but without being in, real skin in the game and stuff. So yeah. So how do you handle drawdowns? Let's go around the panel.
Yeah, let's do that. Thing is, management. I think management is very important here. And like you said, that you only trade 90 minutes. Let me ask you real quick on back of that. How many times do you go over and say, okay, whatever I need to do? Or how many times, you have to give a number, but how many times have you called it early on a very good day or a very bad day?
Probably pretty often, actually, because whenever the day is not going well, I kind of know within within like the first hour, I know whether I'm reading the market well or not. And if you've seen me trade before, you know that I do like my early exits. So if I don't really see what I want to see, I will be out of the trade. I'm not going to necessarily wait for my full stop loss to get hit because I want to see it go into profit. Especially, if you're looking for a directional trade, you want to you want it to go immediately, pretty much. And then if it immediately goes against you, and then it goes to like minus 0.5 R, just kill it. Like, it's not right. You've either mistimed it or you're just completely wrong on the direction. So you need to stop, reset, and reassess.
That's one of the biggest problems I think we all have is we don't know when to say when. And I'm not talking about Friday night at the bar. I'm talking about here each day that we trade.
Which is also a problem.
We always
for some people.
We always, I mean,
pushing you out of the pub. Go home.
I'm guilty as charged. Hey, one more trade. One more trade. I'm going to get it back, and all we do is we dig the hole. Let's dig the hole deeper. Let's talk to Coach Jay. Coach Jay here, who is having his own at the buzzer with Coach Jay Monday through Friday, 3:15 to 4:15. You got a 55 winning trade percentage, and you're working to bounce back from a red day in the trading combine. Tell us what's going on and what your drawdown is.
Yeah, so anytime I'm dealing with drawdown, it's one, kind of like Dee's been saying, is it just the trading? Am I taking good trades and they're just ending up losing, or is it something, a mental barrier, right, that I have to get over? If it is a mental barrier, trying to go away from the screens, right? I was on vacation last week, out for a week, for that reason, right? To just step away, get a breath of fresh air, not have to make any trading decisions, and then coming back with a refreshed mind. I think it's important to do. And then I think when you go back to making decisions, it's scaling back a little bit, right? In basketball terms, we would call it, anytime one of my shooters couldn't hit a shot from long distance, right? Get a layup, right? Have a layup go in first. Have something easy, right? Easy setup, whether it's a scalp, just putting on a trade, kind of rebuilding that confidence a little bit, but also not trying to rush the process either. I think it's important to kind of remove yourself from any losses that you have during that drawdown, right? If while you're getting back to trading, you're thinking about all the losses that you had and trying to recover those, you're never actually getting over it. And you can't move forward if you're still looking backwards. So
right.
I think processing it, identifying what went wrong, journaling it, but then moving past it and focusing on the next trade.
There you go. Okay. And JD, can you help us out with your view of drawdowns and then how you sort of work them out?
Yeah, sure. I think it was a good point that you made about knowing when to say when, because it's not always so obvious to some people. I mean, going into a drawdown, it can be such a gradual, slow process that it just builds up over time, over a course of days or weeks or however long it takes for you. But I mean,
yeah,
I think the most important thing is just to stay calm. If you're in a drawdown for, several trading sessions in a row, you haven't put on a winning trade in, 20, 25 trades, something like that. You're going every day, hitting your max loss limit, or not your max loss limit, your personal daily loss limit. Say you set your limit at 5. If I have 5 losing trades today, I'm going to quit. And, the first day, okay, I had a bad day today. You go in the second day. All right, that's 2 bad days in a row. Let's turn it around tomorrow. 3 bad days in a row. It's a slow progression. And then you just snap one day, right? Like, what the hell's going on here? None of this makes sense anymore. And that's when, the revenge trading starts. That's when your emotions start getting involved. And
yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that? You broke up a little bit.
Hoping they stick.
I said doubt creeps in,
Yeah.
See, that's
especially if somebody's a newer trader. Yeah.
I mean, if you're on that bad row, yeah, I'm even afraid to put anything on. It's like, is this going to be again? Am I just going to dig this hole deeper? What am I going to do? Lose the account or what's going on? JD, since you mentioned it, what's a good way to turn things around? I mean, it's mentally. I mean, the market, you can't control the market, but you need to sort of manage yourself the best you can. How do you turn things around like that?
Like I said, first up, I know it's easier said than done. Trust me, everybody, but you got to stay calm. You got to stay cool. Don't throw your monitor out the window. Don't kick your dog. You know, these are bad things for people to do. Horrible examples. I know, right?
Like in general as well. Away from trading.
Exactly. You know, you need time away from the screens. Even if you go out and walk around the block and come back, you're still going to be hot. You know, you have to take a significant amount of time away. Get your mind off of it. You need to find some type of meditation. Take your mind off the market for a little while, be it days or a week, anything. Go read a book. Go touch some grass, as people say. I don't know. Get a hobby. Go bowling. Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, I found weightlifting was very helpful to calm me down when I was more novice trader. So probably about 10 years ago or so. I used to be a lot more bothered by drawdowns because I wasn't 100% sure in my strategy, right? These days, things are a little bit different because I've had, so many years of, I've had a couple of years where I was in a drawdown and I managed to turn that around. So those drawdowns can actually be pretty sizable sometimes. You can go for an entire year, one day up, one day down, 2 days up, 2 days down. It can be like a very kind of stop-start moment. And for me, when that started happening to me, I used to go to the gym. And I used to lift weights. So like Robert Cooney, I did bodybuilding competitions. So maybe took it a little bit far on the bodybuilding side, but it really helped from the mental perspective. Because I was
Let's say I can agree with you on that too. If something physical, if for those in our community here, if you've got something that works for you, I know that some of the suggestions have been put here. Post them in the chat here. Somebody else might pick one up. I'm seeing a few that I'm like, hey, that's a good idea. I'm going to try that one or this one. Post it in the chat here. And what do you do when you need to take a break? When I was on the trading floor, we couldn't really do much. I mean, there was a gym workout you can work out, but the thing is, when you're working, you only get they give you like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour maybe. So you'd have to find something to do. And most of us would just go outside and people watch, watch cars go by, have a cigarette, watch the boats go by in the river because we were right there. It's whatever you can find in the time that you have. But since we're here sitting in our own homes or offices, we are the bosses of our destiny. And we can do many more things than that. And I'm loving the ideas that we get here. But
so I'm seeing Eric in the chat saying he takes a walk to the beach.
I'm sorry, what Deeyana, you were saying?
Yeah, I said somebody saying smoke some weed. I wouldn't, because it might make you a bit more paranoid, and that's not what you need in the markets, to be more paranoid about yourself.
And your weed from Deeyana, I got to talk to you. We got to get some good stuff there. JD.
Yeah, and after your time away, when you come back, and if you're still thinking, all right, I took this huge drawdown, this is what I need to make back to get my week or my month or my year back, you're still in the wrong frame of mind. It's still the wrong mindset. You really gotta sit down and go over your trading plan and come up with some realistic goals of how to get back to even. You're not going to do it. You're not going to recover an entire drawdown's worth of losses in 1 or 2 trading sessions. You need to sit down, reassess, and set realistic goals for yourself. Just small ball, play small ball to get back. Scale down.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of. Yeah, like you say, a couple of wins in a row. I think when you're in a drawdown, for a lot of people, it's a matter of confidence. It's like, well, whatever I've done, it didn't work. Like, well, what am I doing wrong? Well, if you don't have a systematic framework that you're working from, that might be a problem. So you can maybe go back over this is where journaling helps massively, to go back over what you were doing and what levels you were using when things were working, and then use that to fall back on it and then see whether it is the market and whether it's just ignoring all of your levels or whether it's you, because if the levels were still working, it means it was you. There's no doubt about that. So so for me, from that perspective, it's a little easier because, all last week, like when I was doing crude oil, it was just running through all of my levels, right? And then by the time that, and it was also moving during Asia, but then we would get to the main trading session and it just wasn't moving. It would be like pretty locked up. And also by then all of my levels were gone. So I was like, well, now what? So I would try like a couple of stupid trades and I knew they were stupid. That I wasn't like, oh yeah, this is a really good trade. So it was definitely me. So instead of staying out, I decided to get involved in a market where I didn't have solid levels, where everything was away from everything. And yet I was like, yeah, I'm going to do some trading here because, I'm the wizard or something. I don't know what I was thinking, but, it creeps in even at this point. However, I can pull it back really easily because I'm like, okay, what is going on with the ADR? Where are we? Did we ever touch the value area? Value areas, outer edges is one of my reversal points. And when I went back through it, I realized that none of the levels were there, right? So that was a huge sign for me to maybe wait for some better conditions, to not get involved when the market has already moved like 200 ticks and then just try to play the TPO profile without any orientation points. So that kind of analysis of your own performance can help you massively. But the first step is always to slow down, size down, and, take a day out, go do something else. I think the problem when you're in a drawdown, your sympathetic nervous system goes into overdrive. So whenever you lose another trade, you're then even angrier, you're frustrated, you're like, what is going on? And it just adds on to the adrenaline and frustration. So you need to get rid of that. Hoag calls it the venom, get rid of the venom. So however you get rid of the venom, that's your way. Like I said, for me, bodybuilding was excellent because you just go and lift some heavy stuff and you're a new person, right? You go sit in a steam room for about 40 minutes and you sweat it all out, and then you come back and you're like, okay, that was great.
I'm going
Let's
to sleep.
go to the next day.
That's what I would be doing. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you calm yourself down. Yeah,
right.
And I think about the bigger picture too. Like, again, you're not going to double your account value even especially after a drawdown. What's the old line? If you lose 50% of your account value one day, you have to make 100% of your account value the next day to make up for it. You're not going to do that, So really need to think about the big picture, reestablish that cushion. Again, I'm going to keep repeating it. Get those small wins in there, playing small ball, build that cushion, and then you get that confidence back and you could start scaling.
I'm a true believer of that, And like
interestingly,
said,
JD, I've got to say something though, just from an experiential point of view, because I'm not a scalper, right? So every time I try to drag myself out of a drawdown doing the base hits, it never worked for me because I would find that I would miss out on some bigger opportunities that would have covered more of the drawdown, and then I would just do like a few paper cuts and then a few trades that sort of worked but didn't quite give me the positive risk reward, and it. For me personally, maybe this is where I'm different than some other people, but for me personally, that just never worked to get me out of a drawdown. So for me, what works is to wait for big orientation points and to wait for appropriate market conditions, to move away from the 1 and 2 minute charts, and to sometimes even move away from bookmap as well, and just to wait for like a 15 or a 30-minute reversal, then go in and then shoot for the perfectly acceptable 2R multiples. Now, for me, that would be about 70 ticks. So, so that was something that always worked for me to drag me out of a drawdown in the space of about 2 weeks. Usually that's how long it takes me. But like I said, I did have a couple of years where it took me 9 months to get out of a drawdown. And, it was not easy, but at least I didn't blow any accounts. So, so at the end of it, I turned it around. The next year came along and everything just started flowing better. And I was able to pull it back. So not every year will be profitable. I think we come into this industry where we're like, oh yeah, we're just going to be great. I actually had a guy who was a very, very profitable trader in one of the prop firms that I worked at for 7 years. Like he was one of the best. We're talking like 7-figure trader, right? And then he had a child and he decided to start spending time at home. So he started working remotely. Yeah. And that was his first losing year. the life was too chaotic. He wasn't sleeping well. There was like a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, everything's changed. Yeah, and he wasn't that bothered by it, but he wasn't happy, obviously, because he was like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" And it's like nothing. You had a kid. You're all right.
Let's move over to our master of yin yang, Coach Jay. Coach Jay, how you doing over there, buddy?
I'm doing good. Dawn pointed out that I had a pretty intense look on my face over here, just scanning these markets to see if there was any opportunity. I kind of see what you guys were talking about earlier on in the session about a potential short here in the ES or NASDAQ.
7:30.
Yeah, we had two sharp pullbacks in the ES, both for about 12 points. One happened in a 3-minute period. The other one was about 15 minutes or so. So looking for that kind of move again, maybe going right into power hour where we know that volume is going to come in. I don't want to short this thinking that the market is going to completely turn around, but maybe for an opportunity or, better yet, an opportunity to get back into a continuing trend. The market is up 1.6% today. So I don't want to call the top, but just seeing what the market is thinking up at these levels, if anything's getting filled up here.
Yeah, so this is something we were talking about in the green room. I don't think we were on live. So basically, there's a statistical probability that around about this time or after this time, this is 7:30 p.m. my time, equities, even after a big extended trend, have a high statistical probability of turning around, at least for a while before they kind of do whatever they do. But what I want to see, especially in NASDAQ, if you are looking to short this, is to go below 570. Because until we start getting back into that range and sustaining the price below it, we're still in danger of this just pinging back, because that was kind of a little range that was established in the lunch hour. NASDAQ.
Okay,
I'm looking at NASDAQ.
Because we're both around that area.
Yeah. So because of that range from the lunchtime, I want to see that basically taken out. So I want to see no interest when we start going back into that range, and then we may have a chance for a more serious pullback. Otherwise, this is just going to keep trickling upside.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's just holding around that top, the 50 to 592s, sort of scaling that here. And same thing with the S&P. Even gold moving left to right now. One thing I wanted to touch base real quick was the funny thing was with Coach Jay. I forget what segment it was, my friend, but all of a sudden Coach Jay disappeared. We had our 4 people up, and all you saw was his background. All of a sudden he gets back in the chair, and it's like, "You okay?" And he's like, "No, I had to do some push-ups." And do you remember that? Do you remember that day?
Yep.
And it was like,
yeah, I do. I do.
I got to give him a lot of credit. He follows through with things that, I mean, me and my fat ass. I mean, what am I gonna do? Go get a Twinkie in the kitchen and come back and start trading again. It's different. I mean, what works for you works for you.
Eddie, the real reason for that, I want to challenge Dolby. I know Dolby had that video. He did about 50 push-ups. I didn't get exactly to 50, but I'm close.
42 he did.
That's right, 42. I remember.
Yeah, I remember too.
Coming for you, Dolby.
He's coming for you, man. He's coming for you. But I mean, you've
is he listening?
You walked away, and whatever works for you, keep doing it. Okay. Whether it be a Twinkie or whether it be push-ups or whether it be walking the dog, step away. I can't emphasize how much you need to do that. JD, what do you do when you've got yourself in a corner, market's still open, we got lots of time? What do you do to sort of get that focus, get that mental aspect back?
I have dogs. I have a dog. I'll take the dog for a walk if I'm at home. Otherwise, I go for a walk around the block here. Find a ham sandwich somewhere. I see you in the chat, Hoag. I am definitely team ham sandwich.
Hey, look, I found a ham sandwich behind this bush.
Get yourself an iced tea and a ham sandwich and just relax. Go walk by the lake. It's an excellent time. I'm looking at the markets right now, though. I want to see. Sure. We are tapping on the ceiling of new highs. We're getting some range extension in the S&P right now. I want to see how it reacts at new highs here. If we take out a little liquidity, run a couple stops, and then fade back again, I might be looking into a possible failed top trade. This will be a super cheap trade. I wouldn't take more than $150 of risk on it. But I want to be a little more confident in the setup before I do it. So we just made a new high by a couple of ticks. Didn't really run any liquidity. Didn't run too many stops. I know they're building up here. There's still a lot of weak shorts in this market right now. But I am hawking a short trade in the ES right now. So I'll keep you posted on that.
Cool.
You're hawking it, just sort of watching it right now?
I'm watching it. Hawking it.
Okay.
Go.
We'd never be able to call a hawk. No.
No.
Maybe a stupid chicken.
Are you guys looking at or any markets get your interest right now? Is anybody looking at a trade? I've been itching to put a trade on.
I'm just looking at the
since
same thing, similar thing you are in NQ, but again, I'm kind of coming back to NQ after a 2-year hiatus of not trading it. So I'm just kind of trying to, find my orientation points and get a feel for it again, because it's a little less nervous now after the whole couple of weeks liquidity pull. It doesn't have the super intra-candle nervousness that was really annoying the hell out of me. It's a lot smoother and it moves a lot. So this is more acceptable for my aging brain. So I'm kind of running a couple of combines to kind of test it out on different parts of the day and to see what stop sizes I can use. And, because obviously when you haven't traded something for a couple of years, things change. And so for now, it's just all just experimentation mode. But yeah, I would be looking to maybe also short it. So being a forever contrarian. But yeah, I do want to see what happens around that 570 area in NQ.
Yep.
These are markets that we've talked about every day, in and out and in and out. I know, Coach Jay, you sort of dabble in the in the piglets, live hogs, or let's let him just sort of move his lips for a while until he realizes that he's
Need
on mute.
$5.
$5.
Oh no!
Check.
Oh,
Can you guys
no.
hear me now? I'm sorry about that.
Jay,
we can hear
it
you.
was on our end. Yeah,
I'm sorry
that's
about
okay.
that.
It's okay, Coach. It was on our end. No, you don't have to pay the $5.
No, I have dabbled in hogs. I haven't traded them in a little while. I was saying in the ES, we have a daily level from Coach Vince at 55.70 that is a resistance that we just kind of traded up to, not seeing any buying coming up there. So if you're looking for that short, that might give you a nice opportunity to limit your risk above that level.
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
checking in on our Discord.
Real quick here,
levels,
JD. How about in chat? Anybody doing something different than what we're talking about here? Is there any opportunity out there better than what we're seeing here with the markets that we usually talk about? You could just mention it. We don't have to go deep into it, but I just want to expand it a little bit because we're always talking NASDAQ, S&P, NASDAQ, crude, NASDAQ. I want to
because everything else has died. Everything else has died.
Everything has
so
died.
Everybody's going. Yeah.
Well, you never know. Maybe Hog Wild goes nutsy. And
I would like nothing better than for crude oil to come back to like 200, 220, 250, 300 ticks per day. Oh my God, it's been so slow.
Right. You know what though? I hate to say it though, but in the Middle East, if and when, I think that's when we're really going to see it. When
Eddie,
it's the fan.
If you want to outside market, if you want to outside market micro Bitcoin.
You know what? I mentioned that I think last week or maybe this week. I don't remember, but that's something I want to look into.
Have you looked at it,
there
Jay?
you go.
How does it move
Charles
intraday?
It moves pretty well. Trades decent volume. Has 32,000 contracts traded today. Coach Paul trades at a decent amount. And it kind of starts to move like the equities right now, but I think it is almost comparable to trading micros in the equities, where it's built-in risk management, right? Where it's not too expensive. Don't exactly remember the tick value right now, but it's not a whole lot. I think it's actually a really good place to learn. And then if you want to scale up trade size, maybe scale in and out of contracts, I think it's a really good place to trade.
Aces
and right now we're kind of.
I'm looking forward to DAX coming to Topstep at some point because DAX has been my complete life savior this year.
You said that earlier.
Yeah,
what is the DAX?
It's a product that it's the German DAX. So it's the biggest 40 companies in Germany. So it's an equity index, but it trades on the Eurex exchange and London Stock Exchange, and it's so smooth. You can really size up on it. It doesn't whip around like crazy. It just goes like once it actually establishes a move, even if it's a V-shaped move, it's still super smooth. Like you can easily get like 40 to 70 ticks from it on both sides on some days. But on average, typically what tends to happen is a failed auction somewhere around the outer value edge. So it's like super technical, super clean. And, it's one of my favorite products to trade for many years. So I'm really looking forward to getting that into Topstep.
Right, exactly. That's where I was going with it. We don't have it here at Topstep yet, and I know a lot of people asked for it, and I forget what Mick gave us as a substitute. I think the euro dollars is that, am I correct there?
That does not move. No.
Yeah.
So I ran away from Forex products in 2012, and every time I look at them, even so many years later, it's still slow. We're talking about DAX moving 150, 180 ticks in just for the London session versus euro dollar moving like 45, 50 ticks. Like if I wanted that, I'm going to stick with crude oil, because that at least has like 100, 120 ticks in it. But yeah, so I'm looking for products that will move a very decent amount every day, something that is not going to move once in a blue moon and then nothing. We're intraday traders. You need to have a product that moves consistently well day to day. If you don't have that, this is why everybody runs to NASDAQ, right? Because it's the only thing, and ES, but NASDAQ is a crazy version of an equity index. So this is why everybody loves it so much, because when you put on a trade, if you are right on direction, it will reward you very, very quickly. And crude oil used to be like that. So this whole year for me has been a huge sort of exploration thing of what should I, where do I go now? And I've done this in 2012. So I've gone through the same thing. This is what brought me into futures, because I was a euro dollar trader for like 5 years. That's all I traded for, like as a swing trader. That's all I did. That was my first 6-figure account. And I built it up from like 2K all the way up to like just under 250. Actually, it was more in dollars because it was almost 2 to 1, because I was doing it in pounds. So it was 220,000 pounds, which was literally like almost $500,000. That was my first account. And that was all done on euro dollar. And then 2012 came and we had the euro austerity measures. For the first couple of months, it was fine. There was lots of liquidity. And then they brought down the interest rates to near zero. And then everything just died. And for a year, I kept trying to make it work. And I was like, this is crazy. I mean, I was sitting in trades for like 2-3 weeks, and I would be getting like 10 pips, which is like takes like minimum price movement. In Forex, it's called a pip. And I was like, this is impossible. Like, we just don't have a range anymore. And to give you a comparison, before every time I would run a trade for a couple of weeks, I would get like 1,400 ticks equivalent. It was just nothing. I wouldn't have to do anything. And every time I would book profits, I would call those my ka-ching days, because you wouldn't take profit every day. It would be like, you wait for the target to come in, and then it takes, some time to get there. And then that all just died. So obviously this year we've had some kind of a change in crude oil and perception of it as a risk product. So it doesn't react the same way. We've had a lot of stuff coming out from the Middle East, and yet crude oil is still like trickling away at like 100 ticks per day. It's like, what? So yeah, something is definitely up. Maybe it's the election year, because I know when Trump got elected, that was the bad year for me as well. So maybe there's something to that.
Well, let's hope things turn around. So a lot appreciate a lot of suggestions here in chat. And remember also, if you got that practice account, that demo, some of the suggestions,
definitely.
I've got to do the Bitcoin. I want to sort of, I don't want to dive in, but I want to sort of test the water and see if that's something that I like. But
you know what I'll do
JD,
sometimes?
how you doing over there? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach. Okay.
No, you know what I'll do sometimes also is I have the quote board up on the side of the screen here, and I have a similar watch list. If anything is up a big percentage, right? I'm seeing the Nikkei up 3.7%. I'm seeing copper up 2.59%. I'll take a look at those charts and then just see if there's a technical pattern that's presenting an opportunity, and then go ahead and take that trade. Right? It might not be a market that I've traded in, but for some reason there's activity in those markets. And if we think as traders we want opportunity, right? We want volatility. Sometimes we have to go find it, especially if the market that you're accustomed to trading is not providing an opportunity, right? So I'm looking at silver right now. I'll pull up a silver chart, and I would probably suggest trading micro silver, but look at the range in silver today, right? This looks like a ton of opportunity on both sides if you're a range bound trader. If there's a technical pattern that you see here, most technical patterns, right? A chart is a chart. Most technical patterns are going to apply to whatever market. And that might present an opportunity to you. The same way we're going to manage risk in the market that you trade every day, you have to do it here as well. But using that quote board for those purposes, I think is a pretty good way to find a decent trade.
We should have a challenge where you get a chart, but you're not told what it is, and you've got to trade it. You've got to figure it out.
They actually did that in one of the prop firms that I was at. They just gave us a chart and they're like, trade. You don't know what it is, just trade it. It was interesting because it just showed you that, patterns are patterns, behaviors are behaviors. And sure, every product has its own behavioral quirks. But at the end of the day, it's all price-based, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we do that. JD, how you doing, brother?
Good, man. I'm watching. We've got our levels guys very active in the Discord channel right now. So keeping an eye on what they're saying. We've got the captain in a short trade in the NASDAQ right now. He's short at 78 with a 90 stop. We're just kind of drifting sideways a little bit right there. We do have some insight. A lot of people are looking for that 74 to 76 level in the ES to hit right now. We're tapping on the signal on new highs again. I'm just looking
at
big
order sitting at 70.
Yep, I was looking
big order at
70.
We have you see that?
We have 70. Looking at it, there's 800. There was almost 1,000 there just a minute ago. That's also a resistance level from Coach Vince. If you're looking at your daily level sheet, 5570 resistance level, and it's right in that area where I'd love to put in a failed top trade, just a couple ticks above the high, let it run that liquidity out, and then come right back through. But again, we are still just grinding higher right now, and there is more room to the upside. People do have targets to the upside still that are viable, 74 to 76 to start with.
JD, you see there's still room topside. How do we know that?
A little more room to run. This is just basic technical analysis, looking at charts, looking for previous areas of swing highs, swing lows, previous areas of congestion. Market tends to migrate or gravitate towards those areas, and we're very close to a couple on the upside right now. So
yeah, I've got a supply
we are breaking off
in the ES at 55.74.
Yep,
that's on a 4-hour chart.
I mean,
dip
you
right
can
now.
See the correlation with the S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow sort of sitting on the tops here. But, if we come here for this session, and I know we didn't, anybody put on any trades while we were sort of going through the...
yapping? No.
No, not at all.
I didn't.
Because the opportunity... You did?
That's all I wanted to do was put on a trade, but...
No, I mean, if there's no opportunity, and I saw this in the chat today, I don't want to force a trade. You do not want to force a trade. If everybody else is trading and you're not, okay, what's the reason behind that? Maybe you missed it, right? But don't chase the market. Don't trade if the opportunity is not there. Setups. We talk about game plans too. If you got a good game plan, you're not going to see a bad drawdown. If you follow your rules, you're not going to see a bad drawdown. If you manage yourself and your account, you're not going to see a bad drawdown. So keep that in mind. Let's see here. So Deeyana, before we go, I know we've got a lot of new names here. Market stalking. It's intriguing. What's that all about?
market stalking, as we said the other week. Market stalking. That was JD, I think. So market stalking. That's the one. Yes, perfect. So market stalking is something that I kept saying stalking the market, stalking this level. And then eventually when we were kind of figuring out, so the way I came into educational courses, it wasn't some kind of a calculated business decision. I sort of fell into it because I kept explaining my setups to the colleagues around me, and then to kind of get a little bit more free time and to prevent me from having to explain the same thing over and over to many people, I started putting stuff on a small website and eventually on YouTube. And then suddenly I got a ton of random people who were coming in and going, hey, where can we learn this? Do you have a course? Do you have a book? Do you have? I was like, I don't. I have nothing. Nothing. And then I kind of realized maybe I should, put something together because, I don't have any human children. So, my legacy to the world is the trading knowledge that I've aggregated over the last 16 years. So I figured, why not put it in some kind of a nicely digestible way? And that's how market stalkers came about. So this is why market stalking means looking at a level, waiting for a high probability level. So it's a data-driven approach where you're not just clicking buttons and hoping for the best. You have a level that is statistically probable to bring some sort of an event, whether that's ADR, a recession range, you have TPO profiles, you have supply and demand. So I use all of that, and I use time of day as well. Like I said, 7:30 my time is the time when we've observed that the markets turn around. And that's because you're going into the bond close, you have, some new influx of volume, people are taking off all positions and preparing for the final hour. That's why it happens. So there's a kind of a mechanistic nature of why the reversals usually happen at that time of day. And I'm not saying that it happens every day, but it happens frequently enough to take note and to sort of put it into your potential strategies. So every time I'm going to do a reversal trade, I will typically wait until that time of day before I even start looking for a setup. So it helps to sort of put a time frame rather than me constantly looking for reversals at any point of the day. I literally have about 90 minutes when I expect something to happen. So that's what market stalking is all about, just kind of honing into the level that you're looking at, having some data to support it statistically, and then looking at the time of day to be right for that sort of a move. And I call that market stalking. So hopefully that makes sense now.
And there it is. I dropped the link here. I dropped your thinkofic.com, Market Stalkers, and I dropped your YouTube. YouTube.com/Market Stalkers. Check it out. Check it out. All right, we're almost out of time here. JD, real quick, closing comments.
If you're looking at your charts, you should be prepared to take a trade, but don't force a trade either. I'm still looking at that short. I'm so pissed I didn't take it. It was. I'm reading all these messages coming through on Discord. I'm reading the chat. I'm reading the tape. I'm looking at the chart. I wanted to put that trade on, and so bad.
Put you on the spot. But, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Go get a ham sandwich.
We still got that offer at 55.70 building. That's a resistance area from Coach Vince. There's over 1,000, almost 1,100 on the offer right there. We're knocking on the ceiling again at that level. As soon as we get out of here, I think I'm going to start stacking some offers above. Real tight risk, though. Not risking a lot, but I'd like to see maybe a little drop coming in the next half hour or so, leading into the end of the day.
Yeah, that 570 and NQ is still causing trouble, so that needs to go.
Yep. All right, Coach Jay, thank you for being with us here. Are you sticking around for Power Hour?
I'm out for Power Hour, but I'll be back for At the Buzzer right after. So I'll be in the chat.
Hour? We got, I'm going to take a look here. But anyway, we're going to take a break. Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us here. JD, thank you very much. Coach Jay, thank you very much for being with us here. I hope you learned something in this segment. I hope you did. I did. I learned some things here today. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with Power Hour. Don't go away. Don't go away. Don't go away.
Hey traders, it's Gabe with Topstep and I'm back with yet another update. We are absolutely ecstatic to announce the release of hotkeys inside of Topstep X. You can now fully customize keyboard shortcuts to streamline your trading process, reduce manual inputs and possible errors, and get quicker trade executions. Let's go ahead and switch over to my charts and I'll show you how they work.
All right, so we're back inside of the Topstep X platform, and what I want to do is navigate to the left-hand side of my screen and click on the platform settings button. From there, I'm going to click on hotkeys, which will be the second tab at the top right. Out of the 10 actionable items that you have available to choose from, you're going to click on the Set Hotkey button for the one you'd like to customize. For this example, I'm going to use the up arrow key. I can click Confirm, and as you see now, it shows up as the hotkey selected. If I want to overwrite that or clear that out, I would just hit this button again. I can leave this blank and hit Confirm if I want to remove it, or I can simply go in and add a hotkey. But that's it. Hope you guys enjoy. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you on TopstepTV.
Let's do this. It is Power Hour. You know the man in the upper right, that is Hoag. Lower right, that is Jack. In the lower left, Mr. Francis Green, who has not been on yet. Mr. Francis Green, how are we doing today?
All good. Good as always, thank you. Hope everyone else is good.
Excellent. Any trades? Do you have any trades on right now or any trades today?
Not at the moment. We had a couple of trades in the London session, and then a couple of stayed in for the news, and they caught that pump, which was very risky, but they got on the right side of that. So yeah, not a bad morning. Definitely in the London session, but nothing since obviously New York because of this. There's no pullbacks or there's no setups to be had. So
indeed, it's not the easiest of trades, although it has been trend day up, at least in the morning, Hoag. Then we did see a bit of a sell-off come about 11:20 Central Time, just to be bought up again. Hoag, what's our thoughts on the market? It's just, it's grind higher, grind higher. How do we get in? How do we capitalize on markets like this?
Well, Francis and I were just talking about that. And as far as upside targets in the NASDAQ, if we're going to continue this move, we both see it getting up to 19,700, up to a naked point of control, maybe up at 19,724. It's really just kind of glued to the ceiling here. Volume has been pretty low up here. And the reversion trader in me is sitting here going, is the high end? Is the high end? But I'm scanning our Discord channel here, and a lot of folks are still looking at upside targets, either long, maybe just got stopped out in profit on some of these pullbacks here.
Yeah,
Jack.
There's been a lot of opportunities to ask if the high is in, and like an idiot, I am short 5 MES right now.
Love it.
Not risking a whole heck of a lot. If it gets through this high again, I'm finished with this. But
what price?
Oh, like 60. Not a good price.
Okay.
But I was waiting for a rollover. I got too cute by half because I took off the 50s before on the last pullback.
Okay.
What I think we're setting up here on the 500 tick chart is a bull flag.
Mm-hmm.
And ES, Hoag?
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ, okay.
There it is.
Right. Do it right here, huh? Up around this range. Look in the 5 minute Dolby style. See if they can push it right now. Francis, any levels you're targeting in the NQ?
Just that this on the book map, we've got a few, the highest number probably around about that 19,700, as me and Hoag were speaking about. He's got the naked point of control at the 19,720. So I'm looking to see if we can get a sweep maybe of that level. We've got that high from August the 1st, 19,717 and a quarter. So maybe we get a sweep of that, and that would put us into that zone for a reversal. So, but that's the only level I look for, the only level I've got at the moment. Yeah.
My man,
as for longs, I wouldn't dare long.
But why not? It's an update. We're trending higher.
Yeah.
Why not?
I think it's that contrarian in me, the trader, the mindset. You think, oh, if any pullback, you're scared that it's going to fall straight through. If I was to long, then it's only a very, very tight local Fibonacci, which brings us down to 19,544 is a local 618. 19,544, maybe
4. Okay.
It's a local 618 on the Fibonacci. So
side. Okay.
We've got a couple of new longs here as far as team members in the S&Ps. Looking for some continuation. We've kind of taken off that size that we had up here at 5570. There were about 800 there earlier. It's down to about 300 now. This trend line, this kind of potential bear flag was provided to us by one of Dolby's guys, United. He's saying those levels are getting tapped, and we're holding above it now. So I'm not looking for shorts if we're going to hold up above that trend line. Again, this is a 500 tick chart, so it's a very short time frame, but really points out some good swing highs and lows. So 1, 2, 3 points of contact there. Now there's a little bit of a failure up there.
Okay.
You're probably feeling better about your short now, aren't you, Jack?
Oh, I don't feel good about it at all.
No.
I have my risk in, and it'll hit it or it won't. But I guess that's the nice thing about trading something like micros in this, or just like not risking the bank or something that's going to completely F things up, so to speak.
Right.
It would be nice, though. I'm not going to lie. For those of you, Andre, I could run through those numbers real quick.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Do it.
All right. As we mentioned earlier, we had the good CPI print yesterday, and it was followed up by two great things on the other side of the Fed coin. Initial jobless claims came in below the expectation by a little bit, and the core retail sales blew it out of the water month over month. 0.1 expected came out 0.4%. Amazon to the moon. Checking in on the Mag 7 right now. They all up. Leaders Tesla's up 6%. Nvidia's up 3.8%, 2% Meta, 4.3% Amazon, and 1.5% for Apple.
Jack, this morning you gave it the chef's kiss. Why did you give these numbers the chef's kiss? Why are they so good?
It was. This is such a. It's like the. I'm already thinking of what to say it. It's like the opposite of the human centipede, right? That's a bad thing. This is like both sides or something lovely happening, right? You have inflation. So the Fed's dual mandate is to control inflation and to keep employment at an acceptable rate. Okay. We got good numbers on both sides of that. The expectations of a rate cut, last I checked, for September 18th. Okay, 76% of a quarter point cut now, just 23% of a half point, and that has changed 25% since then, or like since yesterday or the day before or something like that. So everything's pretty good right now, and the market has certainly liked it and just been grinding higher.
Sure has. Trend day upwards. Hey, Hoag, what's Delta looking like right now? ES and NQ as of 212.
It's so aggravating. It's really useless for us. It's positive 3,100 in the S&Ps and positive the 1,300 in the NASDAQ. No divergence, nothing too deep in either direction. I did put RSI on my 30-minute chart here in the S&Ps, a la David Green, and it's just under 80 right now. So this would be one of those situations where if David had an opportunity against one of his moving averages, he would probably be looking for a short because that RSI is indicating overbought.
Yep, explain.
Lagging indicator. It's nothing I use use regularly. I just threw it on there just to see what it looked like with us. Really, just kind of this market is like a balloon up against the ceiling. You know, you lose a balloon that's got helium and it just sits there up against that ceiling.
That is well put, Hoag. I have not heard that analogy before.
Balloon against, yes.
I just made that up.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. So we can either maybe get a BB gun or something and shoot it down.
Pop it, yes, for Jack.
Maybe we can make some money on that.
Right. Again, upside target of 19,700 in the NASDAQ. If we go there, Francis also said downside target 19,544, about 30 points away from that. If we get there, what prices would you be looking to get in at, Francis, if any, in the NQ?
I would probably, because it's power hour, I might be brave and jump in the long if we get down to that 540, 544. It's a risk, but it's the local golden pocket. So if we are going to retrace and try and hit that 7 and try and get the liquidity above 717, that could be a fake move to the downside and then obviously get everybody scared and then it could reverse for But it's brave after continuously going up all day. It is brave to try and go long round here. But hey, is what it is. You take the risk, you get paid.
One thing I know for sure is if I get long up here, I'll put in the high.
Send it. See those plays. Hey, hey, Jack, I got a question for you. I know you got a trade on, but real quick, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, we see hashtag Power Hour. Jack, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Hashtag Power Hour. What is the word for that sign? The pound sign. Let me look this up real quick. I think it's something.
It's a numbers sign. That's what I always called it. There's a word for it.
Octothorpe. That's what I'm looking for. If you go to Octothorpe Power Hour on Twitter or X, as you would call it, post some stuff there with that hashtag/Octothorpe, and we will show the very best stuff on this here broadcast a little bit later. It's good stuff.
Yeah, that should do it. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing showing. 50-50 across the board. Now we could do a house account recap. Hoag, house account, we got short in an upward trending market. It was a cheap trade at the time. We got stopped out. We managed our risk well. We did cut bait.
Oh yeah, we didn't want that to go all the way to that stop. We needed it to go. We needed it to go like relatively quickly. And when it didn't, I said, you know what? I think we should cut bait. I asked, Yep. And the overall agreement in the chat and on screen was, yeah, let's just cut this thing. What we didn't do is we didn't go the other way. We should have said, okay, well, now we're above the initial balance. Maybe we take a long and limit risk on the initial balance. And that would have been a pretty decent opportunity, I think, as long as we could have stayed in.
We live and we learn. But yes, take a look at crude. Last trade, 77.97. Obviously, it's after hours there. About $1.20 range in crude today. Pretty much trading in the middle. Look at the Dow. Last trade, 40,665. High of the day, 40,686. Gold, still trying to figure out what to do this $2,500 level. Last trade, 24.98. Everything's pretty sideways for the time being. Trent Evans in the chat. I would still be looking long, not short.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think we are in a range right now. Francis, you a better trader in range-bound markets or trending markets, would you say, overall? What do you prefer?
Probably range-bound. Yeah, yeah. Range-bound, yeah. I like to wait for extremes or, major SR flips. And if it lines up with Fibonacci's, even better. And then I look to obviously reverse from those areas. So I'm not very good with trending markets. I do like the pullbacks, but then I'm thinking, is this pullback going to go through? And is this the short? Because I always have the reversal in my head. It's, catching that falling knife. I used to trade, obviously, Bitcoin for 3 years. So catching the falling knife was part of it. It was quite risky.
Francis, buying pullbacks, you're always just afraid that they just put in the high and you're buying it.
Yeah,
it's so
because
hard.
I'm thinking of
the
the
limit
reversal.
risk too.
I'm thinking of the short. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The limit risk too. It's hard to limit risk on those pullbacks.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I'm not a massive fan of trend. In hindsight capital, it looks great at the end of the day, but yeah, during the trade, it's not. Even the one earlier, we had one earlier. So I was looking for a reversal at 19,400 because it was quite an important level. It was an SR flip. So even when we got above that level, and I was watching you guys, and you was talking about the 405. And in my mind, I was thinking, this is a great opportunity. This is an obvious trade for me. We broke above the 400. We're just going to retest and we're going to continue this move to the upside. But even that, I didn't enter that trade. And I was so certain that it was going to be in the right direction, but I didn't in case we had a deviation play. We dropped below, underside retest of the 400 and then continued. So it was even hard for me to take that trade. And it played out perfectly.
Yeah, this trading thing is not always the easiest. We are seeing a bit of a pop here in the Dow. Still waiting to see if ES or NQ follows suit. Richard Harris in the chat says Francis is super handsome. What do you think about that, Francis?
I appreciate.
Have you heard that
Thank
before?
You.
Have you heard that before?
I mean, I'm married, so I'm off the market, but I appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Next time, Richard, maybe in another lifestyle.
There you go. There you go. All right, we're keeping an eye on this Dow right here. It's getting close to the high of the day. It's about 8 points off the highs. Q has not moved just yet. She's selling off a little bit. In the range, though.
I haven't looked at the Dow profile, and it really just extended above the initial balance for the first time within the last hour. Let's see if it holds up there.
I wonder if I bet Dolby's enjoying this NQ range. He likes his ranges. That 570 just keeps holding, and 590 keeps rejecting. So he's probably having a field day.
Mm-hmm.
Jack is short again from 5560.
Yes.
Hang on. Take a look at the tilt. 50-50 for the time being. Hey, live trader P&L update. Let's do it real quick. There's some red out there. Rips hit DLL. I think for a tick DLL. Ooh, Tanya trades at noon Central Time was up 2,200. Currently down $130, but we got Alexis up $4,700. Karina up $5,300. Gang up almost $11,000. Dylon up $2,500, and Pinsin up $2,600. There's some red, there's some green out there. Jack, you get it.
Yeah. Yes. I get it, just not the whole trading thing. Yeah, all I want to do today early in the morning was get long. And then you psych yourself out when the number sends it up so much.
Dolby has a comment. This range is interesting for sure in NQ. That's in our Discord. Still looking for levels and ideas from our team traders here. I think everybody's probably exhausted, done, or tapped out for the day.
Doesn't mean we're done. Hey, Dolby time. The range. Look at the NQ range here. See a lot of wicks to the downside here, Hoag. Needs 70. In the NQ, that is 19,570.
I mean, it seems to be overall holding this upper trend line that we were kind of looking at as a potential for a bull flag. Yeah, when it got down to 70 last time, I mean, below 70s longs. Is this a breakout above here? I can't do it. I can't buy it here. Just with that.
Here goes the Dow. Dow creeping higher. New highs in the Dow.
Yeah, there it goes. There it goes.
And here goes NQ and ES. Man, okay, Dow might be leading this thing. NQ might be lagging a bit. Look at the 5 minute, of course.
Looks like our balloon may be breaking through the ceiling.
Hey. And
that 590. You can get above the 590. Maybe it breaks out.
Okay. Above 590.
It's interesting. I think the Dow would be held back because its biggest component, United Healthcare Group, is actually down on the day.
Interesting. What could be leading it? What could be taking it higher then?
Let's take a look.
What's in there, Jack? It's your market.
The number 2 weight is Goldman Sachs, which is up. Microsoft up. Ooh, Caterpillar up 3%. But yes, United Healthcare Group is down, and that is 9.5% of the Dow.
So, Hoag, if we wanted to play follow the leader, you see the Dow keep going higher and ES trying to follow suit and Q kind of lagging.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the levels. I was trying to. Here we go. A new 5-minute candle just started. Ooh, sellers.
It would be crazy. I don't want to say it out loud almost, but if that 5570 was like to the tick. I'm
And
wishing
there was
it
a bunch
would
of
just
size up there.
Francis was looking for a break above, what was it? 19,590? 590?
Yeah. That seems to be this little bit, that seems to be the roof in this 5-minute consolidation.
All the points of volume points of control are high. Volume point of control in the NASDAQ just moved all the way up to 583.
Hey, Hoag, you were talking about RSI, and you said, what was it? It got into the 60s or 80s, you said? 80s?
Yeah, that was on the 30-minute chart, and it's different according to which chart you're looking at. David Green, he's pretty much looking at a 5-minute chart, and it's 62 right now, so it's not overly overbought on the 5-minute chart, but looks like it is on the 30-minute chart. And the last thing we want to start doing is like rifling through time frames to look for trades.
Yes, we've all been guilty of that.
I mean, the 15-minute, well, on the stochastic, if you're talking about RSIs, that's now below the 20. So then that would tell us that on the 15-minute, it wants to move to the upside on the stochastic. So again, you've got the 30-minute RSI above 80, and then the 15-minute stochastic RSI in a oversold level under the 20. So straight away, it's like, well,
what do we do with that?
Which way do we go? Which way do we go?
Yes.
Crazy.
Ryan Wallen in the trade says it's going to chop into the close. Hey, you might be right. Always looking for opportunities here. Buyers got rejected up there in the NQ. I did try taking it up to about 87. We sold off about 10 points from there. See if the sellers can push it down into the 70s. Perhaps a range trade there in the 70s. Toby, what do you think?
He says range is going to range.
Range is going to range.
I prefer the word balance.
Nearly.
Balance, yes.
Balance is going to balance. Somebody popped a balloon.
Agreed.
Pop it hard. Deflate the hell out of that thing, Jack.
Might put this on again at 5 o'clock.
Hey.
Oh, who are we kidding? It's going to hit my stop before then.
Lead
bounced
balloon.
again.
Yes, it did.
Yep.
70s.
Here, NVIDIA's selling, I guess, a little bit. Still up to 122 now. You could have bought it for $91.
Yes, you could have.
Last week.
When, like last week, Jack? Man.
Wow.
That is a big pop.
It's a nice little ROI. Dow's still staying bid here. 4 points off the highs there. Again, high of the day in the Dow, 40,697. Last trade, 40,693. See buyer step in here in the ES. Still have the tug of war going on.
It's going to come up and grab these 70s. I don't want to get...
Is that where you're at?
No, I'm behind it, but I want to move back. I don't want to get hit if there's like a quick run on liquidity, kind of what JD was looking for there.
Mm-hmm.
A more patient man might have waited until that happens to maybe establish a short position here.
Hey, Rockin' 00 TJ says level is holding strong with about 5570 level holding strong. 260 orders. Yeah, there was 1,000 lot there, right, Hoag?
Yeah. Well, I think the highest I saw was about 800.
Okay.
And some of it's obviously been canceled, hasn't traded yet. Still some offered there, but I'm not seeing a whole bunch of liquidity above either. Nothing really in the dome. The domes are still really thin. You're seeing, double digits mostly in the S&Ps. Single digits are typical in the Nasdaq. So maybe a little bit more blood coming into these markets, but they still seem very thin, especially the S&Ps. 1,074,000 traded in the S&Ps in the E-mini S&P right now. 448,000 traded in the Nasdaq. Not tremendous. See what Jim D says.
What's going on in Bitcoin? I keep seeing people in the chat talking about Bitcoin. Is it getting hammered or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Okay, cool.
It's just now into a like a Fibonacci level, the golden pocket Bitcoin.
Okay, what price?
In that zone. That price is now on Binance. So I don't know on the futures. It's probably different on futures. But on Binance it's 57,145. I don't know what it is on our is Bitcoin.
What is the month? I'm gonna look up the old BTC here.
MBTC 57,305 on futures.
57,000. Okay. All right, we're creeping higher here.
It's not. It's $12 difference on Binance and the futures. So, yeah. But it's in a golden pocket. It's been terrible to trade. That's why I came to futures because this range between at the time 60 and 72 was just grinding, slow grind down, slow grind up, no liquidity grabs, not a lot of good structure that we had for the previous 2-3 years.
Interesting.
It's been horrible to trade. Horrible to trade.
Francis, if you don't mind me asking, what I have no idea. What does it look like on the bid and the ask in Bitcoin? Is it 10 up? Is it 50? I have no idea.
Here's the dome. It's August.
Oh, is that? Okay.
Oh, man, look how thin it is. It's like that.
It's because of ETFs. As soon as these ETFs, the market's just been nowhere near as good to trade. And it's been like that for a month now. As soon as the ETFs are involved, there's not as many traders. So you don't get the normal. We used to get so much liquidity. You'd get such big moves straight into your zones, and they would reverse straight away, and you could be in and out within seconds. You just don't really get that as much now. It's more structural, maybe. So if you like structure, it's probably a good thing to look at. I know a few people were mentioning it earlier. I traded it for years. I've just not traded it now since futures. Will I trade it in the future? Maybe. I'm not too sure, but
I think I know the answer, Francis. I think I know the answer. Hey, here we go. NASDAQ making new highs here. Last trade, 19,594. High today, 596. There we go. A little pop. 55.70, big level.
JD might be looking. So we took out the 55.70 in the ES and kind of saw some maybe stops fly through there.
We only looked above the previous high by one tick there. That's a poor high.
Yeah, look at that wick. That's a JD.
This time
right
is
there.
different.
Yeah.
Yes. You're saying there's a chance.
The buyer step right back in. Relentless.
Oh my goodness, man. Thank goodness we're not trying to sell this thing.
I know. Only a complete asshole would do that. No, I mean,
sorry, Jack.
No, I have the risk. I'm not.
Jack, what did Mohammed say? What did Mohammed say, man? Don't come crying.
He said a lot of things.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. See if they can keep pushing this. Look at the tilt. Dow 69% long again. Smaller sample size in the Dow. NQ 50-50, ES 50-50 as well. And there was a bit of a volume spike. Look at the NQ on that last pop here in the 5 minute. Again, this is Power Hour on Topstep TV. Got Francis Green in the house, Jack in the house, and Hoag in the house. Click like, click subscribe as we continue to make new highs in the NQ.
Volume in New York Stock Exchange is a little higher than it was yesterday at this time.
We're pushing here.
Just a little bit.
Just a tad.
El Toro says, love Jack's dry sense of humor. Jack, would you describe your sense of humor as dry?
It depends. I mean, what do you say, Andre? Like we've been together before. I think it's it comes off more dry on TV. I don't know why that is.
They're coming after you in shoulder tap today.
Yeah, never mind. I'm like reading spreadsheets. Like I can't get Andre. You're good at like having your face be like animated when you're just like chilling there. Mine just goes kind of slack.
That's why I don't read spreadsheets, Jack.
Oh yeah, that's why you don't read. Period.
All right, the sellers stepped in at that 19,600 level, 601s, 601 half actually by the day.
And above 70.
There was some orders on the book map there. I think it was 94 or 96 at 600. So,
in the NQ?
Maybe it's just on the book map. So maybe it's just grabbed that.
Interesting.
Well, Jack, dry or not, I think you're hilarious.
It cracks me up every day.
I think you're the best too, Hoag. We always find each other at these Topstep trips. We're always hanging out.
Francis, it's the mutual admiration society around here. Just everyone just playing grab ass around here. Francis, just slap each other back. All right, let's see what we do with these 19,600 level. We did see about a 15-point sell-off in the NQ. See the buyers do step in. Dow still staying strong, staying bid. 40,698 last trade. High of the day, 40,708. Here's your pullback in the NQ. If you do want to get long, you say, you never get in on the pullbacks. There are no pullbacks. Well, might be it.
A pullback this late.
I know.
Francis, we have a hard time buying pullbacks. And
it's tempting. It's tempting because it's
this late in the day.
Broke out. Yeah, that 585, 590. It's tempting. It is tempting.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's nuts.
What have we got? 20 minutes left.
Yep, 20 minutes. You'll see that in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. The countdown clock to the closing bell. Again, we got MOC coming out in about 11 minutes. My man Eddie will be all over that. Hey, Dow keeps just chugging higher, man. Just chugging away, chugging away. Here we go. Here we go. New highs in the Dow. See if NQ or ES will follow suit.
Good for the 401k.
It's like up and away in my beautiful balloon. Any of you guys old enough to remember that song?
You've been having a lot of song reference. Jack, maybe.
I think you're
by
older
the association.
I am older than you.
Well, I know your parents. Your parents know it.
Dude, my parents know no music that was made between like 1970 and 1995. Like some stuff from the 60s, but like, yeah, the 80s were just completely lost on them.
Yeah, the 80s were lost on a lot. Yes, it was the hangover from the disco era, I've always said.
Yeah, it was the fifth dimension. Fifth dimension. You're right, Vito. I've dated myself a couple of times today. We talked about Linda Ronstadt, and now up and away. Guess it was the fifth dimension. I was thinking it was the association, but that was in the 60s. Your parents might know it.
Yeah, one of Dolby's guys or gals on team higher highs. IMO, in my opinion, close around 19,520 area. Okay. I'm sellers right now. Let's see.
So he's looking for a little bit of a pullback there, then, huh?
Yeah.
19.
520.
Francis,
Francis.
that would be a pretty good pullback. We buy it there.
Huh. Sell it on the way down.
Sell it on the way down, right?
Yeah. 71% long in the YM. Everything else pretty much 50-50. That was a JD special, that trade right there. That liquidity grab above 19,600. Wick to the upside. And seller stepped in. About a 14 point in the money trade. Jack staying strong.
What do you think about the soccer coach Andre we was talking about before we came on?
Yes, Mauricio. Yes. What are your thoughts? I believe he was that manager for Chelsea. I know U.S. Soccer just hired him today. Do you have any thoughts, if any? I know we had Jurgen Klinsmann at one point. That was supposed to be the savior. Did not work. Because we had Berhalter. Did not work. I mean,
he's very, very good. Yeah.
I'm sure his tactics are.
Yeah, it's whether the players are up to the level that need to be coached by him, but he was very good at Tottenham. He was very good at PSG. He was good at Chelsea. I can't believe Chelsea got rid of him, but Chelsea are just a mess.
Yes, they are.
And then the likes of Manchester United, if they got rid of Ten Hag, they was going to go for Pochettino. So, yeah, it's a good appointment. I mean, if football, soccer was obviously probably number one sport in the States, then I think they would be the best in the world. But it's not. There's many other sports before soccer. So,
is that what it is?
I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just not the number one sports. If it was the number one sports in the States, then I think the States would be probably the best in the world because the sheer size of the country, which means you've got a bigger selection of highly talented players.
Fair enough. But to that point, then why isn't China or India better at football?
Because again, it's probably not their main, for example, China's all about education. India is all about education, not sports. Maybe there is an argument for China. They do take their sports very, very seriously. But I don't think it's as
football, GDP per capita,
in England,
right?
Yeah, football in England, South America, and some European countries, it's like a religion. It basically is a religion. Yeah. In the UK, everybody just talks about football everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, it's football. Every conversation is about soccer, football. It's like a religion. So, and in South America, even more so.
Oh yes.
So that's why. And obviously,
that's
the States
how
you've got.
We have like 350 million people, and we'll lose to Uruguay. Uruguay has like 6 million people. I went to Uruguay, was walking around every evening. Every single person there is just out sipping mate and kicking soccer balls, like the entire country. It's unbelievable. Like even in the US, you don't see people playing flag football, every single one of them every day, right?
No. It's
just that's the only reason. And that's why you're best you're best in the world at the sports that you do. Basketball, no one ever comes close, and and hockey, there's no one really. Some Eastern European countries, they're quite good at hockey, I believe. Ice hockey.
It's also very expensive to be good at sports in the United States. At least in soccer, it's expensive, and that's the problem. There's no academies here. Like I'm sure you came up through the academies, right? And we don't have those.
Yeah,
here.
we had academies. Yeah.
We don't have that here. It's expensive.
So they don't have academies in the States.
They do, but they're not. It's not like in Europe or Spain, or it's not like that. It's clubs it's called travel. It's expensive, right? They don't put shoes they don't put shoes on your feet. You have to pay for the shoes. Travel, the parents have to pay for the travel, things like that. So
yeah.
In basketball, right? Nike or Adidas will sponsor you from the beginning. You don't have to pay. But soccer, not quite there yet. I still think we're 40 years away from actually having a chance Francis, and
Is
we were
it
saying that for 40 years.
Is it classed as like a upper class sport in the States?
It was.
You would say
it's becoming less so.
Not
less so, but still, yeah. I mean, it's not where it should be. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
it's too expensive.
Yeah, see,
too expensive.
In England, it's like the poor man's sport.
Exactly.
In England,
it's a cheap sport to play.
Yeah,
it's the cheapest sport.
It's
to
free.
Play.
It's
exactly.
Free, yeah, it's free.
Yeah, that's my rant on U.S. soccer. Good luck to him.
I had a few friends who have done well in the States. I had a friend who was in Miami for a long time. My cousin went to do some scholarship. I think is it University Duke University or something.
Duke, yes, yep, Duke. They have a good
one of
program. But yes, it's
and then I have some friends who have played in the MLS and things like that. So, so I have a few friends who went over there. I nearly went over there in mid 2000s. I nearly went to California, San Jose, but it didn't play out. I wish it did, but it didn't play out.
MLS is. Oh, here we go. We got some sellers coming in here. Hoag, Dow selling off.
Well, I'm getting less money taken from me, but let's keep talking about soccer as long as this is selling off here.
I mean, I'm down. Right. I'll talk about it all day, but yeah, we got the markets here. Vinny offered $1 billion, Francis, and said no. Oh, here we go. All right, we got more sellers coming in here. See, bottom end of this range in the NQ. 19,575 last trade. Let's see if I can push this down as well.
600 was the one. It was on the.
Yes, it was.
It was on the book map as well. 600 was on the book map.
And those 70s in the ES.
It'll probably bounce back. A lot of people dip buying.
Oh, Frank, I love him, man. Oh, Jack. All right. And we'll see in 2 minutes. Eddie, all over that.
Yowza.
Yeah. So, what was something like that move right there? Was that just longs, just covering shorts initially?
Yeah, I mean, typically when you see something like that, it's laggard longs trying to just get into a continuation move to the upside that just decide they're out of time and they got to get out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What's Delta, just for bleeps and giggles?
1,200 positive in the S&Ps. 1,800 positive in the NASDAQ. Nada.
Oh, maybe Dolby time.
On some big level, like if you zoom out like to the day charts, right? I mean, like in this area here, we're getting to like, and granted, for a day trade, these are big areas, but kind of testing where we've been back here before the big sell-off. We've retraced this whole the world's ending thing in just 6 days. We've been up 6 days in a row. I know it's contrarian, but
the world's not ending, Jack.
Yeah, the world is not ending yet.
If it is, even if you're short, it does not matter. But anyways, let's get back to these markets. Jack needs a push here. Big push. I'll have to taper it off a little bit. I'm not seeing any liquidity or paper here in the ES dome or ladder. Call it what you want.
Just the algo sandwich.
They're still there. The spread bros.
Yeah, I kind of almost want to like. I wasn't lying about putting this. Like, if time runs out on this, just putting it on again at 5. I think with Friday. What do we got as far as numbers tomorrow?
Michigan.
Michigan. I'll be very soon.
Ooh, very nice.
Housing starts and permits. Michigan sentiment.
All right, I guess I won't.
What happened?
That happened. Hey, coming up, MOCs.
Coming in hot. Let's go. Let's do this. We're selling
MOC.
here. Yeah, you know me. Let's do
3
this.
trillion. 3 trillion to the sell side.
Man,
let's do it.
Something. This has been a muted power hour. It's okay.
I think we had anything that too 1 billion? What was the highest we've had so far?
We saw 6 billion a couple Mondays ago. Here we go.
Ooh, here we go.
Guys.
Jack.
9 minutes.
Come on.
Come on, Juice.
What is this color? It's fleeting.
Oh,
God. That says minus.
Oh.
Was they sell?
What happened
Juice,
here?
Eddie? I don't know.
It just
an
logged
announcement.
out. It just shut down.
All right, let's see if I can
get in here.
Really?
There's that zone. There's that long, Andre. 544.
Yes. What?
554.
Knocked on it a few times.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! Did you have? Oh man. What did it get down to, Francis? I'm looking right now. What did it get down to?
549.
49. Wow. Snapped right off of that, man. That was the interesting order down there.
There you go.
Good for you. Damn.
4. Bang. Yeah.
Instant
Wow.
instant winner. Instant
That
winner.
would have been a good lean.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yes,
the
it
one.
was. Here we go. All right, I got you. MOC, S&P 500 minus 2.2 billion. NASDAQ minus 1.5 billion. Dow minus 450 million. All sell side. Again, minus 2.2 bill. S&P's minus 1.5 bill. NASDAQ minus 450 mil. Dow.
Is it going to roll over again? There's a bounce, but it's going to go through.
Yep. What was it, man?
It's interesting that 19600 where there was on the book map, we had those orders. And Jack just mentioned the daily. He was mentioning about a different chart. But if you look at the daily on the NQ, that 19600 was the daily close from August the 1st, or the daily on August the 1st. The top of the daily, sorry, not the daily close. It's just spiked above that daily.
I got a question for you guys. Why? I've heard August 1st referenced multiple times in the last day or two. What was so significant about August 1st? I don't.
August 2nd. August 1st, I guess.
August 2nd?
Let me check it real quick. What do I mean? August 1st.
That date referenced many times.
I peeled off 3 of those.
Jack, you dirty dog.
Guys, look at where I have not moved my stop. Look at, if you go to my screen, look at the dome. That high a day was 2 ticks below the stop on that. That is
you.
Pour one out
for MOC. For the
for
MOC.
MOC.
Yes.
Well, you know what they say in trading. 2 ticks is 2 ticks.
Is that what they say? That's what they say, Hoag,
That's what they say.
All right, see, we keep pushing over here. We got 6 minutes left in the session. One more time. Click like, click subscribe. Give it up for Jack. Staying strong. Diamond hands.
Nice
Sure,
job.
that risk reward was quite right, but hey, profit is a
No,
profit.
it's
all good. Yeah,
it's more as you're right. The risk reward wasn't right at that trade, but I got to be out by the end of the day, right? I had that trade on for freaking ever. I was not going for the target that I got here, and maybe it'll dump further, but I talk in shoulder tap a bunch about like not letting the swings get too big on something like that. Probably got about $300 back there from like the lows, so I'll take that as a win. That was a bit lucky.
What
520 might someone mention? Oh, sorry, Hoag.
No, go ahead.
Someone mentioned the close at 520. Remember that earlier? I wonder if that
right.
happens.
Proxy 888. Dolby's team members, team higher highs. All right, we got
Still bouncing on that golden pocket.
Yes,
Still bouncing.
It's 44s. Francis.
Jack, what would be your target if you were able to stay in this?
Francis, you nailed that. Go ahead, Jack.
lower. I mean, I'd have to look back. I think I would have tried. Yep. Oh, you know what? I nearly reversed it there, but I thought I was tempting fate.
Francis, those 44s, man. Oh, wow.
Nice. Oh, I want to short it again.
That's 3 from 3 for Power Hour, Andre.
Yes,
3 from 3.
Yes, it is. Holy moly! Wow. Eddie, did it change? MLC's change?
Yeah. On your hair.
This is cool.
Yeah. Francis, you nailed that level, man. You nailed it. Jack, you have 2 on still?
No, I sorry.
You're flat.
Yeah, I'm flat.
Oh, nice. P&L up there. Okay, they got you. Perfect. All right, cool.
Minus 99, which means I ended up plus like $40 on that trade. I was down 140 from an earlier foray, but honestly, I'm happy given that I was 2 short trades today to be down $100. I will take that as a win.
All right, more sellers stepping in here in the ES, Dow as well, but we've got a pop here in the NASDAQ, so a bit of divergence amongst those 3. Obviously, Dow kind of does its own thing. Not so much this time around. Here we go, buyers stepping in. Francis, I got to ask, 19,544. Where did you get that? Where'd you get that level? Where'd you get that number from?
Just a golden pocket from the last minute, the last 5 lows roundabout. What are we talking? So it's 8:05 my time. So I don't know what time that would have been. Around about 2 hours ago. Yeah, 2.5 hours ago.
1 o'clock.
There was a consolidation here. So take that Fibonacci from that low to our high at the 19.6, and then you get a sharp move back into that 618 and 75 zone, and that's where I got the 544. It came a little bit lower to the 43. That's where you get the pop. So if you're scalping or anything like that, it's a great level. You get 10, 20, 30 points straight away. And then obviously now you're looking for a reverse. If you want to short, 580s is a level because it was a former floor. So then maybe that could reverse back down.
Sure is, man. Nice call. Wow, well done.
As far as the MOCs go, we're 1,529,000 buy side S&P, 1,427,000 buy side NASDAQ, 347 buy side Dow, and complete buy side 641 million Mag 7.
Okay, 2 minutes left. Thank you. 2 minutes left in the session.
Real quick, Hoag, to answer the question of where I would have liked to hold it to, I would have with that short because I was really putting it on micros very slowly, looking for it. I'd like to see it to get back into this. I would basically just like trail to stop and see what it did if it accepted back inside this sort of purple box area, which is where there's been buyers in the past, just more going on there. But we will see what happens on the open. It should be an interesting Michigan number to see if they can do the trifecta, dare I say the third leg of the good centipede. We'll find out tomorrow.
Thanks, Jack.
It's here, Andre. We're doing it.
He cannot help himself. All right. We got about 70 seconds left here in the session. Your trend day higher. Well. And then a little chop for about 2 hours during your lunch, what they call the lunchtime trade. Buyers did step in that 19,544 level of the day. Brought to you by Francis Green. Wow, my man. That was nice, man. That was nice.
Should have reversed that. That was yet another dip to buy.
Aren't they all?
That's generally been the case, yes.
Right.
Let's see why it's going to stop tomorrow. Again,
we're back into that market state.
Yes, we are. Sell-off lasted what? 7 trading days? 8 trading days? Bad news out of the way.
How long has it been since we put in that all-time high? Let's take a look-see.
Sometime July, I think. All right, here we go. 10 seconds. Sure did. Buyer stepping in. Francis, thank you so much for joining us. Jack, Hoag, great work today. Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. Bell coming up right now. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you, everyone, so much. Go to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here. Wow, what a day.
Wow,
All right, everybody this way. Come on. Exit stage left. Let's go. And then, yeah, the other one when I saw that, though, because we don't have my, there it is.
There you go.
Okay. Everybody that way. Tomorrow, I do believe it's what we call Friday, end of the week. And so glad that you were with us through most of the week, through all the week. Just today? Well, next week, we're gonna fire it up Sunday. We're going to start Sunday. You think the markets aren't open on Sunday. Well, yes, they do open up on Sunday. We will be there Sunday. I'm going to give you a little insight on that in just a bit. So, coming in tomorrow, Friday, we're going to have a 7:30 building permits. That's probably going to be one of the bigger numbers that we have tomorrow. 7:30 housing starts. Scrolling down a little bit, 9 o'clock, we got the Michigan expectation, Michigan consumer sentiment. That is an important number. And then 12 o'clock, as usual, the Baker Hughes rig count. I don't see any Fed speaking, but you never know. They like to talk, and you never know when one of these names is going to show up on the list. Tomorrow's Friday. Yes, and you know it. We've got our good friend Peter Tuchman going to be with us here. And taking a look here real quick here, Friday. Join us early. If you want to join us real early, you can join Deeyana at 3:30 a.m. For the London Open. You can find her here and right here on YouTube. But for us here in Chicago, Hoag and myself are going to fire up the machine. We're going to get the party started here at 8 a.m. Central Time with opening call. Fast markets. We got Coach Dakota, Coach Jay. I'm going to be here for that one. Hoag and Andre. That should be good. We're going to end the week with those four. Power players, Jack, Peter Tuchman, Andre, JD, Mick, and Jack are going to be doing shoulder tap. Shoulder tap? We're doing shoulder tap? Or I think we're just having a regular shoulder tap on Friday. I see nothing different here. Group coaching, JD Hoag. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. We have Anne-Marie on a Friday with us. Hoag, JD, Anne-Marie. And to end the day, Andre, Jack, Coach Dakota, and Hoag. And don't forget here in inside of 15 minutes, we got Coach Jay at the buzzers. Going to be here right on YouTube. A little later on in the evening, Coach Ray at 6 o'clock in our Discord channel. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock Discord channel. And 7:30, right back here on YouTube, we got, we're going to have Coach Dakota here. It is Thursday. It's going to be the last day for him. So there will not be a 3:30 tomorrow for, I don't think so. 3:30 for Deeyana. I think she's Monday through Thursday. We're going to find out right here. Deeyana, yes, Monday through Thursday. So today was the last day for Deeyana's London Open. So Topstep TV not only covers New York, right, Asia, London. So we've got those three. So Power Hour with Coach Jay coming up here next. And Coach Dakota, 7:30 tonight, Sunday through Thursday. And of course, don't forget here, 4:45 here Sunday, Nick for a Tick. We got Nick for a Tick going to be with us. Another thing I want to remind you of is on Tuesday, Brett Steenbarger, August 20th. Brett Steenbarger, author of The Daily Trading Coach, will make his return to Topstep TV. And I do have a link for his questions. I'll put those in the chat, and we'll get those out to you right away. So, otherwise, until we meet again, go get some rest, walk away from this thing we call the internet, shut it down, let it cool off a bit because I can feel the heat, and relax, re-energize. Family time, okay? Family time. Go sit with your kids. Go play with your dog. Go give your wife a hug. Give your husband a kiss on the forehead. Tell him you love him, okay? We'll be back here tomorrow. Until we meet again, my friends, family. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.